Chapter 1. Kettler Asteroid, near Mars. Year 2699. A flash of light washed over Ozzy Mack's body. He jumped back, startled, and swiftly sidestepped away from the mound of rocks and dirt next to his dig. Being in a stolen military-grade EVA spacesuit was the least of his concerns right now. Getting safely off this small asteroid was his first. He took another step back, bumping into the base of a 6,000-meter spire. Several of these summits dotted the asteroid. A second beam of light flashed over Ozzy. He froze. "Shit," he muttered to himself. How the hell did he reach this point in his life? Only a few years back, he was a well-known university professor, and now he was a career criminal. He tilted his head back and used his forearm to cover his eyes from the invading light. At first glance and under squinted eyes, he saw two S-9 Mars Ministry police ships hovering above him. The dreaded MMP. Yep. They had caught him. "Impossible," he blurted out. A tingling surrounded his heart and traveled down into his fingers and toes. If he was caught, any chances of seeing his daughter, although slight, would fade like a fabled city on Earth. He hated being away from her. But right now he had no choice. He brought his gaze down to Josie Ryan. She was standing across from him on this recent archaeological dig, a freshly dug hole with a blue kyanite crystal skull nestled inside. It was worth 7 million auric credits on the black market, and that was lowballing it. Ozzy stiffened and narrowed his eyes at Josie. The red and yellow glow of Mars reflected off her anti-radiation visor. She had been with him for an entire week, crossing Mars and the asteroid belt, looking for this kyanite skull and any other artifacts they could find to sell on the black market. She was an archaeology rookie, gleaning as much information off of him as she could, as good novices do. But maybe there was more to her many questions. Maybe there was more to her following him around on his S4 jumper, Class 4 ship at all hours. And maybe there was more to it when she acted ditzy when he caught her taking pictures of his asteroid belt maps. "It was to study," she had said. "Study, my ass." He quickly bent down and grabbed the crystal skull. His heart picked up a beat and perspiration formed on his forehead. He carefully slipped the skull into a satchel belted around his waist and zipped it close. He took a step toward his ship, reached for his PR-19 photon rifle, and then pointed it at Josie. He clicked on his helmet's comm line. "I've been helping you out this entire time, schooling you on the archaeology world. So answer me straight, Josie. Did you notify the MMP?" He needed to be cautious and slow. He couldn't turn and run. Something in his gut was telling him that Josie was in on him being spotted. And if she was, and he turned tail now, she might pop a few photon slugs into his back. Josie remained quiet and a bit more hesitant than he would have liked. He continued to stare into her blue eyes, not trusting her. She shifted on her feet and gazed at the ships hovering high above them. He lightly touched his index finger on his rifle's trigger. "Answer me." The MMP ships began to descend. He swallowed hard. This wasn't good. "No," yelled Josie, slowly lifting her arms in surrender. "I didn't call them. It's not me. I'm not with the Mars Ministry Police. I'm not an agent, Ozzy. Trust me." The MMP ship's yellow and red warning lights blinked on and dazzled the asteroid's surface. In a few seconds, the ships would touch down and send a party after Ozzy. Ozzy lowered his weapon, knowing he had very little time to get back to his ship and off this rock. If Josie was an agent, and he shot her in front of the agents making their way down to the asteroid this very moment, then he'd be thrown in prison for the rest of his life. He really didn't want that, as he'd probably be sharing razors and toilet paper with a 50-inch bicep man named Bubba, Snake, or worse yet, Frankie. He took a few more steps toward his ship. It was 60 meters away. It was far, but not too far. "Then how did they find us?" A crackle came over his comm line. "Don't move. This is the Mars Ministry Police. Put your weapons down and raise your hands. You are under arrest for violating excavation code 040. Josie dipped her head and dropped her hands by her side, obviously not complying with the MMP's instructions. She took a step to the side and raced toward Ozzy's craft. Her arms and legs pumped fast, and she took long, bouncing strides in the asteroid's light gravity. "No! You don't!" Ozzy yelled, hurrying after her. "You're not hightailing it off this rock without me." The MMP ships hovered into a landing, shadowing Mars's crimson gleam. I repeat, this is the Mars Ministry Police. Drop your weapons and put your hands on top of your helmets. The ground vibrated, telling Ozzy the MMP ships had landed. Not good. He hopped toward his S4 jumper, a big, two-winged boomerang ship painted space black. It was 2 stories high and equipped with an unknown alien stealth device he found a few years ago during another one of his archaeological finds, which reminded him again. The MMP shouldn't have found him. He should be practically invisible. A damn ghost. The way he was with Lily, his daughter. He pushed the thought away. Being sad during an escape would falter his focus, and that was the last thing he wanted to do. He bounded forward in his run, his heart pumping, his breathing coming fast and heavy. This is the Mars Ministry Police. Drop your weapon and shut up. He slapped his comm line off, watching Ozzy hop up the S4 jumper's ramp and into his craft. He was close behind, taking several giant leaps until he made it to the ramp's edge. He lunged forward, landing on his side and sliding across the grated storage bay. His rifle slipped from his hand and ricocheted off a wall. He pushed himself up with his gloved palms and stood. He twisted around and punched a button. The ramp closed, jostling the storage bay. Steam shot outward at the ramp's seams, sealing the craft shut with a loud clang. His body became heavy, indicating he passed through the ship's artificial gravity field. A hiss told him oxygen had been activated. He spun on his heels, ready to head to the cockpit on the upper deck and fly his S4 jumper, relic off Kettler asteroid, and outrun the MMP. Don't move. Ozzy jerked back, his body rigid. You little... He was staring at the wrong end of a photon pistol. He took a deep, angry breath, unclipping his helmet and dropping it on the floor. And all the teaching I gave you? You'd think I'd know better by now, but I just can't stop helping people even when I get kicked in the teeth for it. Chapter 2. Kettler asteroid. He kept his gaze on Yoshi's gun. He studied the weapon, and his lips tightened. She held a Mars Ministry Police-issued P116 photon pistol. She was definitely an agent. You double-crossing piece of Mars dung. You came here to steal my find for the ministry, huh, sweetheart? He hoped sweetheart stung as much as her backstabbing stung his heart. He doubted that it did. She spent every day for a damn week picking his brain on hieroglyphic translations in the best places on Mars for an archaeological dig. Heck, he had to listen to her telling him about her parents' death when she was a little child, how she grew up in an orphanage, and how it was hard and she had no family. And he had sympathy for her. He wanted to laugh. She played him good. She wasn't telling the truth because in reality she was a rat for the police, most likely recording every illegal purchase he boasted about, every illegal sale, and every illegal dig. The weeks of lingering suspicions in the back of his mind were right, and again, if he had noticed that weapon on her before today's dig, the first time she pulled it out, then he would have left her where he hired her, at crime boss Jonas Moon's compound. Ultimately, this mess was Jonas's fault. She was one of Jonas's new recruits, and he said she was good for the job, that she needed to be primed for his crime syndicate, which was one of a dozen crime syndicates sprinkled throughout Mars, who all constantly fought with each other and fought with the ministry behind the scenes, vying for ultimate power. But Jonas was always true to his word. He hated the MMP as much as Ozzy. Jonas wouldn't set up Ozzy with the MMP like this. Or would he? Don't move, Ozzy, and hand over the satchel. Ozzy raised his eyebrows. Not a chance. She still had on her EVA suit and helmet. Her solar visor was drawn down, and Ozzy could barely see her expression. Don't be stupid. Let me go free, Josie. All I want to do is get off of Mars with my daughter. You know that more than anyone. This dig was the ticket. I'll have enough Auric credits after I sell this find. You can tell your agent friends in the MMP that they won't have to see or hear from me again. Give me the damn satchel. You're under arrest for violating excavation code 040. The craft shuddered and a bang reverberated against the walls. Ozzy looked at the ceiling. He tightened his hands, his nails digging into his palms. They have my craft suction. Even if I want to go, I can't. He sighed. Thanks, sweetheart. Backstab much? She extended her hand while holding her rifle in the other. Let me have the artifact. How about I let you have an old-fashioned no? He gripped the skull in his satchel and held on to it tightly. He wasn't letting anyone touch his ticket off Mars, even if it appeared the MMP had his craft suctioned, which in human terms meant handcuffed. If Ozzy had learned anything in his criminal life, it was that there was always a way out of a bind. Ozzy, she pursed her lips and tilted her head. He knew what she was thinking. He didn't have a chance in Orion's hell to escape. Not now, not ever. But she was wrong. The ship shook back and forth, nearly knocking Ozzy off of his feet. His S-4 jumper lifted off the ground. The MMP ships had hooked their lines into the suctions and were taking him back to Mars. Hand me that skull and your sentencing will be light. Let me think on that. No. Josie took a step forward and spun, kicking the sole of her boot against his chest. She was quick, and it caught Ozzy off guard. He yelped and fell awkwardly to the floor, slamming against the metallic wall next to the ramp. He reached for his rifle. Bad move. Josie's knee came down on his back, and he face-planted on the grate, cracking his forehead. Blood streamed down to the ridge of his nose. She grabbed his arm and slapped a cuff around his wrist, and pulled his other arm behind his back, cuffing it as well. He grunted. He had just lost any chance of escape. Ozzy Mack, you're under arrest for violating Section 114 of the Archaeological Binary Laws and Forbidden Excavation Code 040, and for stealing more than 52 million auric credits worth of ancient artifacts from more museums than I can count. She stepped off of him and pulled him to his feet, continuing her speech. You've conducted more than 4 dozen illegal digs in 28 no trespassing and outlawed Martian zones with estimated profits of 84 million auric credits. At this moment, I have you linked to the ministry. Right now, every word you say is being recorded and streamed to the Mars Ministry Police and the Ministry High Council. Is there anything you'd like to say in your defense? In his defense, if anything, the High Judge and the High Council needed their own defense for making archaeology a serious crime when the new High Judge was voted in nearly 20 years ago. And for what? Because professionals damaged a few ancient Martian ruins in 2679? There was more to it, and Ozzy knew all too well why the High Judge forbade archaeology. It made the High Judge a rich man. The High Judge would hear about a potential find, hire a professional digger, and illegally sell the artifact on the black market to the highest bidder using a secret black market name. Ozzy scowled. No one knew about the High Judge's criminal side but him. In fact, Ozzy was the High Judge's biggest competitor, and now he had been caught, which shouldn't have happened. He had ancient technology on board his craft that kept him invisible from all radar and sophisticated tracking equipment. No one had the ability to find him. He was practically a ghost. Ozzy, said Josie, I repeat, do you have anything to say in your defense? Yeah, I have something to say. If High Judge Robert Baldwin is listening, he narrowed his eyes and blew a snot-filled loogie on the grated floor. You'll be exposed for the fake you are. I promise you. And by the way, bite me, you piece of asteroid mine dust. Josie tripped him to the floor and her fist came down on his temple, slamming his head against the grate. Wrong words, Ozzy. She pulled him back to his feet. You're heading to prison. Chapter 3. Ministry Detention Center, Gale Crater City, Mars. Ozzy marched down a ministry detention corridor with 2 guards at his side. His hands were shackled at his waist, and the chains jangled with his every step. The smell of sweat and piss filled the air. Quite the aromatic Martian jail. His sentencing was about to begin. Hey, beautiful, yelled an overweight, bald man, slamming his fist against his cell's metal rails. Ozzy paid him no mind, continuing past the many more inmates yelling obscenities and catcalls. The prison's blue-gray walls mirrored his frame of mind, and the spit suddenly splattering against his face from an inmate didn't brighten his mood. He tried to wipe his face and turned, eyeing the culprit. A man with a heavy, jutting chin and a scar across his cheek gripped his cell bars and went to spit again. An alarm sounded as a hoverbot flew over Ozzy's head and zapped the inmate. The guy howled in pain and hugged his arms against his chest. Ozzy shook his head. Prisoners were idiots. He snorted to himself because that pretty much meant he was an idiot as well, just like Ozzy's dad had told him nearly his entire life. Guess you were right, Pops. A holovid played next to a corridor wall, displaying the outside world to the prisoners, perhaps to remind them how horrible the situation was beyond their confines. On the holo screen, a woman reporter wearing a gas mask stood in a large hospital room the size of a gymnasium. Hundreds of patients on small beds with IVs dripping fluid into their veins were behind her. The patients had shadows under their eyes, were pale as the Earth's moon, and looked like death had hit them twice over. And we don't know how much longer these men, women, and children will live, said the woman. If we can use Gusev Crater City as an example, I'd say they have less than 1 week. He walked by the holovid, wanting to bury his face in his hands. This was half the reason he wanted his and his daughter's butts off this crimson crap hole of a planet. The plague was getting worse. Lily, his daughter, might be safe in the underground city where she was living with her mother, but he didn't want to take that risk. She might indeed get this horrific disease if she stayed on Mars with the rest of the population. Then there was the Dunraki, the other reason he wanted off Mars. They were the alien race that forced humans to Mars in the first place. The war for Earth was short, or so he heard, and occurred a little over 100 years ago. Both sides, human and Dunraki, were nearly annihilated, yet the Dunraki won. He imagined the Dunraki would rebuild and send an armada to end the 2 million or so humans on this planet someday. Any day. He shrugged. No one knew why the Dunraki invaded, and right now Ozzy didn't care to speculate like he usually did. He had an escape to plan, a daughter to snatch from his ex-wife, and a ship to steal. He unconsciously slowed down to watch more of the news. "Keep walking," demanded a guard, who pushed Ozzy onward. Another holovid blipped on a few paces ahead. This time a different channel, but with the same story and the same dreadful look in the reporter's eyes. A male reporter in a different hospital wearing a similar mask was speaking. "And that's what they're calling it, the Martian plague. It's starting to spread to other cities across our vast planet. However, we are seeing it appear here in Gale Crater Psi. Damn, it's already appearing in the city where he was detained." Luck wasn't on Ozzy's side. Ozzy felt a heavy hand on his back, shoving him forward. He whipped his head around. "I said, keep moving," a guard ordered. An inmate laughed. He said, "Keep moving." He said, "Keep moving." The guards continued to guide Ozzy down a hallway that split off from the main cell block. One of the guards pointed to a door. "Take a left." He elbowed Ozzy in the side and shouldered into him, practically pushing Ozzy into the doorframe. Ozzy did his best to hold his ground, eyeing the guard the entire time. "You're kind of an asshole. You know that?" "An asshole, huh?" questioned the man. "Did you ask my sister what she thought of you when you held her up at gunpoint? 4 months ago at a ministry museum after hours? I'm pretty sure she'd point to you as the asshole." Ozzy cocked his head. "Which ministry museum?" He opened his eyes wide as if he remembered. "Was she the hot chick over in Syrtis Major? Tell her I sold the Tarina iron tablet I stole and gave all the auric credits to the poor?" He pointed to himself, indicating he was the poor man who received the money. "That might make her more interested in me, because she didn't quite care for me when I had a gun to her head. Can you imagine that?" Both guards nudged Ozzy hard through the door and into a room. Ozzy hit a chair and lost his balance. The seat flipped over, and he fell onto his back. A loud thud echoed when he hit the floor. He glanced up, his lips twisting into a grimace, shaking his head when he noticed the ceiling. It was unique, domed and made out of glass. A few tall skyscrapers stood nearby, reaching toward the city's anti-radiation graviton shield. Mars's butterscotch sky and the high noon sun showered through the shield, lighting up the city. A hologram with today's greatest fashion trends was on the sidewall of a building. Brown, tight shirts, violet magnetic button-down dresses, and sky blue puffy wide jeans shuffled through a flashy slideshow. A single clap filled the room, then another and another. Ozzy knew that 3-beat clap from anywhere. He frowned, then rolled his eyes and used the chair to help himself up to a standing position. He bowed to the guards. "Thank you, fellas. You may leave now." After righting the chair, he took a seat and leaned back, kicking his feet up on a table. High Judge Robert Baldwin sat across from him, wearing his custom white robe, white top hat, and white pants. hell, white everything. It was the ministry's high judge's colors, along with the rest of the ministry council overseers, otherwise known as the governors, senators, and mayors. The high judge motioned to the guards. "Stand behind me and ignore Mr. Mack," said Robert in his squirrely-sounding voice. Ozzy sarcastically batted his eyes at Robert. "If it isn't Mr. Dickface." He over-exaggeratedly stared at Robert's long nose. Ozzy knew this wasn't the way an ex-professor of Mars's most astute university should behave, but he could never forgive Robert for what he did to his family. Plus, criminal life changed a man. It made Ozzy tough, and most importantly, it made him not give a damn what other people thought of him. A guard stepped forward, his mouth straight, his eyes full of rage. "You don't address the high judge in that way, prisoner." Robert raised his arm, stopping the man from ripping Ozzy apart. "Stay. Nothing like treating your men like dogs." Ozzy slouched and played with his cuffs. "So you finally caught me. Breaking a silly archaeology code won't keep me here but a few weeks, aye, Robert?" Robert leaned forward, placing his palms on the table. "You will call me High Judge from this point forward, Mr. Mack. With all the laws you've broken throughout the years, you'll be here a lot longer than you think. You will be old and gray by the time you are released." Ozzy let out a loud sigh. "Old and gray, huh? You forget how I could turn the tables on you and get you in a bit of a pickle with the law, High Judge. But luckily for you, I'm not a rat, unlike that MMP agent you had following me around. What was her name again?" He looked to the right and frowned. "Josie, wasn't it? Mr. Mack, you have such an imagination. No one would believe you over me, so don't even try to get a rise out of me." Ozzy shook his head. He remembered being in this very room years ago with Robert. They bantered back and forth after an archaeological dig that Robert had hired Ozzy to do in the name of education when Ozzy was a professor at Gale Crater City University. He and Robert were to split the proceeds and give the majority of the ORIC credits to museums and the Children's Education Fund. Ozzy was more than happy to be funding education in his favorite place, the museums, even with the knowledge that the money had come from the black market. Until things changed. Robert's intent all along was to benefit himself only and not anyone else. He remembered the smirk on Robert's face when Robert demanded Ozzy hand over his money. "This wasn't part of the deal, Robert. What do you think you're doing? Why the hell did you even hire me, you piece of—" "It's the shits of the game, I'm afraid. You're the best, Ozzy. No one can decode an ancient tablet with Coptic writings as you can." "This isn't a game, Robert." "No." "You are right, it's not a game." Robert looked toward the door. "And Ozzy, you will get rid of all the documents and holovids you have on me. I know you've been recording everything." "Guards!" he yelled. It was true. Ozzy had been recording everything and documenting as much as he could to save his ass if anything should happen to him. He didn't want to lose everything, his family, his house, and his career, just in case Robert double-crossed him. But unfortunately, it looked like he did. Men in red uniforms with an MMP symbol emblazoned on their helmets had burst into the room. It wasn't the Mars Ministry Police, but a bunch of hired guns acting as the police. Over the next several months, Robert had forced Ozzy to go on more digs and pressured him to keep his mouth shut. Yet Ozzy couldn't stand the person he was becoming, the lies and the crimes. He stopped working for Robert and paid the price, ultimately becoming what he hated, a criminal and Robert's biggest competitor. But he had never stopped recording Robert. He had plenty of backups and copies stored in various locations around Mars and on Relic. He dreamed of one day releasing them once he had his daughter, Lily, in his arms, and they were flying off this god-forsaken planet. Ozzy let out a gush of air, pushing the memory out of his mind. He wanted nothing more than to strangle the man sitting across from him. "Robert, do you remember the digs I did for you in Aeonia?" Ozzy stared intently at Robert and then winked. "That was quite the ride you had me on, and thanks for eventually ruining my life, you sick prick." Robert's lips downturned. "I never had you do any archaeological work for me. As you know, that's illegal, and on Mars, I create the law." Ozzy bounced his head up and down, exaggerating the movement. "Oh, okay. We'll go with that story from now on." He glanced at a guard. "You look like you need something to do." "I'll take a Martian chocolate martini, stirred, not shaken. Thank you." Robert pounded his fist on the table. All right, that's enough. I don't have you here for you to make up lies or ask for a drink. This isn't a bar. He paused and took a deep breath as if the next thing he was about to say was more than heartbreaking for the man. I want to make a deal. Robert snapped his fingers, and a guard bent down and grabbed a suitcase from under the table. He tossed it on the table and slid it over to Ozzy. Ozzy put his hand out, stopping the suitcase from sliding onto his lap. You caught me red-handed, brought me here in chains, to offer me a deal? You could have done that over the comm line or through your damn agent, Ozzy. I know you, Ozzy. Freedom is important to you, and experiencing a prison can be a little hard for someone who'd rather be 6 feet under than confined in a cement box with bars. Trust me, I brought you to the detention center to help you make the right decision. Yes, the right decision is to take this deal. Now open it, responded Robert, leaning back and folding his arms over his stomach. We need your help. Ozzy hesitated and sat straighter. You always need something archaeological from me, Robert, but in a semi-public forum like this, it's not like you. He tilted his head to the side. However, it's been a long time, and you know what? I can forgive and forget. Ozzy swallowed down his own lie. Robert didn't flinch. Ozzy shrugged. Not in the mood to walk down memory lane. He unsnapped the clasps and lifted open the case. A thick gold tablet, almost the exact size and width of the briefcase, was staring back at him. You'll be taking that along with you. Don't let it get into the wrong hand, said Robert. I'll be taking it along with me to where exactly? Questioned Ozzy. Read it and you'll understand. Ozzy looked down at the artifact and read its inscriptions. His eyes widened, but he did his best to withhold any wonderment. It looks like an underground map written in Martian Coptic hieroglyphs from the ancients. The ancients was the name of the old ones who lived on Mars long before humans arrived. They had died off tens of thousands of years ago, and most likely long before that, but they left traces of themselves here and there. No one knew what really happened to them, and nothing had been found that gave reason as to why they left, or if they were somehow killed off. Perhaps Mars's blown-out atmosphere was their biggest legacy. He glanced again at the tablet. It had all the telltale signs of a map. A legend comprised of a 20-pointed sun, dashes, Coptic symbols for descriptions and locations, circumflexes and angle brackets, all to help indicate the 4 major directions, north, south, east, and west. What exactly does it say, Ozzy? Inquired Robert. Ozzy gave him an ominous stare. You don't know? We have decoded it as best we can. Then why do you need me? You are the best. You can find a needle inside a Martian hill. No other person can do what you do. Ozzy snorted. It's funny how you'd know that. It's not that funny. You're well known. I'm as well known as this Coptic writing, which means I'm not known by many other than those who have used my services, such as yourself. Robert dismissed the comment. What does it say, Ozzy? He glanced down at the gold tablet. It's a roadmap to a cure. He let out a loud sigh. You're using me again. It's not using you when we're dealing with the Martian plague. Ozzy cleared his throat and closed the briefcase. He glanced at the guards, then back at Robert. There has to be a catch. What's in it for you? Ozzy knew from past experience that Robert was always all about himself. Nothing more, nothing less. We suspect the plague that's haunting the Mars population has been on the planet many times before. It's like a cycle, and it's the first time it's hit us. We suspect the ancients had the cure, and that this map leads to that cure. If you can find it, and if the cure works, then I'll be the prominent high judge who healed every human on Mars. That's the catch. Ozzy let out a sharp laugh. Yeah, not good enough. You ever hear of Yersinia pestis? Robert's whiny voice was beginning to hurt Ozzy's ears. Ozzy dipped his head. Yersinia pestis was the bubonic plague back in the 14th century. It killed millions in Europe when humans lived on Earth. Why? That's exactly what we're dealing with here, but worse. Nothing we have on Mars has come close to eradicating this disease. Our medical geniuses are stumped. Our medicine does nothing. All we've done is quicken the disease's progress. He put his hands together. It kills faster now. For weeks, Ozzy had heard reports on the news about newly discovered Martian fleas and ticks, a carbon dioxide breathing variety that had been getting into Martian cities, somehow adapting to the terraformed oxygen, but only for a short time before they died. Yet before they would die off, they'd bite city mice and rats that carried Yersinia pestis, and then the ticks and fleas would bite humans. A simple sneeze or a cough by a human would spread the contagion. Yet there was something more to the news story that they weren't spilling the beans about. Ozzy could taste it, and it tasted like the Dunraki alien jerks who kicked humans off of Earth nearly 100 years ago, almost decimating themselves, their technology, humans, and human technology in the process. Ozzy had never detected carbon dioxide-breathing fleas or ticks on the Martian soil. Why? Because he was 100% certain they didn't exist. Ozzy rapped the table with his knuckles. You make it official that I can go back to my life without any consequences. Then I'll find this cure and retrieve it. Deal, responded Robert. He sat straighter. A deal that can get you your job back at the university. He looked pleased. You can be a professor again. Ozzy became serious, and his nerves shot to his stomach. He sat up, his demeanor completely changing. And I can see my daughter again? Robert stared at Ozzy for several minutes, then nodded. You can see your daughter all you want. Ozzy glanced away with a heavy exhale, remembering the last time he saw Lily. It was 3 years ago. She was 4 years old. He had promised he'd be back in a few days after he dropped her off at her mom's. He hated lying to her. He hated imagining her expression when he never came back. Not in a week, not in a month, not in a year or 3. Ozzy swallowed hard and had to fight to keep a sob from escaping his throat. After a moment, Ozzy continued, And I want my ship back. Done. Ozzy sat further back in his chair thinking that this was too easy, and it was never easy with Robert. He either actually cared about curing this disease, or he was scared he'd catch it himself. Ozzy knew the High Judge could take a ship to another city at any time, but the disease would eventually find him. I want this agreement documented, signed, your blood print on it, and whatever else to secure my freedom, demanded Ozzy. Robert wiggled his finger in the air with a smirk on his face. Guards, bring in someone from the ministry's executive branch, and we'll draw this up right now. Hold on, I'm not finished, interrupted Ozzy. Plus 6 million auric credits. Robert paused, thinking, that can be arranged. Again, too easy. Robert barely flinched at Ozzy's request. Ozzy pressed his hands together. 10 million auric credits. If he could get that much money, then screw going back to his old life. Instead, it would buy him an actual vessel that would take him and Lily far from this planet to a secret colony on a Jupiter moon he caught wind of, and he could do whatever the hell he wanted to do for the rest of his life, if that secret colony truly existed. No, responded Robert. That's insane. Even 6 million is insane. Ozzy knocked his knuckles on the table twice and stood. Then you'll have to find someone else. Thank you. I'll head back to my cell now. The guards took a few paces forward and grabbed Ozzy's forearms, then led him toward the door. One of the guards reached for the doorknob. Ozzy waited for Robert's reaction. Don't take another step, ordered Robert. Ozzy smiled. He knew his tactic would work. The guard pulled his hand away from the knob. 10 million auric credits. No more, Robert said, his face gnarled in frustration. Ozzy continued to grin. Send it to my account now, and it's a deal. Not so fast, replied Robert. 1 million up front, 9 million when you have successfully finished. No leader in their right mind would give that much money to a criminal before a job is done. Ozzy smiled wider at the truth of Robert's statement. But you know me, dickface. You know that when I'm hired, I follow through. But in this case, I'll appease you. He turned toward the door. 6 million up front and 4 million after I found you the cure and sent it back to you. Once I check that the funds are in my account, I can start. Under one condition, remarked Robert, that one of our agents tags along. The last thing he wanted was an MMP agent cramping his style, but for 10 million credits, he'd have to oblige. It was his only way to a fresh new start and a way he and Lily could get off this planet. Fine. Robert pushed his chair out and stood. Guards, notify Agent Josie Ryan that she has another assignment, and that assignment is now. Chapter 4. Gale Crater Flyway Port, Gale Crater City, Mars. Ozzy rubbed the underbelly of his S4 jumper, smelling the fresh fumes of the electrohydrodynamic ionic thruster engines and rocket fuel. It left an unpleasant, tangy taste in his mouth, but that always meant one thing. He was more at home here than anywhere else in the world. Relic, you're my ticket to a better life. He patted Relic's landing skid for good luck. He lit a cigar and took a puff, slowly exhaling. He touched the sidearm hidden under his trench coat and gazed up at the large anti-radiation shield that domed Gale Crater City. The shield was lined by terraforming lamps that electrified the air, changing Mars's abundant carbon dioxide gas into breathable oxygen. And that's all he knew. How terraforming worked, he didn't care. All he understood was that the ministry's attempts to terraform anything outside the shielded cities weren't going so well. In fact, they were a total and utter failure. He was startled by a loud thump as a suitcase dropped next to his feet. He cringed. The double-crossing, backstabbing wench had returned. He looked over his shoulder, clamping his lips tighter on the cigar. Josie held another bag in her hand, along with a pack strapped to her upper back. "We're not going on a space cruise," he groaned, taking the cigar out of his mouth and blowing smoke in her direction. She waved the foul-smelling vapor away from her nose. "I'm going to help you on this trip. That's why I'm here." She didn't mention watching his every move, recording what he was doing every damn minute, and making sure he was true to his word. But he let all her unspoken body language slide. "So, Miss Backstabber, when is Robert Baldwin going to flee to another city or go off planet? The plague isn't going to dodge him just because he's the high judge." "He's staying," Josie responded, through thick and thin. "Don't bet on it, two-faced." Ozzy turned and kicked her suitcase on its side and walked toward his ship's ramp. "Hey, that's what I get for dropping everything to be your partner in this little exploration of ours? Last time we had a little exploration, you screwed me over. If you call that partnering, then you can mosey on back home. Or better yet, get some of that nice plague that's going around." He patted his tight jumpsuit under his trench coat and baggy cargo pants. Other than his face, there was no way any carbon dioxide flea left alive, if they existed, could get to his skin right now. But what he needed most was a mask to keep germs away, and every store was out of stock. "I was doing my job. Of setting me up." Ozzy pounded up the ramp, wanting to press the close ramp button and close the ramp on Josie's face. He was with her for a week, and during that time, he had trusted her. That's why Ozzy always worked alone. He couldn't trust anybody, and when he did, an emotional knife tended to sink deeply into his back, as it did with Josie. "Thanks for your hospitality," she moaned as she lugged her suitcases up the metal incline into Relic. The moment she passed into the storage bay, Ozzy slapped a button. The ramp whined as the gears brought it to a close. It suctioned and hissed, telling Ozzy it was locked and ready for him to take Relic outside the city shields and into the carbon dioxide-filled sky. "Can I use the same room I was in before?" Josie looked around the storage bay. Crates and boxes lined the walls, along with 3 six-wheeled, 4-person Mars rovers, and several forklifts and pallet jacks were locked and magnetized in place. She raised her eyebrows. "New items? They weren't here the week I was on this ship. A little something else I negotiated with your bossy boss." He looked at her holster, which held a sidearm. He walked over to a small compartment safe in the storage bay and waved his hand over it, and it opened. "Put your photon pistol in my safe. I can only trust myself on this craft, so I have a new rule. I'm the only one with a gun." She put her suitcases on the grate and sighed. "I can't. It's not in my job description to give you any leverage. It's not in mine either." She put her hands on her hips. "Well, if you want to keep your freedom and stay out of prison, I suggest you go by my easy rule. I keep my weapon by my side, and you keep yours by your side." He waved his hand over the safe a second time, closing it. He wanted to keep his freedom more than he wanted her to put her gun in the safe. "Suit yourself." He pulled open his coat and showed her his photon gun. "I don't think leverage is on your side, though." He strode over to a closed door and put his hand on the wall. The door slid upward and opened, and he stepped inside. Every hair on his body rose toward the ceiling from the static electricity nearly overriding every neural synapse in his brain. The door slammed shut. The room inside was bare. It was full of white walls and white floors, except for the middle where a round device, resembling a rock, pulsed and glowed a beautiful indigo color. Hence the name he called it, indigo. It sat on a small platform, securely fastened by several stretchable bands. Wires and cables came up from the floor and into the device. The wires sent Indigo's energy relays to the auxiliary engines and central processing unit at the aft of the craft on the upper deck. He flipped a switch, turning the wires and cables from receive mode to send mode, and opened the door. He walked out of the room, and his hair rested on his head and skin the moment he passed through the doorway. That device was the reason he was a ghost to all radar. "Don't go in there," he said as the door shut. Not that she could. His handprint was the only print in the entire universe that could get that door open. She rolled her eyes. "Yeah, I remember. It's your prized possession." He grunted and walked by her. "What's in there anyway?" she asked, eyeing the room like it held the greatest mystery on Mars. During her week-long stay with him, he caught her looking at the door many times. She probably tried to scratch her way inside when he wasn't paying attention. He ignored her and picked up the briefcase. He climbed the ladder to the upper deck, holding the briefcase snugly under his arm. Reaching the upper deck, he took a few steps and jimmied sideways down a corridor toward his cockpit, something he designed in case the authorities or an asshole crime lord broke into Relic and tried to get to him quickly. Jimming through this area would slow their fat asses down, giving him ample time to flee to one of the many hidden exits or hidden compartments spread throughout the craft via a tunnel under the cockpit seats. He reached forward, clasping the top of the pilot's chair, and pulled himself the rest of the way through and into the cockpit. He sat, placing the briefcase on the co-pilot seat. Josie's climbing and strenuous grunts echoed through the craft and into the cockpit. She was struggling with her suitcases. He grinned. She deserved whatever stress came her way. Who brings a suitcase, let alone 2 suitcases, on a trip like this? He said under his breath. He wanted to stand up and cheer the moment she made it to the upper deck, but refrained. He didn't want to waste his energy. "Heading to my room," said Josie, standing at the head of the corridor that led to where Ozzy was sitting. "Second door on your right. Make yourself at home." "That's not the room I had last time." "Yeah, that's my room. The other one is occupied with my important stuff." It wasn't, but giving her a clean room would be against his personal code. Snitches don't get shit. He just made up that code, but it worked for the time being. She walked to her new room. "Are you kidding me?" bellowed Josie. "I'm not sleeping in here." He smirked as he took off his coat and dropped it on the floor. He turned on the comm line. "Tower, this is S4 Jumper 994. I'm ready to head on out of here. We are heading..." "Did you piss in here and then throw your clothes on top of the urine? And what the hell is that smell?" "Who raised you, a Martian wallabat?" hollered Josie. "S4 Jumper 994, this is the tower. Permission granted. We'll lower you down in 30 seconds. Give us your location, and we'll let the receiving flyaway port know you're on your way." "Copy that, Tower." Seriously, I'm not cleaning this up." "Hold on, Tower," said Ozzy, covering the comm speaker and yelling over his shoulder. "You're going to clean it up if you want to sleep in there. The graded floors are not that comfortable, sweetheart." He hoped sweetheart was like fingernails down a chalkboard to her ears. He took his hand off the speaker. "We're heading to Tagus Valles." "Approved for departure," came the Tower. Ozzy leaned forward and pressed his fingers to a picture of a little girl that was attached to the console. It was his Lily. She had blonde hair and blue eyes. She carried a smile that melted his heart every time he looked at it. On the top of the picture, it read Lily, written in her own writing. Age 4 was also at the top of the image, printed in Ozzy's hand. He brought his fingertips to his lips, then pressed them against the girl's beautiful smile. He whispered, "You're always in my heart, Lilybug. Wish me luck on this trip, will you? I'll be able to see you soon. I promise." High Judge Robert Baldwin took her away from Ozzy. Now the evil prick was giving her back, all to save himself from the Martian plague. But Ozzy was fine with that. Whatever placed his daughter into his arms again was good with him. He rubbed his hands together and turned off the control locks on the cockpit console. The craft shuddered and the ground began to descend like an elevator. He checked the engines, nodding to himself. They were online and functioning. The craft descended deeper underground and the cockpit dimmed. Relic's roof cleared the ceiling of the launch tube, and the top of the platform closed. Everything was now pitch black. "Turn the cabin lights on. I can't see anything," demanded Josie from down the corridor. Ozzy always kept the lights off just before takeoff. It was nice and calm, the quiet before the storm. "No." "Can do." A loud suction noise vibrated through the tube, sucking all oxygen out and into the city. A second later, amber lights blared on, displaying a runway before him and highlighting the inside of his cockpit. "Here we go," said Ozzy under his breath. He flicked on the cabin lights. "Good," said Josie. Ozzy jumped, his hair standing on end. Josie was right behind him, her hands on her hips. "Do you have silencers on your shoes?" He looked her up and down, impressed by her ninja-like skills. "Anyway, you're not allowed in the cockpit anymore." Ozzy pointed past the thin entryway and toward the corridor on the other side. "Get out." She picked up the briefcase carrying the Coptic tablet and sat in the co-pilot's chair, resting the briefcase on her lap. "Oh, the cockpit is for boys only now? No wonder cock is in the word." She shook her head and pursed her lips. "We're on this mission together. It's best we get along, all right? Yeah, like you got along with me before you threw me in the slammer? I can't trust a word you say. And let me guess, you're not an orphan after all." She grabbed onto a white necklace around her neck. It had a pendant with a family carved onto it. It was either new or she hadn't worn it the entire week she was on Relic. She gave him a long stare. "I am an orphan. I don't have a family. All I lied about was wanting to be an archaeologist. You also lied about not being an MMP agent, but here you are." Ozzy grabbed the briefcase from her lap. "Thank you very much." He opened it and ran his fingers over the ancient Coptic tablet's engravings, briefly closing his eyes. Standing up, he took the tablet out of the briefcase and paced in his small cockpit. Something he did when he was giving lectures at the university. It's how he did his best work, by touching the artifact and pacing. He cocked his head to the side, his eyebrows coming closer, his fingers touching upon the ancient symbol for a moonshinka, the wild cat that the ancients seemed to adore. The glyphs were telling him a location, a carved rock. Yes, the moonshinka rock. And that rock was right next to the city of Dawes. Screw me running. It was the last place he wanted to go, and the last place anyone in their right mind would ever want to go. What is it?" asked Josie. He sat and put the tablet inside the briefcase, then set the briefcase on his lap. "The cure to this plague is right next to a city that—" He shook his head. What? Have you ever heard of the Dunraki, Josie?" Josie's eyes widened. "Yeah, of course. But what about them? They are also the same alien force that just took over Dawes. They pushed all of us off of Earth just over 100 years ago, and they still can't leave us alone. It's not the same force. Yes, it's the same alien race, but the ones who took over Dawes was a small Dunraki terrorist group with shoddy tech. They won't. That's where we're going. The city of Dawes," Josie exhaled. Even though these terrorists had shoddy weaponry and technology, they could still aim and shoot. "Are you sure?" Ozzy sat thinking. He hadn't been avoiding that area lately for shits and giggles. And worse yet, the tablet is naming off plants that we've never grown here on Mars. However, the tablet is saying that those plants mixed together are the cure. The plants written on the tablet were on Earth, and going to Earth was practically impossible. The Dunraki would detect them coming and send out a small group of fighters to shoot them down. "What do you mean?" He ran his fingers over a vine holding several fruits, herbs, and leaves. "The plants that this tablet is naming off are only plants that grow on Earth. Clove, lemon, cinnamon, eucalyptus, and rosemary, plus another one that isn't native to Earth. But I can't make that one out. It's an elixir of immortality. Apparently this plant enhances the rest, giving us the cure." Josie scrunched up her nose. "Plants? Those listed plants, minus the plant of immortality, were used by thieves and grave robbers back on Earth during the bubonic plague. The plants kept them healthy and safe while they stole from the dead and dying." Ozzy continued, his body hunched in dismay. He felt this mission was a failure before it began. As you know, perchlorates are all over the Martian soil, which poisons plants and people. The ministry and the farmers have to dig extremely deep to get ancient soil suitable for agriculture. And this tablet is saying the plants, are slightly below ground. If that's the case, they are growing in perchlorate-contaminated soil. Yeah, so? He continued to run his fingers over the tablet on a dot, a dash, and 4 numbers that resembled different shaped stars. He stopped when his fingers reached an X shape. These plants can't still be alive. They haven't been cared for or even touched for tens of thousands of years. If they at one time existed on Mars, they are now in the wrong place in the wrong soil. He chuckled at the absurdity of it all. Plus, we're supposed to go to a place a Dunraki terrorist group attacked and are taking shelter in no less than a few weeks ago? Josie paused and glanced at her hands in her lap, thinking intently. She looked up. We have to go. We have to find a way. In 7 to 10 days, Gale Crater City will be a bunch of corpses if we don't. And who knows how many other cities may have the beginnings of the Martian plague. Ozzy slapped his forehead. Damn, you're slow. You're not getting the point. These plants are dead. Even if we were able to sneak past the Dunraki at Dawes and get to the Moonshinka rock, we'd only see dried-out weeds covered in the perchlorate-contaminated soil. Nothing more. Nothing less. Maybe it's a seed storage. Maybe that's what we'll be looking at. If it's seeds that were kept underground in a Martian capsule, then we have to get it to the ministry. We've found Martian capsules before, and they held perfectly fine ancient Martian clothing and pottery. They could have done the same with seeds. She threw her arms out. Anything at this point will be a major help, even dead plants. We have the expansive arrays up and ready to rapidly clone whatever we find. The comm line crackled. Jumper 994, this is the tower. Prepare for takeoff. Over. Ozzy let out a disgusted breath. This was going to be harder than he thought. He advanced the throttle slowly. The craft's electro-hydrodynamic engines, ionic thrusters, electrostatic charge, pulled dust motes out of the air and collected them on metal panels for their electrode charge. The engines blasted the electrodes with high voltage, creating an ionic wind strong enough to get this jumper, and other ships, to fly quickly through the thin atmosphere of Mars. He checked the gauges, seeing that the emitter's negative anodes were charging the Martian's carbon dioxide particles smoothly. Relic was ready to fly. He eyed his craft's storm tracker. A red storm was close by, but it wasn't big, and he could outrun it. If it were too much of a danger, then the tower wouldn't let Ozzy leave. The launch bay exit doors opened. Strap in! He pressed down on his thrusters, shooting Relic forward. He tapped the side of his chair, activating Indigo, which was glowing on the lower deck. Stealth mode on. He was now invisible to all radar known to man. His craft rushed closer to the exit, and he pulled the control stick back. And we're on our way. They rocketed out of the tube and rose high, the butterscotch-colored sky highlighting the cockpit. He banked left, heading for Tagus Valles. Where are you going? Cried Josie. You're heading for that dust storm. Ozzy winked. I can outrun it on its east side. Hold on tight. The ride might get a little bumpy. Chapter 5. Nearing Tagus Valles, Mars. Ozzy eased the throttle, slowing Relic, and descended. A dust storm was heading their way, and it was between Ozzy's craft and Tagus Valles, and it was expanding. Ozzy checked his altimeter and the wind speed. The light gusts were already up to 30 miles per hour. Turn the hell around. What are you doing? Complained Josie. Ozzy ignored her and touched a button on the lower console, sending an energetic pulse into the storm. This storm shouldn't be much of a problem unless it continued to increase in size. He checked the storm tracker. It was registering the storm as minimal. Yes, it wouldn't cause much of a challenge. A beep went through the cockpit, and the dust storm's speed blinked on the holovid in front of them. 83 miles per hour. Ozzy narrowed his eyes and scratched his temple. That's not right. He rechecked the storm tracker. Minimal. Okay, you know you can't fly through that thing, so let's turn around, recharge, and forget you ever attempted to outrun the storm. I won't log this with the ministry. Yeah, hold on. The storm tracker says I'll be fine. Ozzy sent another pulse just in case. It came back quickly, blinking 83 miles per hour. That was high winds for a Martian dust storm. But why didn't the storm tracker register danger if it was? Either the pulse was wrong or the tracker was full of shit. Dust flew higher into the air, covering the horizon. Shit. The problem wasn't necessarily the wind. The problem was the tiny red sand particles that tended to stick to everything during heavy storms. Plus, at this speed, the sand had a way of stripping paint and creeping into a ship's pitot-static system, wreaking havoc on altitude instrumentation, the speed gauge, cabin pressure controllers, carbon dioxide data computers, the Mach number, and the list could go on and on. All crafts were grounded in a city when a large storm like this was near. It wasn't this large before he took off, but the thing was growing quickly, too quickly. We can't turn around. It's heading toward Gale Crater City. If I go east, we can go around it. That's our best bet. He had to continue his trajectory. Turning around and flying back to Gale Crater City would get him nowhere. The tower wasn't allowed to open any landing ports when a storm this immense was near. Veer off, ordered Josie. An idea formed in Ozzy's mind. A rather evil one, but in his line of work, it was a smart one. He'd ride the edge of the storm. It'd look like he was going to enter it, but he'd keep as safe a distance as possible. Veer off? Maybe. What do you mean, maybe? Get the high judge on the comm line, and I may consider steering us around the storm. He would steer around regardless, but the less she knows, the better. Relic bumped up and down. The first signs of turbulence. The wind was picking up. Are you crazy? Turn. United States. Around. Ozzy shook his head. Call the high judge. Why? Because we're heading to Moonshinka Rock, which is next to Dawes, in order to get this cure for him, and that's practically a suicide mission. If I'm doing that, then I want more auric credits. The more auric credits, the easier it would be to negotiate for the proper ship to get his and Lily's asses off this planet. Josie's face flushed red. I can't do that. Ozzy eased his control stick more to the right, heading away from the widening storm. The red particles up ahead were stirring in the wind, wanting to grab Relic at any chance. Call him. Did you fly toward this storm just to get more money? No. It was but a blip before we left. I had no idea it would expand so quickly. Are you an idiot? Turn around to Gale Crater City. She shot him a look that could kill the Martian plague on its own. If I do, they won't open the ports for me. They won't risk damaging the inside of a city. The sand might get into the shield catalysts inside the dome, ripping the catalysts apart from the inside out and dematerializing the shields. It'd kill the entire city population in minutes. He paused and squeezed his control stick tighter. Call the high judge, and then I'll get us out of here. Ozzy could tell Josie knew he was right about not turning around. There wasn't a chance in Mars hell that a city would risk opening up when a storm was brewing closer. He's not going to comply with your demands, Ozzy. I guarantee he's not allowed to take any more auric credits from the ministry's treasury. I know for a fact he can get credits many other ways. I know him better than most. The craft shuddered, then dipped violently. Ozzy steadied Relic and patted the console like a cowboy patted a horse. You got this. The storm was growing, widening and thickening. It had to be the worst red storm he'd seen in years. He gulped, and a bead of sweat dripped from his forehead. Josie sighed heavily, releasing her grip on the armrests. Fine. She punched in Robert's comm channel. His image popped up on the vid screen, partitioned off to the right so Ozzy could see his flight path unabated through the anti-radiation cockpit window. Well, you two enjoying your trip? There was a hint of sardonic pleasure in his voice for pairing the two together. His face quickly went from sociopathic joy to a blank expression, as if he just realized he was showing too much happiness in a not-so-happy time. He cleared his throat. I'm afraid to say the disease has taken a turn for the worse. It's spreading rapidly in Gale Crater City. I need you to complete this mission quickly, so no dilly-dallying, all right? I'll make this quick, responded Ozzy, keeping his eyes on the dust storm. Even though he was attempting to ride the edge, Relic and the storm would collide in less than 2 minutes. The cure leads to a rock next to Dawes. That's a suicide run. I know, said Robert. What? And you had us go on this mission anyway? Replied Ozzy. You're the best. If anyone can be invisible, it's you. Plus, you're the only one who can decode the glyphs once you get there. Don't let us down. Remember, if you fail and live, then we have a special place for you in prison. The ship jostled. Ozzy, chimed Josie, pointing at the storm ahead. Ozzy put his hand up, gesturing for Josie to be quiet. I want more auric credits. That's the only way I can justify risking my life for millions of people I don't know. Plus, we're in one of the biggest dust storms I've seen in a long time, and most likely won't make it out alive. I'll fly straight into the storm if you don't pay up. Ozzy pushed the control stick hard, inching away from the storm. He knew he had no choice but to head into a portion of it, since it was moving so fast, but he'd continue to act the crazed, suicidal lunatic. Robert narrowed his eyes, his face reddening. It's potentially millions dead, you money-grabbing, opportunistic fool. Ozzy, came Josie. This isn't looking good. Pull up and change course, now. Ozzy ignored her, watching exactly what he was about to fly into, a mess beyond global proportions. The dust cloud wasn't only growing wider, it was expanding higher. This was the monster of all dust storms. His hands shook as Relic hit the first blast of red dust particles. They weren't going to get out of the storm. He was an idiot. He flew too close to the edge. I want 5 million auric credits. Not later, but in my account now. The holo display began winking in and out. Robert looked off. Ozzy figured that Robert's mind was either spinning on hundreds of ways to kill Ozzy after he completed the mission, or wondering how he could get that money. We need to know now, Robert, insisted Ozzy, his eyes widening, his hands gripping the control stick like it was a Martian underground aqua snake trying to swim free from his grasp. You are a real piece of work, Ozzy. He hesitated, his eyes darting from the screen to another screen off camera. All right, I'll personally send you the credits from my account right now. Robert glanced down, pressing several buttons. Relic, said Ozzy. Ding when the credits come through. In seconds, a ding went off. Ozzy puffed out his cheeks and immediately turned off the comm feed and banked right, simultaneously descending his craft to gain a faster speed. It was too late. Josie slapped her thighs. You greedy! The rush of wind and red sand pelting Relic drowned out Josie's voice. Hold on. He brought up a holographic map, locating one of many dust storm shelters on Mars. The closest was on the outskirts of Laswitz Gorge, a few kilometers away. Got it. He lowered his skids, bringing Relic in for a landing. If he couldn't fly through this storm, he'd have to land and find shelter to wait it out. Up ahead was a small canyon with a red haze quickly taking over. Apparently, there was a bunker somewhere inside one of the gorge's hefty ridges. The hologram blipped off and the craft puttered. The lights blinked off and on. That wasn't good. Ozzy punched the console. Come on, Relic. What is it? Josie said, her hands gripping the armrests, her knuckles going pale white. Ozzy clenched his jaw, speaking through gritted teeth. The sand is blasting into the instrumentation. My craft is shutting down. Relic dipped, and the storm surrounded them. The sticky sand coated the windows, scratching the thick panes, like claws, trying to get into the cockpit. A wonderful gift that Mars always brought with its sharp sand. The cabin lights dimmed and turned off completely. All the panels went dark, and the engines shut down. They were now gliding blindly toward their doom. How high are we in the air? Asked Josie, bracing for impact. No. Idea, maybe. A loud bang sounded, and Relic lurched forward, tipped to the side, and spun. The craft hit something hard. Ozzy's restraints pulled tightly against his chest, pinning him to the seat. Below, the sound of crates, pallet jacks, and boxes smashing against each other reverberated against the walls. Josie screamed. They slid forward and jerked left, crashing into something else hard. The ship flipped, and the briefcase smashed against the ceiling, and then back to the floor. If he remembered correctly, and if Relic was on the trajectory, it was on before all instrumentation bleeped off. A giant canyon wall would greet them next. Not good, he said quietly to himself. Not good at all. Chapter 6. Laswitz Gorge, Mars. Relic's wings crashed against the red soil, and the rocky canyon pounded against the ship's belly. The cockpit vibrated and Ozzy held on to the control stick with everything he had. They were sliding across the ground, and all the bow-ionic thrusters were offline and unable to slow the craft down. Worse yet, the cockpit window was full of red sand. To say they were blind and in a bind was the understatement of the world. A loud crash resounded, and the cockpit smashed inward, breaking the flight console in half, and parts and pieces crumbled to the floor in chunks. Sparks flew, singeing Ozzy's hands. He pulled them back and wiggled them in the air, cringing in pain. The craft bounced backward and into the air, landing hard and sliding more. It rocked to the side, and the ship's exterior screamed against thick Mars rock. The ship shuddered and stopped, listing back and forth like a teeter-totter. The cockpit went quiet. Ozzy touched his chest and then his arms and legs. He leaned his head back, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. Holy shit. He opened his eyes just as fast as he had closed them. He checked the window, wondering how the hell it didn't smash to bits along with the control panel. If it had, he'd be dead of carbon dioxide poisoning faster than he could spell DEAD. "Ooh-wee!" he yelled. "Did you see that?" He fist-pumped the air. "How the hell did we make that?" A fist of fury smacked into his shoulder. He reeled to the side, grasping his throbbing deltoid muscle. "What the hell?" "You about killed us," growled Josie. "Are you psycho?" He thought he could outrun a small storm, but it had erupted into a dragon. Blame my storm tracker, not me. It gave us the wrong information. Josie shook her head and pursed her lips. She clasped her pendant, not saying a word. Outside, the dust storm rushed up against Relic's exterior, bringing Ozzy back to the reality of the situation. The heart of the storm was heading their way. They had to get out of the craft, and now. Any rip or tear in the lining would cause a breach, sending oxygen out and carbon dioxide in. They both unstrapped quickly. The good news, the gravity was still working, which meant Relic hadn't completely died, but it was probably the last thing functioning on his bird. Ozzy grabbed the briefcase and hurried forward. "Go, go!" he ordered, pushing Josie through the thin hall that led out of the cockpit. Ozzy followed close behind. The EVA suits are on the lower deck and in storage compartments 9 and 10. "I'll take the one in 9, you take the one in 10. Josie rushed left, bypassing the ladder, heading to her room. "Where are you going?" She didn't respond. He shrugged. So be it. If she wanted to die, she'd die. No skin off his nose. The weasel backstabber deserved it. He slid down the ladder and into the storage bay. The brand new pallet jacks, Mars rovers, and forklifts, along with crates, boxes, and tools, were strewn about, tossed around like they were toys. Broken glass in the pallet jack parts littered the floor. Dents marked the walls where heavy items hit, and a pallet jack's long forks busted through a Mars rover's front windshield. The other 2 rovers looked useless, smashed and beaten. He ran his hand along his forehead. Man, those were beauties. He huffed and turned, rushing to compartment 9, just as a blast of crimson sand scratched like a wildcat against the outer walls. They had to be in the eye of the storm now. Depending on the thickness and depth of it, he didn't know how long the intensity and strong winds would last. On Mars, sometimes they lasted hours or days, but most of the time they lasted weeks. A few more hours of this and Relic would be ripped apart. He would shed a tear over his craft, but right now he didn't have time. He loved her, and she had been a good companion on his many expeditions. But now he had enough money to buy a craft that could take him where Relic wasn't able. He pulled the compartment open, and out fell his stolen military-grade EVA. He set the briefcase down, threw off his pants, exposing his jumpsuit underneath, and slipped on his communication cap. A blast of thick dust scraped across Relic's exterior, sounding like a portion of its outer lining had broken off. "Josie, get down here!" He put his communication cap on, a comfortable barrier between his head and the helmet. It allowed for contact between suits as well. He slid the EVA's torso over his shoulders, slipping his hands and arms inside the sleeves and the spacesuit's gloves. "I'm on my way," responded Josie, who was holding a backpack, her face gnarled in anger. "You about compromised everything on this mission." She hurried down the ladder and hopped onto the grated floor. "What's in that bag?" Whatever it was, it had to be important. "A small teleporter," she said, moving briskly to compartment 10 and opening it. A teleporter? What? He dismissed his question. Not knowing what the hell she was talking about was the least of his concerns. Getting the hell off of this ship and to a dust storm shelter was a lot more pressing. He pulled on his EVA pants, thanking the Mars gods that these weren't the bulbous EVA suits of the past. He touched a satchel sewn around the waistline of his pants and glanced at Josie. She was already catching up to him, sliding on her pants and strapping her backpack over her shoulders. Ozzy pulled a helmet off the rail and tossed it to her. She caught it and put it on, twisting a knob next to the helmet's ear and sliding the anti-radiation visor in place. She twisted it more, lowering a dust shield. Ozzy did the same. "Let's go." He dashed forward, turning his oxygen tank on, and grasped a crank attached to the wall next to the ramp. He used both hands to pump it up and down. The ramp moved an inch, then another. A few more inches, and it opened to the outside, letting in dust that swarmed like a pissed-off hive of hornets. Relic's oxygen quickly sucked in the Mars atmosphere, and with it, the gravity. Ozzy was now light and buoyant. He let go of the crank and ducked low, squeezing between the ramp door and the floor. He rolled out onto the red sand, and Josie followed close behind. He grabbed a handle on the ship's exterior and pulled himself up. "I can barely see anything," hollered Josie through her helmet mic. Ozzy extended his arm. "Hold my hand." She grabbed onto him, and he pulled her near, placing his forearm in front of his helmet, doing his best to block out the sand from scraping his dust visor to hell and back. He trekked forward, the sand obscuring any and all sense of direction. He put his hand out, searching for the large ridgeline Relic crashed into. "Where are we going?" "There is a dust storm shelter nearby," yelled Ozzy. The sand slashed into his visor, scraping away at the polycarbonate plastic coating like it was mere paper. Several slice marks cut into the visor, and more were forming. "Damn it, Ozzy," she cursed. "You killed us." She tripped over a rock, losing her grip on Ozzy's hand, and she fell on her side. A yelp escaped her. Ozzy rushed to her. The sand blurred her in the red out, but he was able to see her outline, and he bent down and pulled her to her feet. "Come on, we'll be fine." He could barely hide the lie in his voice. He pushed onward, stepping over rocks, flinging the dust off of his visor, and nearly falling into newly created pockmarks courtesy of the red storm. Another slice carved into his dust visor, and then another. He was losing what little vision he had. Soon his visor would be nothing but white cuts, hiding the outside world from view. He twisted the knob on his helmet and flipped up his dust visor, exposing his anti-radiation screen. It wouldn't last long. "Do you have visibility?" inquired Ozzy. "A little," replied Josie, keeping up with Ozzy's pace. "Are we coming up on the storm shelter yet?" Ozzy didn't know how to answer. One, he couldn't see for anything in the storm, and two, his sense of direction was nil. Every footstep was a complete guess, and every ongoing stride was heading him to Mars knows where. "Just a little farther," he groaned. He could be walking in circles for all he knew. "I can't see anything now." "Switching to anti-radiation visor," Josie informed. Ozzy wiped a thin film of sand off his visor, seeing something that resembled a rock wall. He reached forward, slapping his hand on the pillar. "I found it." "The shelter?" Not exactly, but he expected if he went left or right, he'd find the opening they were looking for. He hoped. He took a step and tripped, slamming into a jutting rock. He rolled and banged his oxygen tank. Crap. He stood, and his helmet beeped. He glanced down at his forearm to look at the gauges on his suit. Again, he couldn't see a damn thing. That beep could be from a lack of oxygen, a rip in his suit, a suit temperature malfunction. Anything. Another beep. "Son of a Mars toad." "What is it?" Josie asked, clomping along close behind. "Nothing." He put his hand on the rock and walked easterly. He'd let the rock guide him. He just had to go the right way. That was all. If they were traveling in the wrong direction to the storm shelter, then no telling how long it would take to trek back the way they had come. "Nothing is a crap answer. What's the matter, Ozzy? Tell me." Josie's tone was stern and direct, like an officer to a subordinate. "My helmet is beeping. Something is wrong with my suit." He continued to move against the face of the rock. "If it's the coolant system, you could drown in the droplets. They'd be like tiny blobs of jelly filling your lungs. Thanks for the image. He moved slower, his breath coming heavier. Yes, something is wrong. It's getting hard to breathe. If there were a tear or even a small split in the EVA's fibers, his oxygen would flow out of his suit and Mars's thin air would creep in, boiling his saliva and lungs. He took a deep breath, forcing in oxygen, his mind racing faster than the sand sticking to his helmet. Did an oxygen tube somehow get pinched off? Was his suit mixing too much nitrogen into the oxygen? He was becoming lightheaded and his vision was spinning. He stopped and bent over. I think I'm going to crawl. He dropped to his knees, his palms now gripping the red soil. Ozzy felt Josie's hands pull on his hips. Get up. This is the last thing you want to do. Ozzy blinked several times. I'm fine. Let me crawl. His hands shook and his fingers started going numb. He slowly moved his head back and forth. He scrunched his eyes shut. This isn't good. He dropped to the ground with his hands out by his sides. The oxygen was now painful, and his limbs weren't cooperating. What had he done? His dad would call him an idiot like he always did when Ozzy did something stupid like he just did by flying through the storm. His nerves rushed through him. He was not only an idiot, but he was about to die. And he just killed any shot of reuniting with his daughter. He took a wheezing breath. Consciousness was fading in and out. This was not part of his plan. Chapter 7. Laswitz Gorge, Mars. Josie grabbed his arm. We have to. She paused. Wait, what's this? She stepped forward. I think the shelter opening is right here. She tugged on Ozzy's arm, pulling him up. Red filled Ozzy's vision, his body too weak to wipe the sand off his scratched visor. He wheezed, his consciousness continuing to waver. He went to talk, but nothing but a raspy whisper came out that even he couldn't comprehend. We're in, she said, dropping him to the floor and rushing away. He could vaguely hear her footsteps as she dashed off. Ozzy did hear her say, Where is the damn button to shut the door? He knew and attempted to point, but a burning sensation stabbed his lungs and he dropped his arm. He winced, forcing as much air down his throat as he could muster. He was having a hard time keeping his eyelids open, and his entire body wanted to sleep. The red in his vision darkened, turning from crimson to mahogany to black. His body grew heavier, his breathing more difficult. A hand touched his leg and then his chest. Josie's mumblings echoed in his ears. A click and his helmet unclasped. Josie pulled it off of his head, and a coldness touched his lips and nose. The sound of fans vibrated off the walls. His breathing became easier, and his lungs began to fill with oxygen, yet darkness still pervaded everything. He wiggled his toes and fingers. The numbness and tingling were gone. He inhaled a big gulping breath and then exhaled, grimacing as he did so. I can breathe. I can't see, but I can breathe, he said, his voice cracking. That's because the shelter's oxygen reserves turned on when I shut the hulking door, but I can't find the lights. Ozzy cringed and took another deep breath, doing his best to ease more of the pain out of his chest. He blinked and shook his limbs. Everything seemed to be functioning. Lights, Ozzy, where are they? You've never been in a dust storm shelter before. Who the hell has? Storms are usually avoided, not flown into. There was piercing anger in her tone. Ozzy nodded. He went into a seated position, pushing against the weakness he was feeling. I've been in plenty, which is another reason his dad would be rolling in his grave. What happens is the oxygen comes on, then if you haven't turned the lights on after a few minutes, they will come on by themselves. As he was finishing his sentence, the lights began to flicker. See? There it is. Ozzy yawned and massaged his arms. He shook his head and stood, rubbing his gloves together as fast as he could and pressing them against his cheeks, giving him much-needed warmth. I can't wait for the heat lamps to come online. This place is huge, said Josie, pulling off her helmet and setting it on the ground. She walked behind Ozzy, playing with his EVA's oxygen tubes. They somehow got twisted. She fumbled with something. There you go. Fixed did she let go and took a few steps away from him, her eyes darting around the room. Why is this place so big? It curls around in the back, too. and goes a little further. It was designed to hold rovers and small ships, just in case something like this happened. These were built when we first landed on Mars and tried to make above-ground cities. Engineering mistakes usually sent entire population centers into one of these. He snorted. I mean, you don't see people trying to fly through storms anymore, so these things aren't needed much. Josie dropped her gaze and clenched her fists. He shouldn't have said that. The joke more than pissed her off. Ozzy backpedaled weakly, his legs barely keeping him upright. Josie jumped in the air and spun, sending a roundhouse kick to the back of Ozzy's skull. He dropped to the ground and rolled to his back. He massaged his lower skull where her heel made contact. He didn't need a damn kick to the head. Are you insane, woman? You almost killed us, you lunatic. You do something like that again, and it will be my photon pistol shooting a few rounds in you. Do you understand? Ozzy put his hands up and got to his feet. Look, it's business, and sometimes business isn't pretty. He shrugged and cocked his head forward. Well, in my line of work, it's rarely pretty. It just comes with the territory. You either go with it or you go home. She lurched toward him and sent a quick jab to his stomach. He lost all breath and crashed to the floor in a fetal position, hugging his stomach. Where I come from, you don't haphazardly throw someone into the snake pit with you. You do that, and then you have 100 orphaned kids never trusting you again. Ozzy rolled onto his other side, his teeth clenching tightly. You stop punching and kicking me. Instead of the woman being a trigger finger, she was a trigger hitter. The sound of metal on metal echoed in the shelter. They both froze. Someone was here, but how? The shelter door was open when they arrived, so how could anyone survive in here without oxygen and heat? Something must have fallen, Ozzy mumbled. He patted himself down, then leaned back with his hands up, waiting for another round of blows. He dropped his arms, remembering something. Wait, his mouth gaped open. I forgot the damn briefcase. You're kidding me, I can't. Josie quickly put her fingers to her lips. Did you hear that? Footsteps, she whispered, backing away in a defensive stance. Ozzy quieted, listening. He nodded. He heard movement. It was more than one individual. In fact, it seemed like a pack. He slowly took off his EVA, and Josie did the same, leaving them in only their jumpsuits. Ozzy's adrenaline pumped. He touched his sidearm. Keep your communication cap on. We'll talk to each other over the mic, she said. But whisper when you do. Ozzy pulled the photon gun from his holster and pointed it ahead. He walked toward the bend that led deeper into the shelter. Josie unclipped the snap holding her photon pistol, quickly pulling it out of the holster and aiming it at the bend as well. Ozzy put his hand up, asking Josie to stay put. He saw something colored blue on the wall. He quietly strode toward it, his mind racing 1,000 miles per minute. It simply couldn't be. He examined the blue mark and straightened his lips. Could this day get any worse? It was a Dunrocky scouting tag. The small terrorist group was marking their territory. He touched it and looked at his finger. Blue stained his skin. It was fresh. Dunrocky were in the shelter. Chapter 8. Laswitz Gorge, Mars. Whoop-ah! Whoop-ah! Ozzy jumped back in surprise. Josie was on one knee, one eye closed, the other eye scanning for more targets. Smoke trailed from her gun's muzzle. What the hell? Yelled Ozzy. He went into a defensive crouch, his gun ready, his finger on the trigger. A wall blocked his view, but he could smell a Dunrocky's burning flesh coming from the other side. The stench reminded him of sour eggs mixed with ammonia. But worse. Don't move, Josie blurted out, her eyes now glancing at the ceiling, her gun deadpanned on someone Ozzy couldn't see. Ozzy went to move. I said, don't move, she repeated. A thin beam of light flashed out of the corner of his eye. Ozzy took in a quick breath, startled. He looked at his chest and saw a laser sight stamped on his sternum, highlighting his jumpsuit with an orange-colored laser target. A Dunrocky had him dead to rights. He followed the beam, seeing two eyes illuminated in the corner of the high ceiling and a shadowed rifle accompanying a figure. How did the Dunrocky get up there and so quickly? He had heard stories about their ability to climb like spiders via their spacesuits, but he had never seen a Dunrocky in person. He knows if he shoots, I shoot, whispered Josie. keeping the target in her sights. But don't move. It's a game of chicken. What the hell do you want me to do then? Crouch here for the rest of my days? I'll think of something, but right now, do as I say because I doubt they are too thrilled I killed their friend. The only thing keeping you alive is my gun pointed at that Dunraki's head. Ozzy slowly tilted his sidearm in the Dunraki's direction, making sure his movement was at the pace of an earth snail. Just shoot him. Not yet. There is another Dunraki around the corner. Then lower your weapon when I tell you and aim it in the direction of the third Dunraki. Shoot when I shoot. The third Dunraki isn't in view. He's hiding around the corner. Do as I say, Ozzy said. Josie shook her head, her gun aimed at the Dunraki near the ceiling. I'm going to shoot the bastard, warned Ozzy. On the count of 3, quickly lower your weapon and shoot at the third. That's a negative. That'll get one of us killed, if not both. Josie wasn't budging. 1. Josie bared her teeth. No. 2. Don't do this, Ozzy. 3. Ozzy pulled the trigger, keeping his finger clamped down. Blast after blast of bright blue photon bolts expelled through the barrel and out the muzzle, his gun recoiling after every shot. His target bucked back and fell to the solid metallic floor. Bouncing once and laying listless with its face down, its clear blood oozing into a puddle. Josie lowered her gun and sent several rounds toward the third Dunraki, then rolled to the side and popped up into a run, taking her legs as fast as she could go. She jumped and slid behind the partition wall that hid Ozzy. She leaped into a standing position, her body sideways, and pointed her gun at anyone or anything that decided to jump around that corner. You're a danger to society, Ozzy. It's a wonder how you survived this long. Ozzy quietly made his way to the corner of the wall, speaking softly into his mic. Yeah, story of my life. He peeked around the corner. 2 dead Dunraki wearing spacesuits with headgear that made them look more like bees than anything else. Large almond-shaped eyes with a yellow tinge to the helmet's mask. The mask hid their rough, mottled skin and their harsh, angled brows, cheeks, and jaws. Most importantly, it covered several rounded protrusions that ran the length of their scalps like bubble mohawks. Those mohawks just looked weird. I don't see the other Dunraki, said Ozzy. Are you sure you saw another one? I'm an MMP agent, Ozzy. I see everything. I'll hold you to that, Ozzy replied, stepping around the corner, heading toward a bend in the bunker. Stand fast, Ozzy. Not a chance. He took another step forward, walking over one dead body and then the other, and leaned against the wall. If Josie was correct, there should be another Dunraki in the next portion over. The click-clack of a Dunraki speaking rushed to Ozzy's ears. He pushed his mic closer to his mouth. There is another one, most likely talking to his headquarters in Dawes. If that was the case, Ozzy doubted the Dunraki would send reinforcements. And if they did, it'd take them about 12 hours or a day, depending on which types of ships they brought. The problem? They'd have to fly through human defenses or take the long route and walk like these Dunraki scouts most likely did in order to duck under human radar. But not that the Ministry and the High Judge would care. They seemed to let the Dunraki take over Dawes without much of a fight. Maybe the Martian Marines weren't as many as Ozzy had thought. I hear him as well, said Josie, nearly knocking Ozzy over in fright. Ozzy stiffened. How the hell do you do that? You're like a damn ghost. This was the second time she stealthily approached Ozzy unawares. A blast zipped by, singeing the wall diagonally across from Ozzy. It was a warning shot and far from him. This one is scared, said Ozzy. He knows he doesn't stand a chance. More click-clack chatter, and Ozzy held his breath, listening intently, then let out a gush of air. Maybe this Dunraki had a chance after all. Shit, there's more than one. Hell, they're probably all over the walls and ceiling in there. Ozzy glanced up, searching the area. None were in his vicinity. What do we do? The lights blipped a few times, then malfunctioned and turned off. Really? Ozzy slid down the wall. A loud Dunraki war scream pierced the shelter, sounding like someone running their fingernails down a chalkboard. Several feet patted on the room next to him. They were coming. Josie, whispered Ozzy, his photon gun shaking in his hands. He couldn't see a damn thing, but knew that the Dunraki could probably see just fine in their suits. Shh, Josie responded. Shh. What? He reached to his left to touch her, to make sure she was still nearby. His fingers met air. "Where are you?" "Click-clack. We kill you." Ozzy went rigid. They could speak his language? That couldn't be true. His ears were playing tricks on him. He moved away from the corner and toward the dust shelter's entrance. "Josie, give me your location." Silence. "Josie?" Dead quiet. Then movement, but not Josie's or his. The clatter of Dunrocky feet resounded against the walls. They were coming closer, advancing in short bursts. Soon they'd be around the corner and facing Ozzy in the darkness. "God, Josie, just give me a sign you're around," he said softly. Another Dunrocky war scream assaulted Ozzy's ears. They were right in front of him. Ozzy fell on his back, shooting wildly, painting the blackness with blue stripes. He yelled his own war cry, pulling the trigger as fast as he could, forgetting he could just hold it down to rapidly fire. His gun went empty, its energy charge depleted. He tossed the gun to the side and pushed off to run like a blind madman. A sharp, burning bolt of hell glanced his shoulder, taking him off his feet and spinning him around. He landed on his chest with a loud thud, immediately twisting to his side. A foot came down on his stomach, and he lurched forward, grasping the Dunrocky's leg. The Dunrocky kicked, lifting Ozzy into the air, but Ozzy hung on and rotated his body, flipping the Dunrocky onto its back. Ozzy brought his arm up and back, throwing a ferocious, downward punch, hitting nothing. "Crap!" The Dunrocky grabbed him by the jumpsuit collar and lifted him up again and ran forward. Ozzy intertwined his fingers and smashed his fist down on the Dunrocky's arm. The alien let go, and Ozzy came down hard, landing on his side, his temples slamming against the floor. The Dunrocky pushed Ozzy onto his back and planted a knee on his chest, pressing its gun against Ozzy's forehead. "Click, clack, don't clack, move, click, or clack, you die." Chapter 9. Lastwit's Gorge, Mars. Aphoton blast went off. The gun against Ozzy's head fell like a metal pipe to the floor, the sound of it ringing in Ozzy's ears. The Dunrocky dropped to his side, breathing quickly, its hot breath touching Ozzy's cheek. Then the breathing stopped. The lights turned on, and Ozzy pushed off the ground, dusting his hands off. "You're white as a ghost," said Josie, walking confidently toward him, her gun at her side and steaming from the shot she just put through the Dunrocky's head. There was only one. Ozzy looked around. "Are you sure?" "Positive." He was doing a clever job at creating the illusion that there were more. "How do you know?" She held up a Dunrocky helmet. "I could see him. While you were having your fun with the bubblehead, I pulled this off one of the dead Dunrocky and used it to see. Smells like cotton candy inside." She went over to her backpack that was lying next to her EVA suit and unzipped it. She was nonchalant, like being attacked by a Dunrocky was an everyday thing. "We've got to study this technology. While watching you get your ass kicked, and I use ass kicked loosely, because there has to be some term to describe how badly he had his way with you. The technology in this helmet made it look like daytime." "You watched him almost kill me?" asked Ozzy. "You two were all over the place. If I would have shot earlier, who knows if I would have hit you or him. I had to wait for the perfect moment, and when it came," she shrugged. "You know the rest." He touched his shoulder, feeling the hot burn from the Dunrocky's near miss. His jumpsuit was ripped and a small trail of blood dripped down his arm, but it was nothing severe. He'd live. Josie pulled a platform device out of her backpack and put it on the ground. It was flat like a mat, no more than 2 feet by 2 feet. She shoved her hands back into the backpack and pulled out 2 small tripods that had wires hanging off their ends. "What the hell is that?" asked Ozzy, folding his arms over his chest and striding over to Josie. He walked past a dead Dunrocky who was now missing his mask and helmet. He looked away quickly. The bubbleheads were some ugly-ass aliens. "The teleporter." She motioned at the Dunrocky helmet. "I'm sending this to the Ministry of Science. I know they are awaiting the cure, but this will keep them busy until we get to Dawes." Josie hooked the tripod wires into the mat and then spaced the tripods about 4 feet apart from each other. "The frequency is already hooked into the Ministry of Science's lab. If the heart of the dust storm has passed, then we should have no problem hooking up with them." "Can we go into that teleporter?" asked Ozzy, looking at a science project he never knew existed. "Our tests with people didn't go so well. It works better with small objects, like this helmet." She pressed a button. "Step back." The tripods lit up with electrical charges, sending baby lightning streaks jumping back and forth from one tripod to the other. A soft wind picked up and the lightning grew bigger, twisting and turning around each other until it spun into a sideways electrical cyclone. "Now we wait," she muttered. The cyclone thinned and expanded, turning into what looked like a holographic display screen. And strange enough, Ozzy could see a table littered with beakers and test tubes. "Connie Willis," said Josie, staring into the screen. "Yo, Connie." A plump woman with curly brown hair came into view. She was squinting into the screen, her glasses clearly too big for her face. "Josie, is that you? I can barely see you. Who are you with?" Josie threw a dismissive hand. "Don't worry about him." She took a step forward, showing Connie the Dunricke helmet. Connie bit her finger. "Yeah, boss. What's that?" "A Dunricke helmet and mask. I need you to analyze it and reverse engineer it for me." The mask has a way of taking complete darkness and turning it into daytime when wearing it. She bent forward and put the mask through the hazy hologram. Connie grabbed it as nonchalantly as if it was one person handing an item of clothing to another. Connie's eyes widened as she peered at the helmet in her hands. "How in Mars's name did you get this?" "Not important, but good luck." Josie turned off the teleporter and began taking it apart. "We have to let the High Judge know that the Dunricke are scouting East Mars now." The color drained from her face and her brows furrowed in worry. "That may mean a planned terrorist attack like what happened at Dawes is coming." Ozzy didn't share the same type of fear. Humans were goners, and he'd known it for a while now. They'd lived long and had semi-prospered in the solar system. But when death came knocking hard and swift. It wasn't good enough that the bubbleheads kicked every man, woman, and child off of Earth, those that they didn't kill, but when they begin to reassemble the tech they lost during the attack on Earth and rebuild their military, the Dunricke will come for Mars in full force. That race was beyond psychotic. He had to get off this planet, and yesterday. She pulled a device out of her pocket and clicked it. "High Judge Robert Baldwin, this is MMP Agent Josie Ryan. Do you copy?" Nothing. She shook the device in her hands. "High Judge, do you copy?" She brought it to her ear, listening intently. She grunted loudly and threw it on the ground. "Great, it's broken." Ozzy shrugged. "Use the teleporter. Get the info to that Willis chick?" She touched her pendant. It would be a year before she'd get access to talk to the High Judge or anyone in authority. Ozzy walked over to his EVA and slipped his legs through the spacesuit pants. "All right, well, let's get dressed." The teleporter worked, so that means the storm has died down or moved on. Josie straightened and put her hands on her hips. "We better hope your comm unit works on Relic. We need to call the ministry and get a new ship." She picked up her EVA's torso and dropped it over her shoulders. She threaded her fingers into her gloves. "Then we can continue this mission." Ozzy almost laughed. This mission was a bust. The plants etched into the ancient Coptic tablet were dead. They had to be, but he'd continue milking the High Judge for all the auric credits the prick had, just so he could piss off Robert. But most importantly, to buy the best ship that would fly him and Lily far from Mars, a Class 14 quadruple engine, electro-hydrodynamic ionic thruster, 113SX vessel, otherwise known as the Eagle. That was his prize, that was his goal. He clipped his helmet in place. Josie was already fully EVA dressed. She walked over to the dead Dunricke and pulled their helmets off. She stuck them inside her already crowded backpack. "When we get to Tagus Valleys, we can freshen up there, get some iodine kelp pills for our perchlorid exposure from the red sand that flew into this shelter, and then fix what's unfixable on my ship," said Ozzy. "How?" "I doubt your ship will fly. If it doesn't fly, then we walk." Ozzy strode over to the wall next to the shelter's door. He pressed a button. The shelter vibrated, and the door creaked open. Red dust blew into the shelter, but the harshest portion of the storm had moved on. Josie walked to his side with her backpack over her shoulder. "Let's go." He huffed and took a step onto the Martian soil. Josie jogged away from him, heading toward Relic. Ozzy shook his head and halted dead in his tracks. He swallowed hard and the pit of his stomach about fell to the ground. No! Relic's cockpit window was smashed to shit, meaning the sand had torn the window apart and made its way to the most precious item he owned, Lily's picture. He glanced at his feet, thinking hard at how he could get another picture. Was there another one somewhere, anywhere on Mars? Josie, we're walking to Tagus Valles. He didn't want to go inside his ship. He didn't want to see Lily's face gnarled and torn to shreds, scratched away by the planet's biggest threat, the dust. Always the dust. He slapped his palms on his thighs, his shoulders sagging. He couldn't remember what it was like to cry, but a small feeling arose deep in his belly, and he couldn't but think that a cry could come at any moment. But he wouldn't allow it. He never did. He gulped it down, wanting to call this red piece of crap planet the many bad names it deserved. He knew it was just a picture, but Lily was all he had. It was what kept him going every day. We die if we walk, replied Josie, heading toward Relic. Ozzy trekked after her. My mom always said, where there's a will, there's a way. Chapter 10. Laswitz Gorge, Mars. Relic was trashed, actually beyond trashed. Yet the briefcase was near the ramp, fine as could be, and now in Yosie's hands where she obviously thought it belonged. Ozzy brushed some sand off the storage bay ladder. This sand is everywhere, moaned Josie through the comm line, moving her boot, pushing the soil through the grate. She jerked her hands up, beyond pissed. What do we do, Ozzy? Put our thumbs out and hitch a ride? He ignored her, waiting for her to pound the message through his thick skull that this was all his fault. When it didn't arrive, he climbed the ladder. He set his foot on the upper deck grate. His foot was trembling, and when he raised his hands, he noticed they were shaking as well. His stomach was doing loops, and he felt like he was hyperventilating. He told himself over and over again that it was only a picture. If it was gone, then oh well. He could just pull up her smiling face in his mind whenever he wanted or needed to. That thought almost felt like it would puncture his heart. After all, it was his daughter. She was his everything. He needed to see her face, and he needed to see it now. He attempted to push the thought of losing his only picture of her out of his mind, telling himself that it wasn't that big of a deal. He had her in his heart, and that's all that mattered. But that didn't work so well, and he choked back another sob. We're stuck here, Ozzy. The oxygen reserves on our suits will be empty by nightfall. We couldn't walk to Tagus Valles even if we wanted to. Our mission was to save lives, not garner more money. Apparently you were slow to get the memo. He kept his mouth shut, thinking a reply would just egg her on. He squeezed through the hallway into the cockpit. Perspiration formed on his forehead, and he took a shaky breath. He didn't want to look, but if the picture was gone, then closure was important. It's just a damn picture. Get over it, Ozzy. You'll see her again in person one day. The picture shouldn't matter this much. But again, his heart said something different. It did matter. His eyes dropped to the flight console. He reached forward where the picture once was and brushed the sand away. Her smiling face wasn't there. He blinked back a tear, clearing his throat and smashing down a cry that wanted to escape. Maybe he stuck it someplace else? He wiped down another section of the console. Damn it. Again, it wasn't there. He dusted off the entirety of the console with his gloves and stepped back. The picture was nowhere to be found. Are Relic's communication links and channels working? Asked Josie. He didn't look. He didn't have to and didn't want to. All he wanted was Lily's picture. Plus, the red sand on Mars that penetrated and ruined all instrumentation, levers, and switches had found a new home. Relic's cockpit. Josie should know the answer, but Ozzy bluntly told her anyway. No, she groaned. I can't believe you did this. You're out of control, Ozzy. A real reckless, negligent, dim-witted, unbelievably screwed up. You done yet? Show-off, egotistical, and plain stupid piece of work. He bit his tongue. Lashing out at her, in his defense, would only create a bigger drama. Not that she was one bit incorrect in her assessment of him for getting them stuck between a rock and a hard place. He wiped off the seats and pieces of glass and the red sand made tinkling sounds when they hit the floor. No picture. Do you have any idea how we can survive this? Shall we just throw our suits off now and let Mars quickly take us? Said Josie. Sure, replied Ozzy. You first. He twisted around and caught his breath. Don't touch that. Josie was in the cockpit, holding Lily's picture in her hand. You looking for this? He swiped it out of her hand. He put the photo against his helmet visor and blew Lily a kiss. A smile formed on his lips. He unzipped his trusty satchel and gently placed the picture in the pouch and then zipped it back up. For a moment he almost thanked Josie, then remembered how she'd been the one responsible for him being caught by the high judge in the first place. He had to work with her and act like he tolerated her. And that's what he'd do until this mission was over. He'd do it for his freedom. He'd do it for Lily. The problem? He didn't think there was a possibility the plants could still be alive. If they weren't, his freedom and Lily would be too far out of reach. The deal was to complete the mission successfully. If the plants were now deteriorated soil or petrified, which he imagined they were, the mission would be a failure. Unless Connie Willis and her science buddies could do something with the plants if they were petrified, then he had a chance. Or if Josie was right about the plants growing in some sort of ancient Martian capsule, then luck for a change was on his side. He let out an exasperated breath. He was probably screwed from the get-go. He checked his air reserves and frowned. Got an hour of oxygen at most. Check your oxygen level. 7 hours, which usually means 6 1/4, replied Josie, walking out of the cockpit and down the ladder to the storage bay. Ozzy went to the railings that overlooked the crates and forklifts. Josie was sitting on a tire of a Mars rover, the only portion of that particular vehicle that wasn't beat to hell. A pallet jack's forks were sticking through the windshield. I guess I can transfer some of my oxygen into your tanks, said Josie. She rested her helmet against her palm. Giving away some of her much-needed air was probably the last thing she wanted to do. Ozzy scanned the storage bay. Another rover was on its side, its glass window bashed in, and its passenger door had a rather nasty hole in its center. There was no driving that thing. He slid down the ladder and walked over to the third rover. The vehicle was upside down, its roof probably scraped up. It also had a clear dent in the front bumper, but other than that, this puppy may just be their ticket out of there. He reached up and touched the tire. Josie, pump the ramp door all the way open. She dropped her mopey gaze. Why? I have an idea and it might actually work. He moved a crate and shoved a few torn-up boxes out of the way. He positioned himself on one side of the vehicle and went to push it over. It didn't budge. A gust of sand blew into Relic. He glanced up. The last thing they needed was the red storm to change direction and head back their way. He pushed harder, placing his feet on the wall and kicking off, shoving his shoulder into it. It rocked a few inches. Even in the light gravity of Mars, the rover was still nearly 800 pounds to its 2,000-pound equivalent on Earth. He wasn't moving that thing unless he had Hercules by his side. Need a hand there, Einstein? Said Josie, her hand on the ramp crank lever, her other hand gripping the briefcase. A stronger breeze shoved more sand through the ramp's opening and into the storage bay. Great. The storm is turning around, said Josie. We got to get out of here and back into the shelter. Hold on. Ozzy hustled over to the forklift that was smashed against the side of a rover. He jumped in, turned on the ignition, and felt the solar engine hum against his body. He released the emergency brake and pushed the gear forward. More sand blasted inside the storage bay. He sighed. This day was just getting better and better. He pressed on the driving pedal, moving away from the smashed-up rover and toward the rover that was resting on its roof. When he got near enough, he pressed the brake and lowered the forks, which dropped down onto the floor. He maneuvered the forklift smack dab where he wanted it and rolled the forklift forward. The shriek of metal against metal reverberated as the forks slid underneath the top of the vehicle's roof. He nodded to himself and stopped the forklift, figuring he was exactly where he needed to be. He lifted the forks and tilted them back. Sand cascaded across his visor, and he instinctively shielded it with his forearm. The dust died down a moment later. Hurry! Yelled Josie. More sand blew through the ramp's opening. I am hurrying. The rover tipped over, and Relic shook when the vehicle landed on its wheels. The rover teetered back and forth on its advanced shocks. Does the Mars rover work? Josie said, fully opening the ramp. Maybe. He turned off the forklift and raced over to a crate, pulling out several solar batteries. Open up the vehicle's back door, quickly. Sand slid against the wheels and clouded the air. The storm was closing in. Josie rushed over and opened the back door. Ozzy dumped in 2 solar batteries with enough charge for 48 hours to a week, depending on how long he drove this rover. The good news, the batteries charged from the sun's rays. The bad news, the batteries took hours to charge fully and could only charge when the vehicle was not running. If they were out of battery life for that long, the internal oxygen tanks in the rover would turn off, leaving them with little breathable airtime. He patted the batteries, thinking he had more than enough, and slammed the door. Tagas Vals, here we come. We'll get a ship there. He jumped into the driver's seat. Get in. Josie hopped up into the rover and shut the door, laying the briefcase on her lap, and gently dropped her backpack at her feet. We can't get any of that sand on this vehicle. You know that, right? It's designed strictly for sand use, something they should implement in our flying crafts. He patted the console. This bad boy can take a lot. Can it take a dust storm? Ozzy shook his head. Probably not for too long. We still have the windshield to worry about. It would probably hold, but the sand would scrape the glass bad enough that we wouldn't be able to see. He turned the oxygen switch on, then hesitated. He turned it back off. Hold on. He jumped out of the vehicle. What are you doing? Forgot something. We'll be fine. Do your makeup or something. A whirlwind of sand blew into Relic, slapping against his legs. He ran to a room that might as well be labeled, "Don't even think about it." He went to open the door. Shit! It required his handprint. He wasn't taking off his gloves just in case. He turned his attention to the tools lining the walls. Barely any remained hanging, but the tools weren't what he was looking for. There was his PR-19 photon rifle in its case resting on the floor next to a workbench. He moved swiftly, rushing past the rover, and grasped the case, opening it. He pulled out the PR-19 and dashed to the door that no one dare enter but him. He aimed his weapon at the upper right portion and pulled the trigger, holding it down against the back trigger guard. The rifle recoiled against his shoulder over and over. He slowly moved the photon blast down the side of the door, poking holes through it. He released the trigger and kicked open the door, which fell to the side, tumbling against a wall. The stealth device was on the floor, glowing indigo, still pulsing its energy signature around Relic, rendering it invisible to any radar system or anything else that could track and find his ship. Good. The rock was still working. He targeted the cables and wires that were attached to indigo, then pointed his rifle where the wires and cables went into the floor. He took a shot, severing them in half. Sand whipped into the room, pecking like a million birds at his back. The storm was picking up speed. Again, the wind didn't matter on Mars as much as the sand did. He strapped his rifle around his shoulder, grabbed the stealth device, and rushed to the rover and stepped up into it. He slammed the door, setting the rock-looking device between him and Josie. You went back for a rock? He switched the oxygen tanks on and flicked the anti-radiation shields to active. He flipped the ignition lever and reversed the rover down the ramp, silently saying goodbye to his old friend Relic. He glanced up and over his ship, and his eyes about popped out of his head. The sandstorm was almost on their heads. He'd have to outrun it, and fast. He turned the wheel and pressed the pedal to the floor. The rover's wheels spun on the sand and then caught hold, taking the vehicle into a U-turn. He slammed down on the pedal harder, hoping to outrun the red cloud. Really? A rock? That's what you went back for? Damn, you ask a lot of questions. He unclipped his helmet and threw it in the back seat, taking his communication cap off and throwing it over his head. Listen, Pumpkin, if you want to sneak past the Dunricky terrorist stronghold at Dawes, then this is the only way you can do it. He palmed the indigo rock. It's my secret weapon. It practically makes me a ghost. Got it? Got it. But you call me sweetheart or pumpkin one more time, then my sweetheart knee will be jumping into your groin. Got it? He kept his mouth shut. He couldn't hit a girl, and even if his already screwed up ethics told him he could, she'd still kick his ass, along with every other man he knew. She was one MMP agent he didn't want to scrap with. Ozzy pulled out Lily's photo and placed it on the center console. He turned the wheel. He had to outrun the storm, or simply get out of its way in order to stay alive to find this cure that probably was nothing more than dead plants. The vehicle bounced up and down, the rover's shocks skillfully helping the vehicle climb over a large rock and setting the vehicle harshly on the ground. "Go! Go!" yelled Josie, looking over Ozzy's shoulder at the coming dust. "It's about to hit us!" Ozzy kept his eyes on the terrain, moving the rover left and right, doing his best to avoid as many rocks as he could. The rover shuddered and tipped to the side. Ozzy pressed the stabilizers, balancing the vehicle. It landed on all 6 tires and continued to shred the red dust through its treads. Ozzy clenched his teeth and took a quick look at the speedometer. It showed 86 miles per hour and rising. He patted the wheel. "Come on, Rover. Come on, buddy." A flash of lightning lit up the sky, then another and another. "Well, wonderful," groaned Ozzy. "Just what I need." The storm wasn't only a dust storm, it was producing dust charges, or in other terms, dust lightning. One hit and the entire car would be fried. He veered the rover at more of an angle and away from the storm. Maybe he could get on the outside edge of it where lightning rarely struck. As he was attempting this maneuver, a blast of lightning flamed up in front of his vehicle and blackened a rock, pushing it against the rover. A loud bang resonated, and the vehicle bucked to the side, nearly hitting a boulder. Ozzy turned the wheel, keeping the 6-wheeler upright, and continued on. The vehicle beeped and began slowing down. "Go faster!" roared Josie. Ozzy tapped on the pedal several times, but it wasn't responsive. He looked to his left, watching the oncoming storm like it was a tsunami he couldn't outrun. The rover puttered. He pressed the pedal to the floor. The engine turned off. Chapter 11. Unknown Mars. "Move it, Rover!" Ozzy punched the steering column. "Come on, you piece of tin crap!" "Oh my God!" Josie gripped the seat. Sand slammed against the driver's door, and the sky reddened. Ozzy pressed the ignition. It didn't start. "Come on, you son of a bitch!" He pressed it again. No luck. What the hell was happening? He checked the solar energy gauge. It was damn near full. He punched the middle console. Lily's picture fell like a bird's feather, spiraling down to the ground. He let out a breath and grabbed it, sending her another kiss. "You're my charm. You've always been there for me. Just one more time." More sand blasted against the vehicle. He closed his eyes, whispering under his breath. "Sorry for calling you names, Rover. Start for me, beautiful. Start for me." He pressed the ignition. Nothing. More sand pitched the Mars rover back and forth. "Get us out of here, Ozzy," screamed Josie, her eyes glued to the surrounding storm. "Come on, Rover. I do apologize. You're a gorgeous creature, more majestic than Mars's sunsets." He pressed the ignition again, and Rover hummed on. Ozzy threw a fist in the air and punched the metal to the floor. The dust pelted his windshield, making slits and throwing small chips off like shredded paper, slightly cracking the glass. He glanced at the speedometer again. He was already up to 41 miles per hour. The sand was easing up, the cloud was opening, and the rays of the sun were streaming on the red, rocky terrain in front of him. The rover bounced, and Yasi leaned forward, a gleam in her eye as if she couldn't believe what was happening. "Almost there, Ozzy." They burst through the cloud into the butterscotch-colored day. Ozzy looked in the rearview mirror, not believing his dumb luck. The storm had turned away from them, which was how he managed to drive out of it. He was now putting quite the distance between them and the blowing sand. Ozzy wiped the sweat off his brow and gave Josie a funny look. "You gonna take off your headgear now?" "I don't know. You gonna drive us to safety now?" He pointed ahead. A hazy dome covering a city was in the distance. "Tagus Valley, sweetheart." He gave her a wink, placing Lily's photo on the middle console, and then winced, quickly remembering that Josie didn't like these nicknames. "One pass, all right? Next time, cover your crotch." She touched the center console, bringing up the communications display. Ozzy narrowed his eyes. "What are you doing?" "Getting the high judge on the phone." "Good." "Why good?" Ozzy grinned. "You'll see." The rover shook, hitting a rocky bulge in the red soil. Robert's face popped onto the screen. He looked melancholy, his eyes distant and empty. "More deaths," he said. "More cities are reporting it." He rubbed the back of his neck, no doubt wondering when his time for the Martian plague was next. But Ozzy could tell there was something else nagging at Robert. It was in his eyes. Ozzy couldn't quite put his finger on it, but his intuition was telling him there was more to Robert's stress. Josie's hands came together in a prayer position, and she dipped her head. "I'm sorry, High Judge. How many?" "It's already decimating our city. I think people had it before we first detected it here. More people are getting it at record contagion rates." Robert paused. "And, his voice cracked. "What's the matter, High Judge?" inquired Josie. "Nothing," he responded, looking away. "Are you safe?" she inquired. "As safe as I can be." He cleared his throat. "Zephyria Planum have lost 3/4 of their city already, and Rowell is reporting their first cases. Are you guys almost to Dawes?" "About that," said Ozzy. "We hit a little bump in the road." Robert narrowed his eyes and sat up straighter. "What? Bump?" Ozzy put on his best depressed expression. "We had a little accident with my ship during the dust storm." "That he purposely flew into," interrupted Josie. Ozzy waved his hand in the air. "Don't listen to her. I didn't purposely fly into anything. It flew into me and my S4 jumper. We are currently in a Mars rover, and I'm driving our asses to Tagus Valves right now. It's up ahead. So, get to the point." Mr. Mack Robert picked at a button on the top of his shirt, clearly frustrated. "My S4 jumper is dead, and we need a new craft, possibly in that same style in order to get to Dawes." He stretched his neck, adding for emphasis, "It's our only prospect." It was his only hope of getting more money. "How much are you asking?" responded Robert, his eyes deadpanned on Ozzy's. 4 million, maybe 5 million auric credits." Robert jerked back in his chair. "Are you crazy? An S4 jumper doesn't cost that much?" "It's for my lost ship and for a new one." Robert crossed his arms, shaking his head. "Absolutely not. You use the credits I've already given you. I can stop this rover right now and be on my way to do better and less dangerous things." He took his hands off the wheel and intertwined his fingers on the back of his neck, lounging. He lifted his foot off the gas, slowing the vehicle. Robert took a long, deep breath. "I didn't want to do this, but I'm going to have to in order to get your mind on the game, instead of on the money." He paused, taking his sweet-ass time. Finally, he stared intently into the screen and spoke. "Your Lily has the Martian plague." Ozzy's heart nearly stopped. His lips straightened, and he brought his hands back to the steering wheel, gripping it tightly. "You're lying. I'll make sure she calls you soon. Until then, you're using your credits for the rest of your trip. Out." Robert's face blipped off the screen, and the holographic display folded up and sucked back into the top of the dash. Ozzy's face turned pale, and his hands became clammy. "He's lying," Ozzy breathlessly whispered. Josie looked at Ozzy, her eyes solemn. "I'm sorry." "No. She's not infected with that disease. She can't be. She's in the safest place on all of Mars." "Robert is lying." "I'm not sure about that. Robert may be a jerk, but he has good intentions." "He doesn't. You don't know him. He's bluffing. He wants to steer me where he wants me to go. It's not going to work." Ozzy stared at the red landscape and the hills in the background. Tagus Valves was up ahead. He stopped the vehicle. "Where is she if she's so safe, Ozzy?" Josie gently asked. "In one of the underground cities. It won't get hit by a plague." The comm line dinged, displaying on the caller ID, Vanessa Mack. "City tunnel downs." He flinched. It was his ex-wife, which meant that Robert gave her the rover's comm channel. And it meant that Robert could very much be telling Ozzy the truth. It would be the first time he'd seen and talked to his daughter in 3 years. And at the worst time, a time when she may have the Martian plague. Chapter 12. Nearing Tagus Valves, Mars. Ozzy's voice cracked. "Answer." The worst-case scenario was bearing its ugly head down on him. The call display blipped on. A woman, teary-eyed with bags under her eyes, looked back at him. She held a handkerchief in her lap. He hadn't seen or talked to his ex-wife, Vanessa, in 3 years either. His chin trembled. "No, don't say it." Vanessa nodded her head, her bottom lip quivering. She contracted it 2 days ago. They give her 8 days at most. Her eyes narrowed. Where have you been, Ozzy? I've tried to find you for years. Even though we were divorced before you disappeared, it didn't mean for you to disappear from your daughter's life too. I can't tell you where I've been or why. He grabbed the steering wheel and yanked it. I'm coming to Tunnel Downs. He floored the rover. I'm not in Tunnel Downs, Ozzy. I'm in Gale Crater City at Robert Baldwin's quarters. They have a small hospital here. They are taking good care of her. Josie rested her hands in her lap, screwing up her nose. What do you mean you're at Gale Crater City? Yes, how did you get there? This wasn't adding up. Tunnel Downs was far from Gale Crater City. We won a trip courtesy of the High Judge. I don't know how we won. We didn't even enter, but it was a family package for Lily and me. We arrived, and after she met the High Judge, she came down with the disease right away. They have her quarantined. Let me see her, demanded Ozzy, pressing on the brake. He knew full well what Robert had done. He had either purposely infected her or invited his daughter to an infected playground, or both. Robert was using a leverage card that was going to kill the love of his life. Vanessa let out a little cry, doing her best to hold it in, something Ozzy was a master at. Okay, hold on. She put on a mask and walked out of the room and down a hall, holding her phone in her hand. We don't give trips or prizes away, Ozzy, Josie whispered. He gave Josie a harsh stare. This is what Robert does. Daddy? The sound of Lily's voice relaxed him immediately, and he brought his eyes back to the holodisplay. Lilybug? There she was, all 7 years of her. She was the epitome of innocence, the perfect little angel that Ozzy never deserved. Yet her eyes were sunken in, shadowed, and her face was white and pasty. She had the Martian plague, but with it, she still held a smile. And the smile of all things was for him. I miss you, Daddy. When can I see you? She coughed. Ozzy winced. Vanessa sat next to her. It has been a while since you've seen your daddy. Lily held up 4 fingers. I saw you when I was 4. Can you come over, please? Can you come to play with me? Vanessa let out a cry, her words shaky, the phone trembling in her hands. She hasn't stopped talking about you since you left 3 years ago. She misses you dearly, Ozzy. Can you just drop by? You can wave to her through the hospital's glass partition? Are you even supposed to be in that room with her, Vanessa? Asked Josie. I don't care if I get it. My entire life is her. A doctor came into view, wearing a mask and a hazmat uniform. He pushed the phone away. Time's up. No. Daddy. The call turned off. No. Ozzy reached out toward the holodisplay, then dropped his head, his chin hitting his chest. No, no. Ozzy gasped, but then cleared his throat and pushed away tears that were welling up and threatening to blur his vision. This wasn't happening. There was no way. He was dreaming. Ozzy! Ozzy grunted and pressed the vehicle's pedal. He twisted the wheel and drove forward, keeping his eyes on the red terrain. No, this can't be. Not my little girl. Ozzy! He ignored her. I'm sorry, Ozzy, Josie said. Josie, the best you can do right now is keep your damn mouth shut. Don't! He slashed his hand in the air. Shut it. Tagus Valles was a few minutes away. Roads connected it to several cities, and he was approaching one of the roads now. He cranked the wheel, hitting a bump, and bounced onto a black 4-way outside empty street. He wanted to see his daughter more than anything. But if Josie were right about a cure being buried in a Martian capsule, then finding the cure was the only way to save his daughter's life. They approached the Tagus Valles dome quickly. Ozzy slowed the rover, pulling into an entrance station. He bit his quivering lips and nodded at a man in a small tower connected to the domed city. The hazy shield slightly blurred the guy from view. A large door along with a small portion of the graviton shield rose. He cleared his throat and wiped away a tear. He drove the rover into a cleaning port, and the door into the city closed behind him. His stomach hurt, and his heart felt like it was boiling. Yet he sat rigid in the car with his fingers wrapped tightly around the steering wheel. Of all things, he wanted to be with his little girl. He wanted it for years now. He never wanted to leave her in the first place. Damn Robert for keeping me from her. He had threatened Ozzy years ago. If Ozzy ever ratted on Robert, he'd kill his daughter. In fact, Robert had said, you take one look at her, or if I learn that you're just one city away from her at any given time, I'll have her slowly tortured and then killed. It was the best leverage Robert had on Ozzy, and all simply to keep Robert's illegal activities out of the limelight. The guy was the bane of Ozzy's existence. He cleared his throat again, holding in a cry. The world around him was disappearing, dissolving into his pained soul. He shook his head, trying to clear his feelings away, doing his best to think in the present moment. It always worked in the past whenever he imagined his daughter. It wasn't working now. Scrubbers and hoses lowered from metal tubes connected to the ceiling. A vacuum turned on, sucking the carbon dioxide out, and then switched off and changed course, sending oxygen into the cleaning port room. The scrubbers turned on next, twirling like a tornado, and the hoses began spraying the rover, clearing perchlorate dust particles off the vehicle. Ozzy tapped the communication line, blinking away any sadness that might appear on his face. Call Jonas Moon. The hollow display rang, and a gruff-looking man, quite overweight and eating a grilled chicken wing, answered. A line of grease dripped down his chin. What is it? He asked. Ozzy's voice cracked. Jonas, you owe me a favor. Chapter 13. Tagus Valves, Mars. The water valves closed as the spinners stopped, and the perchlorates and sand cleared down the drains. Ozzy drove forward as the entryway into the city opened. Quiet filled the rover. There were rich cities on Mars and poor cities. Tagus Valves was on the higher end. Its skyscrapers were like that of Gale Crater City, which mimicked the skyscrapers of New York City on Earth before the Dunraki took over and blew that city to hell and back. Terraforming lamps lined the streets, allowing the big maple trees to grow on the edge of the sidewalks. People in fancy button-down dresses, jumpsuits, baggy pants, and other expensive clothing, typical of Tagus Valles, waited to cross the street up ahead. Ozzy stopped at a light signal that turned red and watched a herd of people walk by. Ozzy's rover was one of the few wheeled vehicles on the road. The rest were hovering above or beside him, waiting for the people to cross as well. Ozzy glanced to his left. Dome houses made from red, perchlorate-free cement lined the street. The skyscrapers rose to the dome-shield ceiling behind the homes and were spread out everywhere. He had a hard time focusing on much else but his melting heart. He bit the inside of his cheek, again trying to keep his chin from quivering. Ozzy took a left, driving down what would be considered a nice-looking middle-class suburb on Earth during the 21st century. These urban dwellings had been popping up as of late, put together with sidewalks, cul-de-sacs, and beautiful lawns coupled with terraformed lamps hanging high above the grass via wires. Pine and small cedar trees filled the landscape around the houses, brightening up the neighborhoods. Children were playing in the streets, throwing balls and frisbees, and running here and there. Their laughter wafted to Ozzy's ears. He thought the sound might be similar to Lily's, but honestly, he didn't know. His gut tightened. He hadn't been around her for what seemed like ages. Instead, he traveled from archaeological dig to archaeological dig, collecting as many auric credits as he could, and all for her so he could get her off this planet with him. He glanced at Lily's beautiful face on the center console, doing his best to smile, but his lips wouldn't move. His heart wouldn't open like it usually did. She was in pain, so he was in pain. She was dying, and second by second, he was dying with her. What's the favor Jonas owes you, Ozzy? Josie said, her voice low and soft. Ozzy grunted, keeping his mouth shut, more or less telling her he wasn't in the mood to talk. He didn't know if he'd ever be. I'm sorry about your daughter. He turned down a road that headed toward a large square building. It looked run down and dilapidated. Josie pressed her lips together thinking, I didn't know that side of Robert. I really didn't. Sure you didn't. Once a backstabber, always a backstabber. Even though Josie had saved his ass when the Dunraki attacked him in the storm shelter, trusting her was like trusting a rat. He pulled to a stop, letting a hover car fly by, then eased forward into a parking lot. He parked next to the square building and opened the door. Stay here. I'm coming with you, she said, touching the door handle. Ozzy reached by his driver's seat for his rifle. He tapped his seat's headrest to get her attention, then aimed it at her head. I said, "Stay. You need to stop what you're doing, whatever it is you're doing, and talk this out, Ozzy. Your daughter—" "Don't!" He tightened his lips into a straight line. He didn't like this woman, but she was needed to help retrieve the impossible. The plants under the Moonshinka rock just outside the city of Dawes. If he could make it there, and if the cure truly existed. His mission was now set in stone. No matter what, he'd make it to the Moonshinka rock and retrieve what he could. However, if his daughter passed away before he made it, and he caught wind of it, his stomach cramped. He pushed away any thoughts of his daughter. To have a broken heart was one thing, but to have it slowly break, piece by piece with every thought of her, was another. He strapped his rifle around his shoulder and took a step onto a long gravel path that led to a front door. Rocks crunched underneath his boots, and a small finch chirped and flew over his head, a species that made it on the trip to Mars with the humans 100 years ago and now mated like they were going out of style. They practically overran the cities. He stopped in front of the door and knocked twice, then once, then 3 times. A peephole slid open, revealing watery brown eyes staring back at him. "Ozzy, Jonas said you were coming." "Hey, Sonny." The twists and turns clanking, and the opening of a dozen locks pierced the air. The door clicked, then creaked, opening slowly. A sickly man greeted Ozzy, his teeth broken and his gums black. Ozzy doubted the dark gums were black because of genetics. Sonny always reeked of smoke, and today was no exception. Ozzy walked inside, and the door loudly whined as Sonny closed it behind him. Ozzy stood with his arms behind his back, remembering he was still wearing his EVA suit minus his helmet. Nothing like remnants of perchlorate dust still on his spacesuit to slowly kill everyone's thyroid, including his own. He should have bought iodine kelp pills before coming here. What he really should have done was kill High Judge Robert Baldwin before coming here as well. But no one was perfect. A whiff of dirty smoke flew to Ozzy's nostrils. "You know cigarettes will kill you." "So will that rifle," replied Sonny, motioning for Ozzy to place it on the ground. Ozzy did. "Thank you. Follow me," said Sonny. They walked down a long, dark hall, the covered windows barely allowing any light in. Ozzy noticed Sonny's tattered clothes hung off of him like he'd been homeless for far too many years, and he dragged one foot across the floor while using the other to pull himself along. It was painful to watch. They halted in front of a large ornate door, decorated with a carved earth landscape, the sun, a mountain range, flowers, and animals. An artificial aroma of rose wafted off the door. If anyone loved the memory of Earth more than Jonas, Ozzy would be hard-pressed to find the person. Sonny turned the knob, and the door squeaked open. "Go inside and wait." Sonny put his hand on Ozzy's back and attempted to guide him through. Ozzy gently pushed Sonny's hand away. "Thanks, Sonny, but don't touch me again, okay?" Sonny wasn't the most fortunate of souls, and whatever bad luck juju he had, Ozzy didn't want any more of that type of energy rubbing off on him. He had enough at this moment. Ozzy took several steps inside, his boots clacking on the cement floor. The door clicked shut behind him, echoing in the room. Jonas was at the back corner of a large auditorium-sized room, speaking quietly to a man in front of him, perhaps a business associate. From Ozzy's angle, he noticed the business associate had on a robot-looking mask, his legs strapped with several alien guns, and a cape over his shoulders and back. He had his hands cupped in front of him, his chest out confidently, and was listening intently to everything Jonas had to say. Jonas kept his eyes on the alien visitor, waving for Ozzy to approach. Jonas's face was reddening. Something wasn't going well between these two. "Do as I say, Gragas. I don't care what your bubble-headed race is trying to do." He slapped his hands together. "Auric credits first, then we'll deal with your grievance later, okay?" "I fear you aren't listening to me," Gragas said, his composure calm, his robot-masked, covered face not wavering from Jonas's eyes. "You won't have your treasure of Auric credits if you are dead." "Is that a threat, Gragas?" "Is our alliance dead then? Are we not friends in this fight?" responded Jonas, his fat, wobbly belly jiggling in rhythm with his hand movements. "I don't care for what my race is doing." He dipped his head. "Once you send me the Auric credits, then I'll plant the explosives. The Dunraki leader at Dawes will die." He swiftly turned around. his cape whipping against Jonas's extended stomach. He walked athletically out a side door. Ozzy rubbed his chin. "You mind telling me who that was?" "The leader of the Galactic Knights," he laughed. "Too long of a story to tell you, but they're part of the Dunraki resistance. The Ministry is scared shitless and isn't doing a thing against the coming Dunraki attacks." He pointed to his chest. "I, on the other hand, am doing something about it." He saluted Ozzy. "Anti-terrorism at its best. Was that Gragas character an actual Dunraki?" Jonas nodded. "A rogue Dunraki. He came from their system across the galaxy with a few of his friends. Let's just say they aren't in favor with what the Dunraki did to us by stealing Earth and now trying their beginnings at taking Mars." He shrugged. "Too bad Gragas's thinking is in the minority for his race." Ozzy glanced at the door. He didn't realize the Dunraki were so proficient in his language. He'd love to talk to Gragas. He could be a good asset, maybe help him on his quest to grab the cure. "About the favor you owe me." Jonas's brows narrowed. "Are you referring to being caught on Kettler asteroid and not ratting me out? You know, I allegedly told you I might purchase a crystal skull from you. I'm not the one who accidentally, and quite stupidly, I might add, brought on an agent. I'm still baffled why someone who has the policy to work alone would do that." Ozzy held his breath. "If I remember correctly, you're the one who asked me to bring her on." Jonas walked over to a desk and sat in a chair, leaning back, resting his hands on his stomach. Tit for tat. He rubbed his hands together, ready for business. "What do you want from me?" "A ship to get to." The door burst open. It was Sonny. His face was ashen, and his voice was shrill. "Jonas, we have a problem." "What is it, man? Can't you see I'm talking with my buddy here?" "Gragas was tracked. They've breached the city, and they're coming this way." Jonas's mouth gaped open. He squeezed out of his chair and turned, heading toward a brick side wall. He pressed on a block, and the wall opened. He stepped inside. "I have to go, Ozzy. Meet me at Wally's Pass. I'll get you the ship you want after I clear this madness up." He shook his finger. "The ship is going to cost you." A faint but constant scream came from outside. It grew louder and louder. "Well, gotta run," yelled Jonas. "I suggest you do the same." The brick wall closed, hiding Jonas from view. Shit. Ozzy knew that sound from anywhere. A screaming rocket. Ozzy couldn't stay any longer. If he did, he was dead. He twisted around and ran toward the door. Sonny was retreating, limping as fast as he could. Crack boom. The building quaked, and a wall exploded. Fire puffed into the room like a small, raging mushroom cloud, sending sparks and scorched wood everywhere. Ozzy was thrown, his back arching in the air from the pounding gush of thunderous wind slamming into his back. He hit the ground and rolled, popping to his feet a moment later, and continued in his run. He raced out of the room and down the hall. Another screaming rocket pounded against the building. Crack boom! Ozzy was picked up and tossed into a wall where more fire licked at him from across the way. He pushed himself to his knees, shaking his head and wiping red cement soot and wood fragments out of his hair. How many times was he at the wrong place at exactly the wrong time these last few days? He punched the wall and gathered himself. He stood and hurried to the front entryway, picking up his rifle and hustled out of the building. He rushed down the gravel pathway and looked into the sky. He inhaled sharply and came to a sliding halt. Those bubble-headed pricks. Several Dunraki long-wing ships were in the air, hovering and circling the outer city of Tagus Falls, including the office building from where he had just escaped. Ozzy glanced around. A small but deadly hole was in the upper left portion of the dome graviton shields. It was an inside job, a purposeful malfunction, and the way the Dunraki made it into Dawes and now Tegus Valles. Even worse, radiation from the sun's rays was streaming into the city. The town's head brass would have to get the shield fixed in pronto. He ran to his rover. Yazi was leaning against the vehicle's hood, sending photon slugs at one of the ships circling the building. "Put that down," Ozzy yelled, hastily sliding into the front seat and starting the rover, tossing his rifle onto the back seat. "They are killing people," cried Yazi. "We have to call for the Martian Marines. We have to save our asses first. We have to stay alive to get the damn cure, woman." He put his hands on the wheel. "Get in the rover." Josie took another shot, hitting a Dunraki ship, doing very little damage, but clearly pissing the pilot off. The ship turned and faced their vehicle. "Get in, Josie!" She slid around the hood, heading for the passenger side, and flung the door open. Pwapum! Pwapum! A photon torpedo shot from the craft's wings. Josie jumped. The torpedo went high and wide, connecting with the building, folding the wall in on itself, then imploding cement and steel inward, toppling a segment of the building to the ground and creating a mountain of rubble. Another torpedo shot good and true. Ozzy leaned against his door, waiting for the hit. Crack boom! It impacted the ground a dozen yards in front of Yossi, picking her up. The rushing dirt and debris against her feet pushed her into the rover. She was flung into Ozzy, smashing him into the driver's side door. Ozzy shoved her into her seat and reversed the rover. "Shut the door!" hollered Ozzy, cranking the wheel, heading away from the building, and planting his foot on the pedal. Josie slammed the door and put her head in her hands, her P-116 photon gun dropping onto her lap. "Did you hear the crying?" Ozzy didn't, but nodded anyway. Josie shot him a look. Little kids were bawling, probably running for their lives. She pressed the comm line to active and dialed the high judge. "Not under my watch?" "He's not going to care, Josie. He only cares about himself. The ministry has to know. They'll let the MMP deal with it. Don't you know that by now? I've been watching troop movements for months. He is stockpiling all Martian Marines and Marine equipment, weapons and vehicles at Gale Crater City. He's defending himself from Dunraki terrorists. He's not defending the human race." A missile screamed past them, smoke trailing from its tail, and exploded against a house. The concussion blast pushed hard against the rover, and it slid across the road. Ozzy slammed the brakes, simultaneously turning the wheel, skidding the rover into a turn and onto another street. People dove for cover, and the Mars Ministry police were running to the scene, some sending their own large military-grade rockets and photon cannon beams at the invading ships, and others tending to the injured and dying. The high judge didn't answer. Josie dialed again. "You don't think the ministry observed half a dozen Dunraki ships heading toward Tagus Valves on their radar just before the terrorists arrived here? Then why didn't they warn us? Why didn't they warn the city?" complained Josie. "The signals and comm channels must be jammed. The ministry might not be able to get through to alert the authorities." "Yeah, that's it." Ozzy used a thumbs-up gesture, giving her a sarcastic wink. The high judge didn't answer a second time. "We have to do something," said Josie. "Yes, we're going to get the damn cure and get it to my daughter." He zipped by several MMP trucks and swung a right. The trucks were carrying a boatload of rifle-toting Mars Ministry police agents. Josie blinked several times at Ozzy, obviously not believing what he had just thrown out of his mouth. "We're saving everyone, not just your daughter." "Okay, you can see it that way, but once we cure everybody, if these plants still exist and actually work, then you can stay here with everyone else while our race is eventually blown off the face of Mars by the Dunraki swine. My daughter and I will be far away from this terrible planet." There was a big doubt in his mind that he'd find a cure at Moonshinka Rock, but he had to try. Ozzy eyed several Dunraki ships descending toward the city, shooting photon blasts every which way. They were making a hot mess out of Tagus Valves. Thick black smoke rose from the streets and structures, covering the metropolis and darkening the hazy shields all around. "The Dunraki won't beat us a second time. That's not going to happen." She rolled down her passenger side window. "The Dunraki will not take us over. Not while I'm standing." She pointed her gun out of the window and took several shots. A giant explosion shook the city like a Marsquake, and a thunderous roar came from behind Ozzy. He looked in the rearview mirror, and his heart skipped a beat. A large fire cloud loomed in the direction from where they had escaped. Jonas's office building was probably gone, and Jonas with it. "There goes their meeting at Wally's Pass." He glanced at the gauges on his dashboard, checking the outside oxygen levels in the city. They were lowering to dangerous levels. "If they don't close up that shield, then this city is dead in less than half an hour," warned Ozzy. He had to find a way to a craft. Another Dunraki ship was lowering. "Keep your eye on that ship," he said and pointed. It was descending past a small circular skyscraper nearby. "All right, but why?" "I have an idea. Care to share?" He slowed and rounded a corner, then pressed his foot down on the pedal. "No." "There," shouted Josie. "Take a right." Ozzy gripped the wheel and turned. The tires skid and bounced, doing their best to find traction. The wheels grabbed hold, sending gray smoke into the air and leaving black rubber on the ground. Up ahead, the ship's skids lowered. It hopped when it touched the ground, sparking against the concrete as it landed. Ozzy slowed the rover and pulled off to the side of the road. Men and women ran, screaming for their families, and dead people, blood pooling by their bodies, lay on the street. Torn and cut off limbs were strewn about. Ozzy grimaced. "The craft's ramp is opening," informed Josie. "All right." He noticed the dimensions of the opening were about the size of his rover. It was a good fit. This holy shit idea might work. A pack of 10 or more Dunraki soldiers exited the craft, fanning out. 2 held crates, and they dropped the boxes on the ground. The boxes broke into pieces, and mice and rats ran out like they were on fire. Ozzy's mouth gaped open. The Dunraki were the ones spreading the Martian plague. They were the culprits. He should have known. The ministry's explanation for the plague was bullshit, and most likely bullshit for a reason. They didn't want to seem as incompetent as they were when dealing with the Dunraki terrorists. Ozzy gunned it and sped toward the Dunraki ship. Josie grabbed the dashboard. "What are you doing? You're going to get us killed." Ozzy shrugged. "We'll die one way or another." They closed in on the craft quickly, and Ozzy grinned, his eyes like saucers. He'd never done anything like this in his life, and why would he? The Dunraki ship's ramp began to close. The rover's front tires hit the edge of the ramp, pressing it down toward the asphalt, cracking chunks of black top and sending them into the air. The Dunraki pilot turned and put his hands up, startled by a vehicle driving into his craft and barreling down on him. Ozzy pressed the automatic window lever, lowering Josie's window. He grabbed her gun and then turned the rover, pushing on the brakes with both of his feet. He aimed at the pilot through the open window. The gun recoiled when he took one shot. His vehicle slammed into the craft's sidewall a second later, bringing the rover to a complete halt. He stepped out of the vehicle and raced to the cockpit, photon weapon in hand. He charged, gun outward, ready to end this bastard. The Dunraki was folded over the back of his chair, his arms limp, his head dripping clear fluid. Ozzy's shot, while he was inside the rover, was true. The prick was dead. Ozzy usually missed, but his luck was high, and he was 2 for 2 today. He pushed the Dunraki off of the seat and sat down, pulling the control stick back and the hover lever upward, bringing the craft into the sky. "We're in business." He pressed the control stick forward, keeping the level parallel with the floor, and upped the throttle. The instrumentation and steering was just like relics. May she rest in peace. The engines rumbled, and he propelled the craft forward, heading for the hole in the shield. A long and loud beep about ruptured his eardrums. He pounded a button on the flight console, shutting the blasted thing off. "We've got company at 6 o'clock, Josie. I don't think the bubbleheads are happy that I stole their craft. Get up here and strap in. This is going to be the ride of a lifetime." Chapter 14. Tagus Valleys, Mars. Ozzy throttled the ionic boosters to full speed. His head lurched back into the seat's headrest, pressing against the clear, slimy Dunraki blood. At the moment, that was the least of his concerns. He looked at the hole in the shield. "Well, Josie, your wish has been granted." The rover slid toward the closed ramp as Josie crawled through the open window. "What wish?" "They fixed the graviton shield. The hole is closing." He looked over his shoulder. "Hurry, I've got a Dunraki on my ass. Can't do much maneuvering with you not restrained in your seat." "I'm going as fast as I can." The ship shuddered. "That's a hit." It was a glancing blow, but maybe his fib would speed her ass up. The hole was closing faster. Almost to the opening. "This is going to be a nail-biter," screamed Ozzy. Josie reached for the seat and grabbed the armrest. Ozzy eyed his radar and rear vid cam screen. "He's closing in." He gripped the control stick tighter. The hole was closing more. "The Dunraki has target lock on me." Josie pulled herself into the chair and strapped in. Her head sunk into the headrest from the ship's booming thrust. Ozzy contracted his abdomen muscles and leaned forward the best he could, his hand hovering over a few buttons, levers, and switches. "There." He punched one of the buttons. A sound, like banging pots and pans, echoed throughout the cockpit. What was that? Josie asked. I think that was the rear deflector shields. He cocked his head to the side. And from the sound of it, I don't think they worked. Josie peered through the cockpit as the city's graviton shields rapidly approached. It's closing! Bank left! Bank left! We're not going to make it. Ozzy narrowed his eyes. The bandit chasing his ass pulled the trigger, sending a volley of photon cannon slugs his way. Come on, he said to himself. Just a little more. The hole in the shield was shrinking. 2 seconds, he blurted out. 1. They blasted through the hole moments before it closed, and the photon blasts sunk into the shield, absorbing them and sending blue electric lightning across the inner graviton barrier. An explosion followed from the Dunrocky bandit, not able to pull away in time, most likely ending his life trying to end Ozzy's. Ozzy let out a long breath. Ooey! Josie shook her head. I can't believe we made it. The ship's comlink blared on. Click, clack, v, kalawawani luawa. Click, clack. Ozzy turned off the comlink. Damn, that was fast. What was that? Dunrocky language, just ignore them. He lowered the craft. You understand their language? What did they say that was so fast? It sounded angry. Ozzy shrugged. I don't know. I wasn't paying attention. Josie gave Ozzy an ominous stare. Tell me. Not something you'd want to hear. I don't know if you've been paying attention to me, but I'm a big girl. I can handle more shit in a Mars sol than you can in a 687-day year on Mars. Fine. They pretty much said we're dead. Well, they said we would have a bounty on our heads, and to me, it was quite fast to put a bounty on someone's head. But apparently, we kind of killed the son of a Dunrocky stronghold leader, you know, the leader at Dawes. I'd like to explain that the son tried to kill us first, and we were merely escaping, and his son just can't fly worth shit, but I don't think they'd care. You got all that? From that? Ozzy nodded. A little bit of Dunrocky words went a long way. Josie smacked her forehead. Do you have a magnet for bad luck? Ozzy ignored her comment and concentrated on the flight console. He glanced at the port and starboard cams. The wings were doing well. He checked the solar batteries and the electro-hydrodynamic engines. They weren't doing well. He was losing power. He scrunched his nose. What in the Mars dung is happening? Uh-oh, what? Inquired Josie, shaking her head at another potential problem. He switched to the aft vid display. He ran his finger through the holovid. There was definitely something wrong. Smoke was flying out the tail in large, round puffs. He frowned. We've got 2 problems. Our engines were hit, and we have about 10 to 12 minutes of flying time before batteries completely drain from the failing engines. Josie pointed ahead. A third problem, it's getting late. The sun was falling over the horizon, highlighting the fine dust in the Martian atmosphere, a deep orange and sending a cool, blue aureole near the bright sun. He lowered the craft. We need a place to land. Where is the next city? About an hour away in Briol. A beep sounded from the flight console. Another bogey decided to fly on his ass, though it wasn't a Dunrocky military ship or a ministry craft. Ozzy lifted his leg and put his boot hard into the flight console, denting it, successfully halting the beeping sound. Josie swiped his leg down with both hands. Knock it off, bird brain. Stop acting like a hothead and think. He grimaced. That's one way I think. He grunted. We have to land. Now, Ozzy nodded. We need enough power to land vertically. This isn't designed to land on a runway, so gliding into a landing would be like taking a chainsaw and buzzing the belly in half. The sand would make this thing its bitch, and without power, they'd freeze to death overnight. The less power he wasted right now, the better. He glanced over at the rover. Maybe that could be insulation to keep them a tad warmer after they landed. He doubted it. Outside the cities, Mars nights were hell. The craft behind them sped up, shortening the distance between the 2 ships. What's he doing? Said Ozzy under his breath. If he wanted to kill us, he'd do so by now. He lowered the parallel lever and the craft shook, slowing down and beginning its landing phase. A pair of rocky hills were a short distance away. It looked like a perfect spot to land, hopefully tucking them in, making it hard for the bogey to land next to them, if that was the enemy's plan. But why the hell wasn't the guy activating his weapons and attempting to blow them out of the sky? Maybe the Dunrocky wanted them taken alive, not dead. The bounty must be a shitload of auric currency. Ozzy tilted the parallel lever downward, lowering the craft. The red rocky hills rushed up at them, and their large girth blocked out the sun entirely. A small quiver in the craft bounced slightly, correcting itself a moment later. It landed and red dust lifted into the air, swirling around and slowly fell toward the earth. The cabin and cockpit lights switched off, and the flight console blipped out. The ship was out of power. "Get your spacesuit on. It will regulate temperature for a while," ordered Ozzy, getting out of his seat and walking over to the rover. A shadow loomed over their craft. Ozzy turned toward the cockpit window. Josie was glaring up at the darkening sky. "The ship is landing next to us." "Damn, get in the vehicle." "Then what?" "We wait it out. Hopefully they'll just move along. If they don't and get in somehow, we'll run their asses over in our rover." Josie jogged to the passenger side and opened the door. She rolled up the window and shut the door firmly, making sure it was sealed. She punched in the High Judge's number on the comlink. He didn't answer. Ozzy stepped in the car and slammed his door. "Where is the High Judge?" She threw her hands up and dropped them in her lap, sighing. "Probably on his way to a Jupiter moon." He took a quick look at Lily's picture on the console, and then at the briefcase on the floor next to Josie's feet. Why would he do that? Ozzy lifted his shoulders, playing dumb. She must not know about the rumored colony being built there. Some said it was make-believe, but he chose to believe it, so he let it rest. The more she didn't know, the better it would be. A knock on the ramp cut Ozzy off. They both twisted in their seats, eyeing the long red ramp door. What was that? Another knock, and then a third. Chapter 15. Unknown Mars. Ozzy's hands shook. The moisture from his and Josie's breath had formed a foggy shield on the rover's inside windows, and it was beginning to freeze. The power had shut off not only on the ship, but in the rover as well. And they were still inside the rover. The temperature was dropping fast. Josie kept her eyes forward. They must have left. Yep. He hadn't heard a knock in hours. He didn't want to hear it again. Whoever it was could just leave. The small strip lights lining their EVAs were the only source of light operational at the moment, and Josie's highlighted her face well. For a badass, she was incredibly beautiful. There was no doubt about that. But women were in his past, and to think such thoughts were becoming more and more forbidden in his mind. A few years ago, he learned his lesson well. He wasn't good at relationships. What? Do I have something on me? Josie asked. He looked away, catching himself staring at her a bit too long. No. Sorry, just deep in thought. He unattached his EVA's power cord from the rover's middle console. His spacesuit's temperature regulator didn't charge all the way, but what he had would last him about 4 hours. Josie unplugged hers too. Their regulators, however, weren't keeping up with the cold creeping into the Mars rover. Soon enough, simply being cold wouldn't be their biggest worry. Waiting for the craft that landed beside them to finally leave was. His stomach growled and he rubbed it, taking him away from his thoughts. He hadn't had food in more than a day, and even less sleep. He'd give anything for a nice bed and a sandwich full of ground beef smeared with melted cheese, caramelized onions, and grease dripping from his lips. He knew it wasn't the best thing for him, but right now he'd take 2, maybe 3. He licked his lips and shook his head. He had to get his thoughts elsewhere. I'll put one of the extra solar batteries in the rover. He reached for the latch to open the door of the rover. Metal against metal whined inside the ship. A hum followed. He dropped his hand from the latch. Josie jerked, turning her head in the ramp's direction. What was that? Wajoom! The ship rocked, and the ramp door blasted open, landing to the side with a small plume of orange fire bursting behind it. The flames trailed into smoke a second later. A lone shadow silhouetted the new opening, and a hefty wave of cold air enveloped them. Ozzy grabbed for his rifle by his seat and held it up, aiming the barrel at the figure's head. Josie lifted her gun, pointing it at the being as well. The individual stepped forward, landing one foot on the floor and then another. The footsteps echoed inside the craft. Steady your rifle on its chest. I have its forehead, stated Josie, a puff of water vapor exiting her mouth, like smoke, inside her helmet. Ozzy lowered his rifle, doing as the trained MMP agent asked. Don't shoot yet. We shoot, he dies. It's that simple. But if they did shoot, it would shatter the driver's side window. To help keep them as warm as possible while inside the rover, Ozzy and Josie kept all the windows closed. Nothing is that simple, darling. Imagine my knee shoving hard into your groin, Ozzy. It's that simple, too. Now stop with the nicknames. The figure approached and walked closer to the driver's side window. It reached behind its back and pulled out something. Steady, said Josie. You have your helmet clipped and sealed? Yes, she replied. Ozzy rested his finger on the trigger. Good, me too. Get ready. The being went to a knee and bowed, his head dipping toward the floor. He slowly lifted a rod and showed it to them. He just as slowly twisted it. A soft light widened from it, expelling outward. It was a glow stick. The figure dropped it on the floor and put its hands together. A cape around its shoulders and back jostled. It leaned its robot-looking mask into the tips of its gloved fingers. It was Gregus. Lower your weapon, Josie, ordered Ozzy. Josie pursed her lips and furrowed her brow. Why? Because I know this guy. He placed his rifle between his seat and the middle console and greeted Gregus in a similar fashion by tipping his helmet forward and onto his own fingers. I assume you need my assistance, said Gregus, his hands extending outward, and his voice muffled by the window between them. Depends, replied Ozzy. Who exactly are you? Josie jabbed his ribs with her elbow. I thought you knew the guy. He didn't need to explain the nuances of his non-relationship with Gregus, just as much as he didn't want to discuss what made Josie tick, what her favorite color was, and how many roses made her happy. Gregus pointed to his chest. I come from Chromos 4, orbiting the TRAPPIST star in the Aquarius constellation. I'm a Dunrocky. He tapped a weapon strapped to his suit. Most importantly, I'm a galactic knight, hell-bent to free those entrapped by my race's genocidal tendencies in the galaxy. There are few of us, but we are the greatest warriors you will ever lay eyes upon. If you're Dunraki, then how do you speak my language so well, asked Ozzy. A language translator is built into my helmet. He knocked on his mask. I speak my language and you hear your language, and vice versa. He put his hand up. I'll be right back. He walked out of the craft and around the corner. Ozzy and Josie looked at each other. This was odd. Do you think he's telling the truth? Asked Josie. I don't know. Seconds later, Gregus stepped back into view. He held a 3-foot by 3-foot box. He carried it to the rover. This will help you. A wooden box will help me? Ozzy pointed to his chest. Gregus nodded. How the hell would that help us? Josie said. Good question. When you're ready, put this box in the back of your vehicle. The contents will help you against the coming bounty hunters. Ozzy dropped his hands onto the steering wheel. That doesn't sound promising. You killed the son of the Dunraki terrorist leader. Ozzy slapped the steering wheel with his palms. He killed himself. He ran his craft into the damn shield. Even a cross-eyed idiot wouldn't do that. They don't see it that way. Apparently. He shifted uncomfortably in his seat. This was his recent lame-ass luck again. He let out an exasperated breath. When are the bounty hunters coming? His muscles tightened just by saying the words. The last thing he wanted was more killers trying to collect a bounty on his head. Some will be here in a week. Others will be here in a few months. Ozzy shook his head. That didn't make sense. Weeks? Months? Why the discrepancy? Gregus clasped his hands behind his back. These bounty hunters will be coming from all over the galaxy. Very few are Dunraki. Ozzy eyed Josie. Swell. More aliens to get to know. Gregus spoke up. Trust me, you will not want to get to know these bounty hunters. There was no question about that. Right now, Ozzy was the unluckiest son of a bitch in the entire universe. What is the bounty? Ozzy had to know. If he was going to die, his life better be worth tens of millions of auric credits. A year on Earth. Ozzy paused and took in Gregus's response. You're shitting me, right? No, shitting. Why would I do something like shitting myself? I'm simply telling you. What, that's it? That's all the bounty they have on my head? Earth is the most beautiful and abundantly rich place in the galaxy, said Gregus. 1 year on Earth would grant you a lot of assets. It holds rare minerals. He dipped his head and put his hands together. I must be going. There is a tracker on my ship. The Dunraki leaders are looking for me as well. I'll lead them away from you before I take the tracker off. I'll see you another time, Ozzy. He nodded his head, eyeing Josie. It was nice to meet you. Josie nodded back, her eyes wide. Gragas walked out of the craft and disappeared around the corner, the glow stick slowly losing its light. Ozzy opened his door, and more cold entered. He glanced down at the box. On top was the word open written in his language. Under the word was a sentence saying, I've been waiting for you to show up. Chapter 16. Unknown Mars. Ozzy lifted the box. It was light, but most things outside the gravity-enriched cities on Mars were. He glanced over his shoulder and out the craft's window as the rumble of Gragas's ship quaked the ground. Orange light from the engines lit up the landscape. It dwindled as the ship rose higher into the air and disappeared when it shot across the sky. There goes Gragas, said Ozzy, opening the rear door and sliding the box on the back seat. Switch the solar battery out, said Josie. Ozzy opened the back hatch and grabbed one of the batteries. Can you click open the hood? Josie reached over, pressed a button, and the hood popped up, unlocking from the latch. Ozzy walked over and lifted the hood higher. The engine block was cracked in half, probably from his run-in with the wall, and worse, a portion of the engine had pressed against the solar battery mount, pinning the battery against the frame that separated the engine from the inside of the car. He put the solar battery he was holding on the floor and reached forward and jostled the pinned battery. It was stuck. He used both hands and pulled. The battery didn't move. He'd need tools he didn't have to pull the engine forward and get that solar battery off of the mount. At the moment, there'd be no way of switching out the batteries. Deimos Moon, he cursed. He slammed the hood closed. He placed his hands on his hips, the Martian chill nonchalantly creeping up from his toes and into his body. Grab that backpack of yours and the briefcase. I'll grab my rifle and Indigo. Josie's mouth was in an O after watching his temper tantrum. What in Orion's belt is going on? The engine block is destroyed. The rover ain't moving. I mean, if you want, we can push this pissant to Brio. He slapped his hand on the side of the rover. Switch out the batteries and we'll warm up until morning. When the sun's up, it'll be warm enough to walk to Brio. The engine is smashing the solar battery, and I can't get it out. Josie shoved her door open and stood outside the vehicle, leaning her forearm against the edge of the rover's roof. You're joking. Please tell me you're joking. He walked around to his side of the vehicle and grabbed his rifle, strapping it over his shoulder. I don't joke about shit like this. Let's get going. The longer we sit still, the sooner we will freeze to death and our oxygen will run out. We have to walk to keep our energy and our heat up. The temperature regulators on our suits will do the rest. We're attempting a walk to Brio? Yep. Everyone will be dead from the Martian plague by the time we get there. I doubt it. He swallowed, thinking of his daughter. A rage of anger pierced his belly and rose up his throat. Ozzy was positive that Robert was the cause of Lily coming down with the Martian plague, and Ozzy was sick and tired of Robert messing with his life and his family's life. He opened the backseat door. Gragas's box was in front of him, waiting to be opened. Whatever was in there had to be good. An impenetrable body shield that would keep him safe for the rest of this mission? A badass weapon good enough to stop a bounty hunter's war vessel? Even though the rover was out of commission, this prize inside the box had to change the mood. It had to be a pick-me-up. He reached forward, flipping off the box's wooden lid. He couldn't stuff down his frown fast enough. This is a joke. He turned and threw up the middle finger in the direction Gragas flew. Josie opened the other back passenger door. What is it? Ozzy gestured toward the box. Look and see, sweet. He stopped himself. Josie, kneeing him in the groin, jumped into his mind. Food, exclaimed Josie. It's food? Yep. A box full of bars, food bars, were on display before them. How is this going to help me against bounty hunters? Maybe if they're hungry, I can throw them a couple? It didn't make any sense. Why would Gragas give him food to fend off bounty hunters? Maybe Gragas wanted Ozzy to keep his energy reserves up and his mind alert. He grabbed a handful and shoved them into his EVA suit's pockets and his satchel. Josie snorted. This only gets better and better. She also snagged a handful. Ozzy leaned over the middle console and grabbed Lily's picture and stuffed it in his pocket. He then picked up Indigo and his rifle and strode out of the Dunrocky craft and onto the Mars soil, not waiting for Ozzy. He felt the crunch of sand and rock under his boots and the cold becoming a bit harsher. "Thanks for waiting," complained Josie, catching up to him. He dipped his head, strapping the rifle over his shoulder. "My pleasure." He tapped his hip, feeling the photon pistol holstered at his side, and trekked forward. It was nippy outside, to say the least. In truth, it was knuckle-shaking cold. He looked at his gauges on his EVA. His suit's oxygen was functioning correctly. Temperature regulator was operational. Suit's lining intact. He tapped his gauge, changing to the next display. His shoulders slumped. Time remaining for functional, breathable oxygen. 2 hours, 27 minutes. He had to get to Briol within that period in order to live. That was if he didn't die of hypothermia first. He tapped a device on his EVA's wrist and pulled up his maps and typed in Briol while holding Indigo securely under his arm. A map hovered in front of him, and he brought up his current location and the time it would take to get to Briol. He huffed, feeling a heaviness in his body. By walking, it'd take 2 hours. There couldn't be any screw-ups, and they would not be able to take any breaks. "How do you think your daughter is doing?" asked Josie, her voice soft and motherly. Even though she was raised in an orphanage and barely had a biological mother she could remember, Ozzy figured she must have had experience mothering her friends at the orphanage because her tone was perfect. It was so good, it reminded him of his mother. But the thought of his sick daughter pained his heart. Why did she bring up Lily? He let out a breath of disgust. "She's a trooper." His voice sounded callous. There were a million emotions he was experiencing, and none he would show Josie. "I'm sorry, Ozzy." "Thanks." Even if they could get to the cure's location, was the cure real and not just a myth transcribed on a tablet? A part of his gut was telling him it was real. Another part was telling him it was impossible to be real. Still, it was Lily's only chance. They walked past some hills and they could see Briol's city dome that was lit up in the distance. Josie picked up her pace. The backpack bounced up and down on her back, and the briefcase under her arm slipped lower at every step. She pushed the briefcase back up. "I know you see the city, but conserve your energy. The faster you walk, the more oxygen you take up." She slowed, kicking a rock out of her way. "I think I'm fine, but I'll slow down so you can keep up." The night was dark, and the ground was shadowed all around. Ozzy's bad, sour breath was getting to him, but it was better than the alternative. Taking off his helmet and consuming carbon dioxide and allowing it to take his soul. "You know, you have never asked any questions about my life," mentioned Josie. Ozzy kept his mouth shut, continuing to march toward Briol. He couldn't care less about how many boyfriends she had, how rich her friends were, and what lavish college she went to before becoming an MMP agent. They walked for 20 minutes without saying a word, hopping over small boulders and moving past rocks and thick round mounds. Josie looked up. "God, it's beautiful out here." A star shot across the sky, sending a hazy blue trail. Ozzy kept up a gradual pace, glancing at what she saw, then keeping his eyes forward and on the city. His eyes were on the prize. This was his goal, his destination, and possibly his salvation to get out of the cold into a safe, warm place. "Just so you know," Josie's voice sounded weak, "I didn't vote for the high judge. So don't be one of those people who holds his election win over my head. I only work for the guy, and I'm starting to see what you see in him." Ozzy didn't care. He knew how the voting went, so he never pressed a holodisplay button to vote for this person or that person during campaigning season. "That's great, Josie," a hint of sarcasm reflected in his words. "I voted for Lucinda Payans." Her voice trembled. She was shivering. Ozzy didn't even know a woman ran. "Yeah, she was great." "Really? You think so?" Josie responded. Ozzy could hear the shaking in her words. She was getting colder. "Check your temperature gauge." She did and nodded. "It's fine." Ozzy kept his pace across the Martian dust, watching the city come closer. He wished he could take out a food bar and eat it now. Maybe that would warm him up. But doing so would require him to take off his EVA, and if he wanted to live a wee bit longer, he'd be keeping a suit on. "The elections are rigged," he muttered. Josie let out a laugh. "Yeah, right." You put the elections on a hollow computer system, and they can be hacked, changed, and the results read falsely. It's no coincidence that the owner of the voting hollow computers was in the same electoral party as Robert Baldwin. It's no coincidence that Robert Baldwin has won every 4 years, starting 20 years ago. And it was funny how Baldwin outlawed archaeology after the first time he won. It not only dumbed down the public, but it also raised the prices of archaeological finds in order for Robert to hire rebel archaeologist idiots like Ozzy to search, dig, and retrieve artifacts for the High Judge. Robert would in turn sell them on the expensive black market, making himself as rich could be. In truth, the High Judge was a crook, nonetheless, but also a genius. Josie threw a dismissive hand across the air. Next subject. You're the one who wanted to talk, said Ozzy. I was just trying to take our minds off of the cold. But forget it. Her chattering teeth cut her words in half, making her hard to understand. Forgotten. He tread onward, sinking his boots into the sand one after another. His legs began to feel heavy. His mind and body wanted food and sleep more than anything on this god-forsaken red planet. For an hour they moved like mechanical robots, continually checking their gauges, making sure their suits were correctly regulating what was essentially their life support. Ozzy began to shiver as well, his teeth clattering against the comm mic in front of his lips. The EVAs were doing their job, but it wasn't good enough. He could hear Josie's teeth clacking louder. I have to talk, Ozzy. It's the only way I can keep going and get my mind off how unbelievably cold it is. Ozzy blinked away sleep. We have another 20 minutes at most. The city lights were extending toward them, the city growing bigger and more expansive. Ozzy wanted to reach forward and touch it. I'm an only child, said Josie. Her words were slurring, her teeth chattering at an uncomfortable rate. Just keep walking. Pick up the pace. He didn't want her to walk faster because it could drain her oxygen, but it was the only way she would make it to Brielle alive. She was beginning to slowly freeze to death. They say an only child is selfish. I'm not selfish, though. I've always been a giving person, even in the orphanage. But that's probably why I don't act like an only child, because I had my non-biological brothers and sisters all around me while I was growing up. She lowered her head. But that's not truly a family. The dynamics are different. Ah, Ozzy pressed forward. Keep walking. The ministry accepted me after high school and took me in. They trained me to become an MMP agent. And for a while I belonged, and I was honored as a great agent. I wanted to do my best so they could see that I deserved the ministry's medal for the highest service. I was almost there. You'll still get there. You're not going to die. Just keep walking. I'm not giving up, Ozzy. What I'm saying is I think my family... She cut herself off. I mean, the Mars Ministry Police and the High Judge gave up on me somewhere along the line. I don't know when, but they did. Yet I convinced them to put me on the dig with you. I thought it was my last chance. But Robert put me on this mission with you, and this could be my last chance to prove myself. I can't fail this. Her teeth clattered back and forth. I can't die for my sake and the sake of the entire Mars population dealing with the Martian plague. Neither can I, groaned Ozzy. It wasn't for the population's sake. It wasn't for the High Judge's sake. It was for Lilybug. Why didn't you see much of your daughter? Josie asked, changing the subject. Perfect. Exactly what he didn't want to talk about. But if it was keeping Josie alive and functional, so be it. I was a professor of linguistics and archaeology at Gale Crater University. Yeah? That doesn't tell me anything. Her body was shaking. Ozzy looked at his hands. He was shaking badly as well, the icy chill getting to him. I was asked by the ministry to go on a dig, and so I did. Then they asked me to decipher hieroglyphic codes that were left by the ancients. So I did that too. Next, they asked me to find more artifacts, and I complied. They said this was in the name of museums and higher education. It wasn't, was it? I found out that Robert was selling everything I was finding on the black market and everything that I was translating to the Martian Marine Secret Intelligence. Robert was getting rich off of my work and not telling me about it or giving me anything for my efforts other than a few thousand auric here and there. He also gave nothing to the communities, museums, and schools he swore he would help. When I was tired of all the bullshit and when I brought it up to him one day, you know what he said? Josie shook her head, her voice cracking. No. That I was under arrest for violating this and that archaeological code. I said that I had everything recorded and everything could be tracked back to him. He already knew and showed me a picture of my daughter and said that he could have her killed at any minute if I leaked any information to the media channels. He also said that if I took 100 steps anywhere in her vicinity, he'd have her shot. Ozzy paused, clenching down on his chattering teeth. That was 3 years ago. Other than yesterday, I haven't seen Lily since. He didn't explain what Robert had done to Ozzy's parents. They were now dead and buried somewhere under the Martian soil. Maybe that had come up another time, or he'd keep it under wraps forever. Wait, replied Josie. Why would he care about you seeing your daughter? To squeeze my balls in a vice. If I leaked the information that I had on him, she would die. If I were near her, she would die as well. If I showed my face anywhere, she would die. That meant I had to drop off the face of the planet. If I continued teaching, my ex-wife would know where I was and drop her off in my custody here and there. If I were in another city, I'd be logged into that city, and once in a blue moon, my ex-wife would find me and drop Lily on my lap. I was up Uranus's crack and I could do nothing about it. Josie pumped her legs up and down, doing her best to get warmer. It didn't work. She quivered when she spoke. Then how the hell did you drop off the face of Mars? I lived in Relic, mostly hopping from dig to dig, selling to the black market so I could someday buy a new ship. You know, the Eagle. I'd eventually steal my daughter from my ex-wife because Vanessa would do everything she could to keep Lily on Mars. Then I would get off this world and find another place to live before the Dunraki took over the planet. Another place to live? Ozzy spoke too much. He didn't want to tell her about Jupiter's moon, Europa. That was his trade secret. Yeah, just a figure of speech. Josie stumbled and caught herself before falling. Whoa! She bent over, resting her palms on her knees. I'm getting dizzy. Ozzy grabbed her underarm. Steady, just walk as straight as you can. I got you. I was number 1 in my Mars Ministry police class. Ozzy didn't doubt that. Keep talking. He needed her aware and moving. She continued. My parents died when I was 7. You know that S-45 Prancer crash of 2779, the experimental Mars transport craft? How could he not? He was only 10 years old and it was all over the news feeds. Over 300 people died on a flight from Gale Crater City to Knoble. The pilots were idiots. It was less than half an hour's flight. Were your parents on that craft? They were the pilots. Oh, he grimaced. Sorry, but it didn't take away the fact that they were idiots. I was placed in a ministry orphanage where I learned ministry self-defense. I was top in my class with that too. Okay, keep going. I was also top in piloting, she said. Again, he didn't doubt that. From watching her in action and getting to know her, she did everything as best she could, going above and beyond. Maybe she was looking for praise or for someone to tell her how incredible she was. If that was true, then why the hell did she join a stoic branch in the ministry? The Mars Ministry Police. So, if you ever need a pilot, I'm yours, she stated, her teeth clattering. I won't, Ozzy replied. Josie fell to a knee, and Ozzy quickly bent down, pulling her back up. Keep a steady pace, Josie. I'm getting dizzier, she said, her knees buckling. He held her up, practically dragging her across the Mars dust. 10 more minutes, that's all you have to give me. She shook her head back and forth. I can't see very well. All right, give me your backpack and the briefcase. She dropped to her knees and leaned forward, her hands on her thighs, the briefcase dropping on the ground. Are you leaving me? He unstrapped her pack and put it around his shoulder. The rifle hung alongside it. Lay on your back. She was shivering. What? Don't leave me. He set Indigo on the ground and positioned her on her back. Trust me. He picked up the rock and placed it on her midsection, along with the briefcase. Can you hold these? She nodded her head. I think so. Know so, and do not close your eyes for 1 instant. Keep them open at all costs. He knew the situation. Her body wanted to fall asleep and slowly die. He wasn't going to let that happen. Wiggle your toes and move your legs. Don't stop, okay? Squeeze Indigo in the briefcase as much as you can. He was getting beyond cold, too. Okay. He bent down and picked her up, holding her like a bride on her wedding day. Can you hear me? She nodded as he carried her. Brio was only 9 minutes away if he hurried. It loomed ahead, but every muscle in his body was tight, cramping from cold and exhaustion. You with me, Ozzy? Yeah, I'm with... Hey! He jostled her up and down, his biceps burning. Stay with me. I'm here, she softly announced. She started kicking her legs, more or less moving them like she was swimming. It's freezing, you know that? Yeah, I know. We're almost there. Just 7 more minutes. Right now, the ugly pirate want-to-be free-trading city of Brielle was looking more and more like heaven. 6 more minutes, Josie. He looked down and noticed her eyes were closed. Josie? Her legs weren't moving. His body was shaking and beyond freezing. He cringed. Both his legs were cramping. Josie, wake up. Josie! He took a step onto a road that connected to a Brielle entrance. His body tensed up in spasm. He dropped Josie and fell on his side. A red light blared from somewhere nearby, and Indigo started to roll away from him. His hands shook as he grabbed Indigo and unzipped Josie's backpack. Josie, wake up! His eyelids were fluttering and trying to close. He wouldn't and couldn't let them. He threw the Dunrocky helmets out of Josie's pack and shoved Indigo inside and zipped it back up. Hey, are you on this commline channel? Said a voice crackling into Ozzy's helmet. Ozzy nodded, his lips practically frozen and his vocal cords unwilling to work. Try another channel, came a different voice. Actually, it doesn't matter. We're almost to them. Ozzy swallowed, but nothing went down as the saliva stuck to the back of his throat. Who knew the cold was so dry? A man in a Mars Ministry Police EVA uniform peered down at him. Then another one stopped by his side. They looked at each other and picked up Ozzy. Ozzy pointed, his hand quivering like he was in a Marsquake. Josie, get Josie! His eyes closed and he quickly forced them open. The MMPs weren't listening to him. They needed to get Josie. He blinked, his eyes fluttering, doing their best to shut. No, stay open, He let out a deep breath, his world fading around him. Stay open, stay! His vision went black, and his head fell to the side as his body went limp. Chapter 17. Brielle, Mars. Ozzy bolted upright, his arms supporting him while his butt was firmly planted on a bed. Where in blue moons am I? The first thing he noticed was the stark white drape around his bed, separating him from someone or something else. He saw the glow of the light that radiated from a window near his bed, but the drawn curtains obscured his view. He couldn't tell if it was day or night. He went to get up and felt a pull on his anterior forearm. He winced in pain. It was a needle and a plug connected to a clear tube and threaded into his skin. It poked into one of his veins. He pinched his eyebrows closer together. This was an old-school hospital, which meant he was in Brielle. He patted his chest and glanced at his outfit. A blue hospital gown. It was made from rough material, much different from the soft gowns in other city hospitals. Yep, old school. He looked around the room, hearing the beeps from the medical holovids surrounding him. Josie? No answer. He slowly pulled the needle out, and a burning sensation in his arm accompanied the needle's movement. He blinked his eyes rapidly, wincing from the pain, and held back the nausea and dizziness that wanted to overcome him. He exhaled, released the tubing, and let it fall to the floor. Ozzy grabbed the edge of the bedsheet and held it in the crook of his arm to stop the blood flow. After a few minutes, he held his head in his hands, feeling the warmth from his palms, a huge difference from the outside night environment. Josie? Again, no response. Ozzy stood and grabbed onto the bed for support, his stomach roiling and bile rising in his throat. He grunted and then blinked his eyes and slapped his cheeks to try and wake himself up fully. He pulled open the window curtain and squinted, his eyes not used to the stream of the sun's rays. It was daytime. He heard the door to his room open and then whoosh shut. Footsteps. He turned, gripping the windowsill to keep himself steady. Josie! The footsteps halted in front of the drape. No nasa, sir. The drape opened and a woman with a holopad stood in front of him. Are you okay? I have to go. Where's Josie? She tapped on her holopad, bringing up a list of names. She shook her head. I'm sorry. I don't have that name on this floor. Shall I? Ozzy took a step forward and lost his balance, catching himself on the bedstand. I have to leave. She put her hand up. You can't, sir. Because you were asleep for so long, you are on a protocol frostbound evaluation? Ozzy furrowed his eyebrows. Frostbound? And being asleep for so long? How long was I out? 2.5 days. Two and a... He dropped his arms to his sides and walked forward. You have to be kidding me. He shook his head, and his heart sank to his feet. That was 2.5 more days that Lily had the plague. There was no doubt she had worsened. He took a step toward the nurse. I really don't have time to argue with you. I'm on a ministry assignment, and I have to get to my destination as soon as possible. I've already lost valuable time. Sir, she said and placed her hand on his chest. I'm sorry, but you can't. Call the high judge right now. Let him know where I am. My name is Ozzy Mack. He'll let me go. We can't call the high judge. Why? The woman drew her eyes to the floor. Gale Crater City is quarantined. It's not going very well over there. The Martian plague is almost at a 100% citizen rate. Everything inside Ozzy weakened. He brought his hand to his mouth. How many have died? Too many to count. It's spreading fast and killing faster than it had in almost every city that's fallen victim to it. Call my daughter, Lily Mack. Her mother is Vanessa Mack. They are in Gale Crater City. His heart started beating faster. Lily couldn't be dead. She couldn't. He would have felt it. He was sure of it. The woman shook her head. Sir, I'm sorry. I can't. No communication is getting through to them. We call, but no one answers. Ozzy pushed the woman out of the way and hurried to the door. He pulled it open and rushed out into a hallway lined with rooms. Nurses walked by him, staring at him like he was a lunatic. His eyes were wild, trying to discern how to escape this mess. He didn't care what he looked like, though. Lily was his main focus, and he had to get to her. No communication meant that even the chemists and scientists in Gale Crater City were most likely sick, quarantined, and non-operational. Finding the cure now didn't matter. Getting to Lily did. Please stop, sir. He looked over his shoulder, seeing the woman he pushed out of the way. He shook his head. She spoke into a wrist device. Security. Security? This woman could fall down Hades' pit for all he cared. He moved faster, his arms and legs coming back to life, and his dizziness fading. He spotted a registration counter. He jogged to it and rapped on the counter. A young man looked up from a hollow computer. Can I help you? I'm checking myself out. Where are my things? He glanced at the woman coming his way. This wasn't going to be good. My name is Ozzy Mack. I need my things, especially my auric credit wallet. He had to purchase a ship to get to Lily. Where are my things? The young man looked at Ozzy and then at the woman. He held up his index finger. Just one moment. Ozzy leaned over the counter and grabbed the man by his collar. This is life and death. Give me my clothes and wallet. Now. A forearm wrapped around his neck. He fell back, and the back of his head landed hard against a man's chest. Do not move. This is security. We're taking you back to... Ozzy brought his elbow down into the man's ribs. The man grunted loudly and slumped over. Ozzy grabbed the gun out of the guard's holster, gripped the man's forearm, and threw him over his shoulder. The guard went flying onto the registration counter and into the desk behind it. Papers flew in the air, and the holocomputer blipped off. The man slid to the floor. The side of his head and shoulder cracked against the red rock tile. Ozzy held the photon pistol at another approaching guard. The guard went for his sidearm. I wouldn't do that if I were you, warned Ozzy. He tipped his gun. Get on the floor and put your hands behind your head. The man kept his hand over his sidearm, breathing heavily. Ozzy could tell the guy wasn't experienced in combat, let alone confrontation. In a place like Brio, that was strange. It was a free trader, black market city, and the best place Ozzy sold his finds, in a city where confrontations were normal. Ozzy stared the man down. Don't. Percy, take your hand off your weapon, said a woman. It's not worth it. The guard moved his hand away from his weapon and nodded, getting on his knees. He laid on the floor and put his hands behind his head. Ozzy reached for the man's gun and pulled it out of its holster, holding it in his other hand. He turned and pointed both photon pistols at the young man and guard behind the counter. Blood oozed down the guard's lip. Get my stuff, Ozzy ordered. It's in the bag room, answered the young man. Then go to the bag room and get my things. He shoved both pistols forward. If you don't come back in a few minutes, then people will die. He was lying, but no one in this hospital ward needed to know that. Yes, sir. The young man jabbed a thumb over his shoulder. It's right there. It won't take long. Then I suggest you get moving while I start counting, came Ozzy, the smell of hot food cooking in the hospital kitchen wafting to his nose. His stomach growled. The young man rushed to another room and came out a few seconds later, holding a black duffel bag. Yep, this was Brial. They probably shoved the contents in the bag, figuring Ozzy was a drug dealer, a smuggler, or worse yet, a crime syndicate member from one of the families that ran Brial's underground. The hospital was most likely about to sell the bag to the highest crime boss bidder. The young man rounded the registration desk and handed Ozzy the oversized bag. Drop it on the ground, demanded Ozzy, his eyes narrow, his hands clasping the gun's grips a little too tightly. The man dropped the bag and backed up. Ozzy bent down and unzipped it, seeing everything he wanted. The briefcase, his rifle, indigo, and even the food bars. Hell, it even held his EVA. Thank you. Any of you follow me, you'll be shot. Understood? They nodded, and he shoved a gun in the bag and bolted to the glass doors that displayed Briot Emergency Care. He kicked them open and threw the bag over his shoulder. He hustled into a hovercar parking lot, hearing the soft buzz of the graviton shield's power coursing around the metropolis. A security hovercar zipped around a corner. Its police lights circled the many shades of red and yellow in the color array. Its sirens blasted for all the world to hear. Ozzy backed up. Another security hovercar flew over a large moss-covered patch with a park bench planted in the middle of it. The bench was graffitied with gang markings. The car came to a quick halt. Ozzy rushed between them as they descended in their hover. The guards were too slow getting out of their vehicles, and Ozzy dashed down a sidewalk, his legs moving as fast as they could take him. He knew he looked silly and stood out like a sore thumb. His hospital gown waved in the wind while civilian hovercars drove by him down the streets. He took a left, jumping over Martian red shrubs, and hurried toward an alleyway. A police siren blared. Ozzy glanced behind him, seeing an MMP hovercar heading his way. Damn it! He jumped over a curb and raced down an alleyway filled with garbage bins. Broken boxes, food, and dirty clothes were strewn over the bins' edges, making a pile against the sides of the containers. Rotten food and the smell of vomit floated to his nostrils. The city's garbage services weren't run by robots like most cities, and it wasn't odd for the human-run garbage companies to miss routes for weeks or months on end in Briom. He waved his hand in front of his nose and continued to run. The alley was lined with 5- and 6-story tall buildings, and he leaped onto an outside hover elevator, the type without any walls. He pulled on a rusty lever on the elevator's platform. He moved up 1 floor, then 2, then 3. A hover car pulled down the alleyway, stopping in front of a garbage bin. An agent's voice crackled over a speaker. "Sir, you are under arrest. Please stop the hover elevator and put your hands up." Ozzy pushed the lever to neutral, stopping the elevator on the 4th floor. "Sorry, no can do." He jumped onto an overhanging deck and slid open a glass door. He had a daughter to get to. He skid to a halt, his mouth open, his hands up. Crap, he just walked into the wrong room. Chapter 18. Brial, Mars. Ozzy sighed loudly, and his shoulders slumped forward. Figures! He wanted to scream. Why was he being held back from seeing Lily? What figures, you psycho ward, hospital gown-wearing freak? Several men, all glowing in tattoos that lit up like black lights, held large rifles and aimed them at Ozzy. Ozzy glanced down at his gown. He looked like a loon in that thing. He peered into the biggest guy's eyes. I'm looking for Jonas Moon? He wasn't, but bringing up the biggest underground crime lord and black market dealer in East Mars might earn him a don't shoot me card. One man lunged forward, pressing the muzzle of his rifle against Ozzy's forehead. Yeah, I don't care for the fella. Jonas killed my cousin Vinny. Ah, perfect. Ozzy sighed again. He really needed to get to his daughter. Dealing with these thugs was slowing him down. I have Auric credits and lots of them. Right now, he didn't care what he gave them, just as long as they let him walk out of this apartment. Yeah, said one of the men. Proof. Ozzy dug into his bag. Slowly, dumbass, said another man. Ozzy nodded, and calmly pulled out his hexagonal wallet. This has millions of auric credits. A small roll bot, a bot shaped like a ball about the size of an old Earth bowling ball, ran into his foot. Ozzy lifted his leg, startled. A light shot out of it, scanning Ozzy. "All clear," it said, and rolled away. "You're not a ministry agent," said a thug, swiping for Ozzy's auric wallet. Ozzy pulled it back. The thugs lunged toward him. Ozzy took a step backward. "Whoa! I need to explain, my friends. 1, this is all I have, so I need you all to get me safely out of this apartment. 2, leave me enough to buy a ship to get me to Gale Crater City." His voice wavered as he thought about his daughter. Sadness filled his eyes. The big guy's demeanor changed a little. Most people wouldn't have caught it, but Ozzy could tell there was a brief hint of compassion. The guy may have actually felt Ozzy's pain. And more importantly, he must have understood that emotional pain was emotional pain no matter where it was coming from. "You are a loony," one of the men replied, running his thumb and index finger through his spiked mohawk. He pressed a button on his gold, tight-fitting collar, and the man's long, black, puffy sleeves rolled up on their own, revealing thick biceps. "You want to travel to a city that is being decimated by the Martian plague?" "I doubt that. I think you're lying, buddy." "My daughter is there. Her name is Lily." Ozzy turned and looked out the sliding glass door from where he had entered. "I don't have much time." "All right, then give me the wallet." The leader eased the barrel of his rifle away from Ozzy's head. "And we'll see if you're lying." Ozzy held up his wallet. It was a golden hexagonal metallic device, no bigger than a coaster. The leader looked at it. A nose earring hung past his lip with a sword dangling from its end. He sat down on a couch, pushing random auric credit wallets off of a coffee table. Several crystal skulls lined the table. Many Ozzy recognized. They'd apparently liked what he had found on his digs and must have bought the skulls on the black market, or stole them. They probably had no idea he was the finder in the cellar. Nonetheless, he wouldn't inquire. Police lights reflected off the buildings outside and through the sliding glass door, coloring the apartment walls. No one seemed to notice but Ozzy, or they were so used to police in this neighborhood that they didn't give two shits about it. Ozzy bit his fingernail. "Can we hurry it up?" An auric card machine sat next to a hollow computer. The thug tapped Ozzy's auric card on the device. Instantly, a number popped up on the hollow screen. All the men leaned back, their eyes aglow. "Whoa!" The big thug gave him a long, hard look. "Who the hell are you?" The elevator outside clicked and descended. Someone was about to get on it and most likely head to this apartment. A man with long hair and a glowing dragon tattoo on his face stepped outside onto the ledge, glancing down. "It looks like we have some visitors, and they're of the police variety." He came in, grabbed a rifle off the rack on the wall, and pressed a photon energy clip into its magazine. It revved up like a tiny motor and quieted a moment later. "Ready." "Dragon," said the thug. "Show this man our escape route." Ozzy was getting antsy. He didn't want to get caught in the crossfire. "Not until you give me my auric wallet back," the thug leader snarled. "Didn't you say I could take your money in return for your safety?" "Yes, take what you want, but leave me with some for a ship." The elevator was getting louder, which meant it was getting closer to this floor. "The escape is over here." Dragon walked backward, heading toward a wooden door. He held his gun out, pointing at the sliding glass panel, waiting for the police to show their pretty faces. Ozzy extended his hand. "The card, please." Sweat was beading on his forehead. Time was slipping away. "Duck down," yelled Dragon as he went to a knee and fired. His shoulder bounced against the rifle's recoil, blasting a blue flame of hot photon death toward the elevator outside, shattering the glass door into 1,000 shards. The thug leader raised his gun, his eyes widening. Return fire echoed in the room, and the leader's head whipped back. Blood splattered over Ozzy's chest and chin. The guy went limp and fell to the floor, his weapon and Ozzy's auric card flopping to the ground. Ozzy dropped to the floor, reaching for the card and grabbing it. He twisted and dove for his bag, hearing the whining of gunfire. Plaster and chunks of furniture flew in the air as the police sent as many volleys into the apartment, while the thugs shot everything they had back at them. Burning material from the couches and chairs floated and filled the room, while smoke swirled uninvited to Ozzy's nose. Ozzy kept his back and head low, quickly crawling toward the escape door. He tossed his wallet into the bag and grabbed for the doorknob, wrapping his fingers around it and twisting. Pops and more breaking glass reverberated off the walls, and a chunk of ceiling lath fell on him. He pushed it off and crawled forward. A thump and the floor jostled next to him. He turned. A thug with his eyes wide open and blood dripping from his mouth lay next to him. It was Dragon, and he wasn't breathing. A scream and another thug was shot. More firing and more yelling. The wall next to the escape door blasted inward. Smoke instantly rose from the scorched hole with black singe marks lining the orifice. He pulled the door open, seeing a gold pole similar to what fire departments used back in the 21st century. He threw the bag's straps over his shoulder and grabbed hold of the pole. He pulled himself onto it and squeezed his arms and legs around it. He eased up on his grip and slid down. As he was sliding, he looked up. A Mars Ministry police officer stood in the doorway, peering down at Ozzy. Shit. The MMP agent pulled out a gun and pointed it at Ozzy. Double shit. Whoop-ah! Whoop-ah! 2 photon balls expelled from the MMP's gun. Ozzy released his grip and went into a free fall. The photon bolts zipped by him. He flailed his arms and legs, knowing every bone in his body would break the moment he crashed to the floor. With a thud, his feet hit the ground and his knees buckled. He grunted and rolled through an opening. He checked his ankles, shins, and knees. They tingled from the shock of the impact, but nothing major was broken. A light turned on, and he froze, waiting for photon slugs to riddle him full of holes. Nothing happened. His eyes darted around the room. It was walled in with red concrete and was empty. It was lined with 3 doors, one for each wall, not including the opening he just rolled through. He threw off his hospital gown and shuffled through his bag. He pulled out his jumpsuit, leaving the EVA inside, and quickly dressed. He placed his communication cap on to provide somewhat of a disguise. He doubted it would work, but it was better than nothing. He closed the bag and froze, listening intently. Someone was sliding down the pole. He rushed to a door and pushed it open. The Mars day greeted him with a bouquet of sunshine. He rushed down a side street and quickened his pace, keeping his head down and his eyes forward. A police hover vehicle flew by, then a second one, and a third. Ozzy, can you hear me? Ozzy stopped, his face screwing up. He turned around, not seeing anyone he recognized, except for a few attractive young women who would never pay him any mind. He kept walking. Ozzy, are you there? He put his hand over his ear, feeling the cap on his head. It was coming through his comm line. Who is this? The voice sounded familiar, but it couldn't be Yossi. She was either dead or penned up in a hospital room under lockdown. This is Josie. She was alive. Chapter 19. Brialt, Mars. He turned a corner and leaned up against a wall, staring at a sea of spiked plants and pots hanging next to a hydroponic store. What's my daughter's nickname? He asked the voice, resting his chin on his knuckles, breathing heavily. He had to be sure this was Josie. Lilybug, she replied. Now where are you? Why are you breathing so hard? He glanced at the street sign. I'm on the corner of Columbia and Collins Crest. His heart was racing. Are you at the hospital? I checked out of the hospital a few minutes ago. I showed them my MMP ID, and they let me out. I told them I'm on a case, and police hover cars drove toward him. He had to go. And that was that, Josie was continuing. Ozzy walked down another road. With a jumpsuit and an EVA cap on, Ozzy stood out more than he realized. Anyway, Josie said, I'm standing out front of the hospital. Come and meet me. We're behind schedule. And thanks for staying at the hospital for me, you prick. There was a bit of sarcasm behind her words and a bit of truth, too. A siren blared. The police raced down another street. Maybe they had thought they found a suspect that matched his description. It didn't matter, though. None of this did. Staying here was just delaying everything. Right now, the only thing that mattered was Lily. It had been 3.5 days. No one able to communicate with Gale Crater City, and people were probably dying left and right. Ozzy's hope of seeing Lily, let alone keeping her alive, was diminishing by the minute. Getting to Dawes to find the cure was now a vanishing dream. He had to see his daughter before she died. Ozzy, are you still there? Ozzy nodded. Yes, meet me across from Vika's hydroplan extravaganza. What? Just come back to the hospital. No can do. Why? Ozzy huffed. You ask a lot of questions. Just get here, and then we can be on our way. All right, I'll see you soon. An MMP agent ran across the street, heading in Ozzy's direction. The agent held out his gun and was pointing it directly at Ozzy. Ozzy went to turn, then halted. Another MMP agent was coming from a different direction. He twirled around. Shit! A third agent was rounding a corner. They were surrounding him. He stepped back. MMP hovercars pulled up out of nowhere, stopping near the closest curb to him. Ozzy was trapped. He unzipped his bag and grabbed Indigo. He dropped the bag on the sidewalk, squeezing Indigo tightly in his arms. Stand back, Ozzy growled. This is a Mitsubishi G4M Betty bomb. Ozzy knew there wasn't such a bomb, and that the G4M Betty was a World War II Japanese bomber, but the Mars Ministry Police wouldn't be up to date with useless history. If I detonate this, the city block will go up in flames, including everyone on it. And an MMP agent stepped back, clearly confused. He targeted Ozzy, putting his hand out for the other agents to halt. He's got a bomb. Yes, yelled Ozzy. I have a Mitsubishi G4M Betty. It's a bomb that can tear you several new assholes. An agent walked forward, his gun pointed toward Ozzy's chest. I don't buy it. There's no such bomb with that name in distribution, and never was. I don't know, responded another agent. It's glowing. It looks active. A third hovercar arrived, and two more MMP agents stepped out of their vehicles. My luck just keeps getting better and better, Ozzy whined under his breath. Ozzy felt a muzzle pressed to the back of his head. Do not move. Josie, do exactly what I say, she whispered, keeping her lips tight. She gripped the back of his hair and shoved him to the ground, her knee coming down on top of him, pressing his gut into Indigo. Ozzy grunted loudly and cringed. Take it easy. Can't, she held up her badge. I'm a High Judge Mars Ministry police agent. This man is under my custody. Leave him be, or you'll have the High Council to answer to. An agent put his palms up and raised his eyebrows. Whoa, just doing our job, lady. He twirled his finger and arm in the air, telling the boys to round up. Let's move it. We have more fish to fry. Josie's knee dug deeper into Ozzy's back. Careful, he quietly bellowed. Indigo needs to be in one piece. Jossie ignored him, pressing down even more. Hold it, fellas. I need to commandeer one of your vehicles. An agent swept his arms outward and walked away from a hover vehicle, heading to another. You got it, agent. No, Ozzy said under his breath. Those won't get us far. I'll get a ship that works. I have the funds. Josie looked down at Ozzy. Are you sure? He nodded. Yeah, positive. Now get your ass off of me. Josie stood. Never mind. She pulled Ozzy to his feet and collected his things, placing Indigo in the big duffel bag. She threw it over her shoulder along with his photon rifle. She pulled him along and down the road. The police vehicles revved up and sped off, heading away from Josie and Ozzy. Where to? She asked. Ozzy nodded his head to the right, doing his best to gather his bearings and ignore the pain in his ribs, thanks to her. Craft dealer. He patted the bag that Josie was now carrying. I have plenty of credits to get us to Gale Crater City. Josie gave Ozzy a double take. To where? Chapter 20. Brielle, Mars. Josie pressed her gun firmly against Ozzy's throat, steering him into a wall. Nope, we're going to Dawes. Ozzy shook his head, his eyes toward the sky, his heart pounding with the pain he felt for his dying daughter. We won't be able to save her in time. Yes, we will. We have 4 to 7 days to get there before the Martian plague runs its course with her. Ozzy's lower lip trembled. I can't. She won't make it. Trust me, please. This is my last chance to see her before she passes from this world. No. Trust me, Ozzy. Ozzy shook his head. I want to be with her. I don't want her to be alone when she... A man and a woman walked by. If this wasn't Brielle, they may have stopped or even called the authorities. But again, this was Brielle, the crime capital of the world. So seeing a gun against another person's neck was a typical day for them. Please, Ozzy, please. Ozzy squeezed his eyes shut, relaxing, then opened them as Josie lowered her gun. Her beautiful eyes looked into his. He didn't realize how much they looked like his daughter's. They were the same shade of blue. She touched his chest. "You can save your daughter. I know it." Ozzy eased his breathing. He nodded. "All right, if she doesn't make it and I'm not there when she dies, then—" He lowered his head. "Then Robert Baldwin will get a few photon blasts in his stomach so he can die slowly and in as much pain as possible." He didn't know how he'd get to Robert, but swore on his mother's and father's graves that he would get him someday. But right now what they truly needed was a miracle. His lily bug needed a miracle. He put his hand in his pocket, touching his auric wallet. He nodded and swallowed hard. "Let's get us a ship." "What do you mean my auric wallet doesn't work?" Ozzy breathed out hot, angry air. "Check it again." Josie folded her arms, saying under her breath, "We should have taken that police vehicle." Ozzy shot her a look. "Not now. You convinced me to go along with your plan, so don't make me regret this and change my mind." The salesman rubbed the back of his neck. "This is the third time, sir. We can't keep checking for the sake of checking. It says you have 0 credits." Ozzy's nostrils flared. "Show me." They were in one of Briot's luxurious craft dealerships, most likely owned by one of the underground black market families who ran everything in this town. The salesman walked into his office. Ozzy folded his arms over his chest and took another peek at the Class 97 V16 Panther. It was a beast, fully decked out in double ionic thrusters. Its wings, boomerang style, were like his old relic, and the bow of the ship was in the shape of a panther's face. The eyes were tinted windows where the cockpit sat. It was sleek. It was fast. It was almost as perfect as the Eagle, but in truth, nothing compared to the Class 14 quadruple-engine electro-hydrodynamic ionic thruster 113SX Eagle, which stood on the far side of the building with a hefty price tag. Had he not given away his auric money to numbnut thugsters, he would have been able to afford that thing. The man walked out of his office and shook his head, puffing out his lips. "I'm sorry, sir." He plopped the hexagonal auric wallet on the counter and tapped it. "Type in your code." Ozzy did, and a hologram shot out through the top of the device. Underneath Ozzy's name and account information blinked 0 credits. He was flat broke. He clenched his fists and slammed them against the sides of his legs. "Those bastards stole all of my money." And here he thought there was some compassion in the one man. "Who?" questioned Josie. "Don't worry about it. The guy is dead anyway." She leaned up against the counter, looking the salesman in the eye. She held up her badge. "High Ministry Agent Josie Ryan, give us a ship or I'll make sure and call the High Judge about this place." The salesman laughed. "Good luck getting a hold of the High Judge. He's in Gale Crater City, right?" She gave Ozzy an austere look. "What does that mean?" Ozzy ignored her. "You have anything we can purchase on the cheap?" He rested his hand on Josie's shoulder. "She's good for it." "I don't have that kind of auric," she complained. Ozzy leaned forward on the counter, eyeing the salesman. "How much for your cheapest clunk of shit?" A champagne bottle smashed against a craft, and a cheer engulfed a small crowd near the middle of the dealership. A large, overly dressed man in business attire held up a glass. "To my new ride." Ozzy peered at Josie. "How much money do you have?" She shrugged and pulled out her auric credit wallet. "Maybe 5,000 credits at most." "What will that get us?" inquired Ozzy. The man rolled his eyes. "Step this way." Chapter 21. Briot, Mars. Ozzy hooked Indigo up to the engine and pressed down on the hood, which emitted a loud thump. "This was our only option," said Ozzy. Josie thumbed over her shoulder. "Bullshit. We had plenty of options. Let's go to the MMP station and get a police vehicle." "We don't have time, and I'm not going to the police for a damn thing." He closed his door and then started the engine. A hiss told them the vehicle was sealed tight and fresh oxygen rushed through the vents. Well, fresh was an overstatement. The 91 Caddy hover car lifted into the air, floating from the ionic jets. Ozzy pressed on the driving pedal. He pulled out of the dealership and onto a busy road. "Where is the closest exit out of Dawes?" asked Josie. Ozzy pointed forward. "Dead ahead in 3 minutes." He drove around a hover car, thinking about his Lily, He hoped he wasn't making a mistake by going after the cure rather than seeing his dying daughter. The cure wasn't a sure thing, but seeing his Lily was. This could be the biggest mistake of his life or the biggest miracle. They passed small skyscrapers and dome buildings, lined by sidewalks, shrubs, and trees. This place wasn't like Gale Crater City or Tagus Vals. The terraformed lamps weren't abundant, so the plants looked weak and stubby, almost to the edge of their death. Josie brought up the Comlink holodisplay. She dialed the high judge. "You don't have a chance." Ozzy drove into the departure station. "They won't answer." The comm channel rang. "They will. All of the people in that city are dead or dying." She hesitated, her hand hovering over the end call button. "How would you know?" "The people in the hospital informed me that Gale Crater City was more or less a dead zone." Ozzy stopped at a yellow-dotted line and gave a fake smile to a guard in the booth. She gasped and put her hand over her mouth. "What? The people? My friends? Your daughter? That's why you wanted to go to Gale Crater City instead of Dawes." "Welcome," said the guard. His face was grim. He wore a blue uniform with MMP stitched on the shoulder and Carl on his shirt's left breast. His beard nearly covered his entire neck, along with his cheeks and chin. "I'm sorry, buddy. You can't leave the city. We are in shutdown mode. No one in, no one out." "What for?" asked Ozzy, playing dumb. "You know why. The Martian plague. Plus the Dunrocky are back to their old tricks. Who knows when or what city they'll hit next." His voice was full of doom. Ozzy could tell this guy had no hope. "Look, I have to get out of here." Ozzy cocked his head toward Josie. "She's a high judge MMP agent." She dug into her pocket, pulled out her badge, and held it out to him. "Let me see that." Carl leaned forward and snagged it from her. He glanced at it for a moment, then tossed it back into the hovercar. "Nope. Sorry. Please turn your vehicle around." "Are you allowed to carry a weapon?" Ozzy questioned the guard. He put his hands up when he saw the man's expression. "No. I'm not threatening, just wondering, because I have a proposal for you." "No, you don't," responded Josie. In Briolle, Mars Ministry police were known to take bribes here and there. "Hand him your photon pistol," Ozzy ordered Josie. Josie crossed her arms. "Not on my life." "This is on your life, Missy," Ozzy blurted out. "Now do it." She exhaled loudly and unholstered her weapon, handing it to Ozzy. "As you can see, Carl, this is a Mars Ministry Police-issued P-116 photon pistol, the best they have." He raised one eyebrow, eyeing the guy. "You got one of these?" Carl looked around and motioned with his fingers to hand the weapon to him. Ozzy did. Carl inspected it. "Where are you headed?" "Huygens City," he answered. The large departure door vibrated, then began to lift, displaying the oxygen outlet room. The 2-minute waiting area where the oxygen was sucked out of the room before the final departure door opened, where the Mars atmosphere entered. "Seal your windows and have a good drive," mumbled Carl. "See ya when I see ya." Ozzy rolled up his window and pulled forward into the departure room. The door closed behind him, clacking on the ground when it shut. Josie cleared her throat, getting Ozzy's attention. "Why are we going to Huygens City, Ozzy?" A vacuum turned on and jostled the hovercar back and forth. "I have one more thing I need to do." He knew she wouldn't like it, but he had to visit crime lord Mort Wildly. There he could borrow a ship to get to the cure in half the time it would take with this 91 Caddy hovercar he was driving. The guy didn't owe him a favor, but maybe they could make a deal. "You're not doing another dig, are you? What about your daughter?" "This is for her. You think this thing we have here would take us to the Moonshinker Rock near Dawes? If it could, it'd take days." "We don't have days, Josie. We only have hours." "No, and that's why I tried to commandeer the—" "Had I known I didn't have any money, I'd have let you commandeer the MMP hovercar." Josie grumbled and folded her arms over her chest. The vacuum turned off, and the exit door opened. The bright butterscotch-colored sky highlighted the exit room and the red terrain in front of them. A long black road was before them as well, heading to several connecting cities. "I have to convince Mort Wildly to lend me a craft. It's our only way to Dawes." Josie shot him a look. "Are you nuts? Mort Wildly? If the guy finds out you brought an MMP agent to his home, We'll both be dead before we can even blink. Ozzy stepped on the pedal. At the moment, I don't have any other choice. Chapter 22. Unknown, Mars. Ozzy glanced at the speedometer. He was going fast. If MMPs cared about speed and death in Mars outdoors, he'd be cuffed, thrown in jail, and trying to weasel out on bail by now. Outside the city limits, the ministry didn't care about anyone, unless you were taking money from them somehow, such as the case with forbidden archaeology. Up ahead, Ozzy saw a 2767 DOP-7 Lancer. Even though it was broken down on the side of the road, old and dilapidated, he would recognize that style hovercar from anywhere. It was long and wide, known as a politician's car with a V-shaped front and back, and as ugly as hell. Ozzy silently chuckled to himself, remembering his father and how the Lancer was his dad's favorite model. He slowly drove by the car, staring inside. Luckily, it was empty, abandoned. However, the last time he had seen a car like this one, his parents had been inside, and they weren't so lucky. It was a terrible memory, one he'd never forget, and one that had changed his life and set him on a path where he had to leave his daughter forever, or she'd turn up dead like his parents. His father, Jackson Mack, had been Gale Crater City's mayor for nearly 15 years. He would have been the perfect person to expose the high judge. Unfortunately, neither his father nor his mother, Laura, believed Ozzy when he tried telling them about Robert Baldwin. Ozzy had held up a small, rectangular vid chip. Why the hell would I do these digs if I wasn't forced to do them? His face reddened, and spit flew out of his mouth. For once, listen to me. He waved the chip in the air. On here is evidence that I was set up, that the high judge threatened my daughter if I expose any of this evidence. You'll see that he took all the money for himself. He threatened that he would remove me from the university. You're the only one who can help me. Jack looked at Laura. His mom raised her brow and sighed. It was clear they both thought he was lying and that the high judge wasn't. His dad had tossed the rest of the scotch he was drinking in the sink and set the glass on a nearby table. This time you have to help yourself. I can't be cleaning up your mistakes for the rest of my life. You've been doing stupid things since you were a child and you still haven't changed. Ozzy had bit back a retort, feeling the rage bubbling up in his gut. He had walked hastily to his father and slapped the vid chip on the table. Watch this tonight, both of you. You'll see everything, and then I'll expect an apology in the morning. That was the last time he had seen his parents. The next time was on the news, where he watched as a car was on fire, and hoverbots were circling overhead, shooting water on it. Flames were licking upward, dancing around, practically laughing at Ozzy, but he could tell that the car was a Dodge 7 Lancer. The next day he had been fired from the university via a comm message. The note also contained an ominous warning with no signature, but he knew it was from the high judge. We will find you, Ozzy. Any interactions with your other family members and any attempts in exposing me may result in their deaths as well. Enjoy your life. Hopefully it will be as quiet and uneventful as I hope. Ozzy left the planet and was nestled safely on an asteroid in the belt. There was no telling what else Robert would do, so staying far from his daughter was the safest option. And from that point forward, he did his best to stay away. He did his best to hide. He did his best to make a living and get off this red rock. Ozzy continued to feel shame and regret, knowing that he caused this to happen. He had given the only person in the world he thought could help him the evidence that would destroy Robert, and it, instead, destroyed his parents. He drove past the abandoned hovercar, shaking his head, trying to rid it of the terrible memory. Nonetheless, he couldn't dwell on the past right now. He had to get his ass to Mort Wildly and fast. Wildly was an underground crime boss and paid well. Crime lords ran the black market, pulled in billions of auric credits from other illegal activity, and most importantly, were the best defense against the Dunrocky swine. The crime syndicates were akin to the mafia back on Earth in the 20th and 21st century heyday, but with more firepower. Wildly was the most eccentric of the bunch. He liked luxury and flaunted it. And the thing was, Wildly wanted to take over every crime syndicate on Mars so he could actually run the planet. Ozzy had done several digs for the guy and would have to tell Wildly that he'd do something big in exchange for a ship to borrow. something big after Ozzy returned the craft. The comm line inside the hover vehicle dinged. Ozzy and Josie both looked at each other dumbfounded. Who in the Mars's red dust is that? Wondered Ozzy. The ID said private. Josie answered. High Judge Robert Baldwin's face appeared on the holoscreen. He looked run down and more aged. Ozzy could almost see stress seeping out of his pores. Behind him was a waterfall with palm trees highlighted by high-heat terraforming lamps. He wasn't in Gale Crater City. If he was, it was someplace Ozzy had never been before, and he'd been everywhere. Robert, Josie leaned in, her eyes full of worry. How did you know our comm channel? It would be nearly impossible for Robert to know that they were in a hover car and what comm frequency channel it had. I have my ways, Robert replied. I heard about Gale Crater City, Josie said. The scientists and I have been escorted to the bunkers underneath the city, responded Robert. We're safe here. So when you get to Dawes and retrieve the cure, use the teleporter, and the cure will get to us ASAP. Do you understand? He looked over his shoulder. Beeps echoed, and the sounds reminded Ozzy of a hospital room. What's going on, Robert? Inquired Josie. Robert glanced back at the screen. It was clear something else was on Robert's mind. Dad, said a young male's voice, I need water. Robert looked back over his shoulder and spoke to someone off screen. Get him water. He twisted around, glaring into Ozzy's eyes. Hurry. Who was that? Asked Ozzy. Robert gave him a cold, hard stare. Don't worry about it. Hold on, said Ozzy. He didn't want to ask the question, but he had to know. It sounded like a boy, but maybe it was just a malfunction on the comm line. Was that my daughter? Robert's face tightened a bit, and there was a crack in his voice. It's my son. His son appeared to be not much older than Lily. Robert never talked about him in public, so Robert, even having a son, had completely slipped Ozzy's mind. Ozzy glanced down at the speedometer. It read 86 miles per hour. Huygens City was a small dome in the distance, and he was approaching it fast. Josie shifted in her seat. Does he have the Martian plague? Robert nodded. He does. Did he have it before I went on this mission? Questioned Ozzy. If he did, then Robert's son must have had a mild version of the plague, one that didn't kill as quickly. Robert didn't respond to the question. I need you to get the cure as fast as you can. Both our kids need it now. Ozzy's heart lifted for a brief second. Lily's alive? Robert blinked and looked around, breaking eye contact. Ozzy's chest tightened. Tell me the truth for once in your life, Robert. Robert cupped his hands and he eyed the camera. His pupils dilated, and he nodded. Like my son, she doesn't have much time. Ozzy stopped breathing for a moment, moving his eyes from the road to the holodisplay. He had caught a change in Robert's expression. You're lying. Tell me the truth, Robert, or this grand mission you forced me on ends now. Is my daughter dead or alive? Robert narrowed his eyes and his cheeks flushed with anger. I don't know. She's up top in a Gale Crater City hospital. There isn't much we can do other than watch the people with the plague die. But if you don't get the cure as soon as possible, then we'll both be at our children's funerals. And I, for one, don't want to be at my son's grave. Ozzy's heart about stopped. He grimaced and looked down, remembering his daughter's smile, her joy when he'd come home from work, and the hate in his heart when he had to leave her 3 years ago. It was the way he hated himself more than anything else for telling her he'd be right back and never returning. He hated Robert, too. He hated every cell in that man's body. A fury rose inside him, and Ozzy's mouth contorted. There was no way his daughter had made it. You son of a bitch! You did this to her. You gave her the plague. You killed her just like you killed my parents. Ozzy punched the communications console. A spark flew, and the console cracked, turning the feed off. He hung his head and punched his palm, squeezing his fist as hard as he could. My daughter is dead. Lily is dead. He huffed, holding in a cry, pushing it down, tightening every muscle in his body so he didn't have to feel the sadness that was slowly consuming every aspect of his being. It was clear to Ozzy that Robert had set this entire thing up. Robert's son contracted the disease, and then Robert forced Ozzy to find the cure. And to light a fire under Ozzy, Robert had Lily infected. The guy was as evil itself. Josie's eyes filled with sympathy. She shook her head. Don't say that. She could still be alive. Ozzy narrowed his eyes, lashing out. You're just saying that so I continue this mission. You don't know how it feels. You don't have a child. You're just a shitty MMP agent, and a backstabbing one at that. More emotional fire lifted from deep down. He slammed his foot on the gas, not caring if went off the road or if his hover car dangerously dipped from an indentation in the pavement. Huygens City is up ahead. Josie looked at Ozzy with sorrow in her eyes. I'm sorry, Ozzy. I'm so sorry. Oh, we'll get your cure for sure, so don't you worry your pretty little self, okay? And I'll present the cure to the High Judge myself. Chapter 23. Huygens City, Mars. He drove down a street that shimmered gold to match the shiny hover cars passing him on the road. Palm trees lined the mansions and the high-end businesses. Huygens City. His daughter was probably dead, and he was in the wealthiest city on Mars. To say he was numb all over was an understatement. All the cares in the world could screw themselves. Screw Huygens City. Screw Mars. Screw life. Screw it all. Ozzy didn't care. I have an idea, said Josie. She undid her restraining belt and crawled into the back seat. Ozzy ignored her and straightened his lips. He held down a yell and squeezed the steering wheel tighter, imagining his daughter's last breaths, her final cry, her scream for mommy to help her. There wouldn't be a scream for daddy. He was absent, always. He turned down another road. More mansions, more celebrity homes. Clangs of metal against metal filled the car. Ozzy looked in his rearview mirror. Josie was putting together the teleporter. What are you doing? She put the last piece on the tripod. Connie Willis will know if your daughter is dead or alive. She'll know if the High Judge is lying or not. The tripods lit up in electrical sparks, shooting long strings of cyan-colored electrical charges back and forth from one tripod to the other. A gush of wind blew against Ozzy. Josie, questioned Connie. She looked tired and worn out. She had definitely been working more than just overtime. The woman probably hadn't slept in days or weeks. Connie, I don't have much time. Can you tell me anything about Ozzy's daughter? Josie, said Connie, her voice filled with terror. It's bad out there. We've lost more cities. Completely gone. The disease is carrying west. Tagus Valley's just reported their first cases. At this rate, we'll all be dead in a month, maybe 2. Josie reached out and put her palms up, trying to calm Connie. I know it's bad, Connie, and that's why Ozzy and I are on this mission. We will find the cure. I promise you. But right now I need you to concentrate. Can you tell me anything about Ozzy's daughter? Connie feverishly nodded her head up and down. Okay, I'll look. She moved away from the screen, then came back with a holopad. Her hands shook. What's her first and last name? Lily Mack. Okay, Connie replied. She set the holopad on a desk in front of her, typing in Lily's name. We need this cure, Josie. We need it badly. Ozzy pulled down another street. He didn't want to listen, but he had to. If there were any chance that Lily was alive, he'd race his ass to Moonshinka Rock somehow, some way. We'll get the cure, Connie, said Josie. Connie wiped tears off of her cheeks. She's not coming up. The network is spotty where I am. She continued to look on her holopad. I'm not getting anything. I'll have to go up top and check the holocomputers. How can you reach us after you find out? Turn the teleporter back on, and I'll be here. I'm always here trying to figure out how to stop this mutating disease. Give me a day. I'll get you the answer. She looked away. Gotta go. The teleporter turned off, and Josie began taking it apart. She's alive, Ozzy. I can feel it in my heart. Ozzy didn't feel it. He felt misery like a knife slashing his heart. Thanks, Josie, he blurted out, soft and low. He pulled to the side of the road and turned off the car. He rubbed his hands on his legs, doing everything in his power to keep cool. He pushed down a cry, a sob, anything that would resemble an emotion. This was not the time or the place. An MMP buggy flew by, then slowed down as he passed Ozzy's inexpensive car, an oddity in this affluent city. Ozzy pulled out a food bar from his pocket. He took a bite, doing his best to look nonchalant. The guy eyed Ozzy like the thief he was, then sped off. Ozzy tossed the rest of the bar on the floor. This is disgusting. What was Gragas thinking by giving us these? Josie flashed her MMP badge. I have you covered if, well, if it isn't the infamous forbidden archaeologist extraordinaire, Ozzy Mack, interrupted wildly, staring at Ozzy and stroking his black, pointy beard. How was the comm line working? Ozzy could have sworn he punched it out of operation. Ozzy pushed Josie's badge down, making her cover it back up. Mort wildly, how did you find me, and how did you know I was coming? I have holocams everywhere, and personal identification technology that rivals the ministry's. My tech detected you by facial recognition the moment you entered the city. He folded his hands. Welcome, Ozzy. Nice to see you again. He winked. Why the sad face? Ozzy wiped his mouth, doing anything to get his mind to wake up from the fog he was in. I have a proposition for you. Wildly smiled. I like the sound of that. What do you have? The biggest find in Mars history. That's what I have. Well, right now I'm more interested in weapons. The Dunraki terrorists are increasing in numbers, if you haven't figured that out yet, Ozzy. Ozzy gave a half smile, shaking his head, providing Mort with a nice, fat lie. And that's exactly why I contacted you first. You have the best militia under your wings. He had no idea if that were true. And what does the best militia deserve? Wildly stroked his chin again. Keep talking. Ancient weapon technology. Wildly's eyes went wide. What do you have? Ozzy perked up, something difficult to do when the death of his child was weighing on his shoulders. I have a lead, but I'll need a ship to follow that lead. Show me what you have. Ozzy jabbed Josie's shoulder with his elbow. Hand me the briefcase. Josie eyed him for a moment before she shook her head no. I can't do that. Ozzy gave a fake laugh. She's kidding, wildly. He bent over, reaching for the briefcase, and spoke under his breath. Hand me the damn briefcase. No, she replied, moving her foot on top of it. Ozzy sat up straight. I'm sorry, wildly. She loves this ancient weapon technology so much she is having a hard time parting with it. Are you trying to pull a fast one over? Ozzy slapped a button, blacking out and muting everything. A red hold icon was in Wildly's place. Ozzy bared his teeth, his eyebrows Ving. I'm not going to give the guy the damn Coptic tablet. I'm just going to show it to him, so he thinks I'm on an archaeological discovery. He won't be able to read the thing, so it won't matter what he thinks it says, okay? You're not giving this to him. If she weren't a woman and a martial arts expert to boot, Ozzy would punch her out right now and push her out of the car. He eyed her. Trust me. She stared into his eyes, her baby blues dazzling him like they did when they first met. Fine. Ozzy sat up and pressed the button. Wildly was staring back at him, his expression full of murder. Don't do that again, Ozzy. Understood, Wildly. Ozzy put his hands out. Hand me the briefcase. Josie plopped the briefcase hard onto his hands. Yes, sir. Ozzy opened it, displaying the tablet to Wildly. This is an ancient Coptic hieroglyphic writing. It leads to the ancient weapons tech I was talking about. This will help defend you against Dunraki terrorist attacks. What does it say? Responded Wildly, his lips curled in pleasure. He was showing interest. What kind of tech? Some type of death ray weapon. He closed the briefcase and handed it to Josie. She put it on the floor. And all I'm asking is to borrow a ship of yours. That's all? Ozzy thought for a moment. He could get more. And 10 million auric credits. Wildly stroked his chin, studying Ozzy. Finally, he nodded. You've always delivered, Ozzy. Wildly glanced away, thinking. I'll give you 5 million credits up front and 5 million when you hand me the tech. Ozzy let out a loud, exasperated breath. I'm selling this to Jonas Moon, then. You know, one of the other big crime bosses and artifact dealer on Mars. He'll then be the biggest and baddest. Ozzy shut off the comm line and pulled the hovercar forward, turning down a side street lined with beautiful white, ancient Greek-like buildings. Josie looked out the window. Good. So we're going to find a ship and skip this nonsense? Just wait, replied Ozzy. Mort Wildly will want what Mort Wildly doesn't have. If they can quell these Dunraki waves and kick the Dunraki off the planet, which I highly doubt, all these crime lords will fight over who really runs Mars. If Wildly can be the biggest crime syndicate and have the best weapon, then his dream would come true. He'd rule Mars or some bullshit like that. Ozzy paused. He'll call back in a few minutes. Josie thrust her palms out. Why in Neptune's hammer would Wildly want to rule Mars? He's power-hungry, sweetheart. All these crime lords are, including Jonas Moon. Well, if Jonas is still alive, he pulled down another street, heading for a forested area. And we need one of his ships to get to Moonshinka Rock near Dawes. The comm line rang. Ozzy let it ring a few times, then hung up. He turned the wheel, heading into the forest, and drove up a small incline. A large mansion came into view with palm trees surrounding it. He stopped the hover car at a gate in front of a long driveway. The comm line rang again. Ozzy answered. Yes, Wildly. Wildly was beaming a forced smile. His brown eyes and pointed nose screwed up in suppressed annoyance. I'll take the deal. Ozzy frowned. Wait, I'm sorry, Wildly. I just got off the comm line with Jonas. He's paying 15 million auric credits up front, and 15 million auric credits when the weapon is shipped to him. Ozzy rubbed his hands together, faking sadness. I'm so sorry, 20 million up front and 20 million later. Wildly leaned in. Don't make me go higher. Deal, but under one condition, Ozzy said. I need your fastest craft. All right, replied Wildly. We'll hook you up. When can you get here? I'm at your gate now. Chapter 24. Huygens City, Mars. Give me the briefcase, Josie, demanded Ozzy. She held it against her chest. Not in a million years, and especially not for millions of auric credits. A guard stood outside on the driveway, his arms crossed, waiting for the two to get out of their dilapidated hovercar. An immense red mansion loomed behind the man. An arched tunnel at the main entrance led to a metal door into Wildly's giant abode. To the guard's left was a massive parked ship, taking up more space than necessary. I'm not giving Wildly the Coptic tablet, Josie. I'm just showing it to him. I'm telling him it is a guide to the ancient technology. What he doesn't know is I won't be getting him any technology at all. Yes, you're lying to him, and it's going to get you and me killed. At best, it will get this tablet taken from us. The guard tapped the muzzle of his rifle against the hovercar's window. Ozzy nodded and got out of the car. I'll do this without the Coptic tablet, then. He slammed the door shut and took a step toward the archway. Ozzy, came a robotic voice. Ozzy stopped. It wasn't Wildly. The voice came from inside the tunnel, but Ozzy couldn't see who it was through the shadows. I let Mort Wildly know that you were lying to him. The deal is off. The robotic voice sounded familiar. Ozzy's eyes narrowed. Lying about what? Perhaps this was a trick Wildly was playing on him. I told him you were going to steal auric credits and a craft from him, and that there is no ancient technology that you will be looking for. The man walked forward, his boots clanking across the concrete. Please, Ozzy, honesty always wins and in all ways. How could anyone know what he was attempting to do? Was he tapped? If so, how and when? A shudder went through Ozzy and he stiffened. Something was up, and he didn't like it. The guard pointed his rifle at Ozzy's chest, then touched something in his ear. It looked like he was receiving a command through an ear mic. Got it, boss. He lurched forward. The rifle was now a few inches from Ozzy's face. Don't move. You pissed off Wildly. Rule number 1, don't piss him off. Rule number 2, you piss him off, you likely will die. Put the gun down, said the same robotic voice. Gragas stepped out of the shadows with 6 other robot-masked figures around him, their capes moving in the soft breeze. They all held rifles of their own, aiming them at the guard. The guard put one hand up. What gives? Gragas approached, and his entourage followed. Gragas shifted his aim, pointing his weapon at Ozzy. Get into my ship, we're going for a ride. Ozzy took a long, deep breath. Why did you do this? You aren't getting a ship or money from him. Gragas tipped his head to the side, motioning for Ozzy to walk to the ship parked in the driveway. Get in my craft, Ozzy. You have a higher calling, and that's more important than any money or a ship. Do you understand? You pull that trigger and you're going to be chock full of pain, sir, said Josie, pointing her gun at Gragas from out of the car's open window. We have a cure to find, and you just slowed us down. Footsteps came from around the corner, and Martian boxwood bushes shook back and forth. Several of Wildley's guards jumped onto the driveway, holding rifles as well. "Don't move," said one of Wildley's guards. Gregas's comrades turned, facing the new threat. Ozzy rolled his eyes. "Great." Wildley strolled from around the corner. He had a pipe in his mouth and took a puff. Smoke trailed through his teeth when he spoke. "You tried to fool me, Ozzy. Is that true?" Ozzy laughed. "Have I ever pulled a fast one on you before, Wildley?" "No." "Then why do you think I'd start now?" "Gregas played me a recording that happened inside that piece of trash car of yours." He gave the hover car a distasteful glance. "And it was your voice, Ozzy. Your voice. You were going to trick me. You were playing me for a fool." He tossed his pipe on the ground and pulled a gun from his back pocket. "I don't like to be played, Ozzy." Gregas put his arm up. "Do you want him dead, Mr. Wildley?" Wildley snorted. "Do I want him dead? No, I want him worse than dead. I want him chopped up into a million pieces while he is alive, and then he can be dead." Gregas turned, fixing his target on Wildley. "You attempt to harm this man, then the Galactic Knights will harm you." Was this guy for real? Wildley spit on the ground. "The Galactic who?" He shook his head, dismissing his own question. "I don't have time to figure out the names of all the underground crime syndicates these days. Just know, Gregas, that my syndicate is bigger than yours, okay?" Ozzy stood next to the driver's side door. He inched closer, quietly opening it. "Don't think about it, Ozzy," said Wildley. He shut the door. "I just needed a ship. I was going to return it." More men came around the other side of the mansion. Wildley walked forward. "If you were smart, you could have just asked. You've done me no wrong for years now, Ozzy, but you tried to screw me over, and because of this, you'll be blackballed, I'll make sure of it. And if I decide to let you live today—" "Look, Wildley," said Ozzy, "I know this all doesn't bode well on my end. I probably come out looking like a bad guy." He was standing on the other side of the car from Wildley. He slowly slipped his gun out of his holster. Unless Wildley could see through a car, the gun was hidden from Wildley's and everyone else's view. "So what will it take? A few free digs? I can pay you money. Just tell me." Wildley halted and looked around. "You better stop talking, Ozzy." "Okay, before you shoot me, I have something else for you. It might change your mind." Wildley scoffed and put his hands on his hips. "You don't listen so well." Ozzy raised his photon pistol quickly and pulled the trigger, sending a blue phaser blast hurtling toward Wildley. Wildley dropped to the ground, and the shot sailed over him and slammed into a guard's chest. Blood splattered outward. The guard's eyes went wide and his rifle twirled to the ground. The guard flung his arms back and was dead before he flipped into the boxwood and onto his side. Josie leaped out of the car, somersaulting away and going to a knee, aiming her gun at the oncoming men. "Wapoo! Wapoo!" Ozzy ducked, jumping to the ground, his car bouncing up and down from the guard's photon slugs, riddling it with holes. Glass shattered, and several sharp shards littered Ozzy's head and back. He rolled away, popping several shots off at the oncoming men. One was hit, and then another. They were falling like flies. And it wasn't because of him or Josie. He glanced at Gregas and his knights. They were firing at Wildley's crew, hitting them with ease. "Fall back to my ship," yelled Gregas. Ozzy jumped into the car. He pulled out the duffel bag and briefcase. The car jumped and moved from photon fire again. Ozzy's head slammed against the roof of the car. Crap. He covered his head as glass and debris fell on top of him. He wiped it off and grabbed the briefcase, shoving it into the duffel bag. "There it is," a guard yelled. Ozzy pushed off the car's seat and gazed through the broken window. Two guards were rushing his way. A photon blast came from his left. The lead guard yelped and grabbed his neck. His eyes rolled back in his head. He went limp and fell to the cement. Josie came into view, jumping and twisting into the air and wrapping her legs around the second guard's neck. She arched back and threw him to the ground. A loud crack and the guy's skull met the asphalt. He closed his eyes, knocked out cold. Blood oozed from his head. Josie dashed to the car and went to one knee, rapidly firing at the ducking and diving guards. "Get out of there, Ozzy!" She opened the driver's side door. Ozzy crawled backward and out of the car. He crept around the corner, seeing a man hiding behind a tree near the side of the mansion, lining up his scope, readying to end Josie. Wapoo! The man toppled to the side, dead. Ozzy looked over at Gragas. The masked man had pulled the trigger. He gave Ozzy a thumbs up and went back to shooting Wiley's men while backing up closer and closer to his craft's open ramp. Ozzy ducked behind a tree. Josie was next to him. What's that? Josie eyed a canopy of branches across the large driveway. She rushed across the yard and toward another tree. Ozzy backed up. Josie, get back! Get her! Screamed a guard. Ozzy turned, his pistol at the ready. Josie dove in time just as a photon slug singed a portion of the tree. Ozzy pulled the trigger, missing the guard. The man raced to a nearby statue for cover and hid. Someone grabbed Ozzy's arm. Ozzy jerked back in a start, dropping his weapon. He curled his fingers into a fist and flung a punch. It was Gragas. He caught Ozzy's punch and twisted Ozzy's arm behind his back. He brought his other forearm around Ozzy's chest, holding him tightly against his body. You do something stupid and I break your arm, said Gragas. He cranked Ozzy's arm higher up his back. Got it? Ozzy winced and nodded. Got it. He eyed the driveway. Dead people littered the ground, and the rest had fled. He heard a struggle at the edge of the drive. He glanced over only to see that Josie had somehow knocked a guard to the ground. Her legs were on either side of the man, and her rifle was pointed at his chest. You move! You die! The man shook his head, his eyes wild. Don't shoot! Tell her to get into my ship and we'll be on our way, ordered Gragas. So those fruit bars weren't really fruit bars, were they? Ozzy asked. No, they were one-way radio devices. I knew where you were at all times and heard whatever you said at all times. I hope you didn't eat one. Ozzy cringed in pain when Gragas pulled higher on his arm. I did. It tasted like shit. Gragas let out an exasperated breath. Humans. You're a strange breed. You'll eat anything. He pulled on his arm again. Tell her. Josie backed up and turned around. She froze when she saw Ozzy. She took several steps forward, grasping at her pendant. She let go and narrowed her eyes and aimed at Gragas. I'm a crack shot. Let him go. He wants us to come with him, said Ozzy. Over my dead body, Josie said. I'm pretty sure it will be over mine, responded Ozzy, wincing in pain. Gragas walked backward, pulling Ozzy along. Please, my lady, come to my ship. We are here to help you with the cure. If you can rid your people of the Martian plague, it puts more of a resistance against the evils that my people have wrought upon this galaxy. How are you going to help us with the cure? Asked Josie, cautiously moving toward him. We will get you to Dawes. Your friend here isn't so willing, but he is one of the best when it comes to deciphering glyphic codes. He tipped his head to the duffel bag. Take your belongings and we'll grab Ozzy's weapon. A twig snapped and Josie spun around. She pulled her rifle's trigger several times, lighting up an entire bush with photon bolts. A bird flew toward the graviton shields surrounding the city, squawking in fright. She backed up, heading toward the duffel bag. Where is Wildly? We allowed him to slip away, said Gragas, moving closer to his ship. He and his crew will come in handy in the near future. They will help us fight the Dunraki when they come. A few of the galactic knights hurried up the craft's ramp and into the belly of the ship. Ozzy glanced around, seeing that no one wearing a cape was dead. All of Gragas's friends had somehow lived. A gun clicked from somewhere, echoing across the driveway and reverberating off the mansion. A red dot lit up Ozzy's chest. Ozzy! Yelled Josie, her feet patting on the concrete as fast as they could take her. Wapoo! A flash of blue light erupted. It was a photon bolt. Josie leaped, flinging her body in front of Ozzy. She screamed in pain, the charge slamming into her stomach, pressing her into Ozzy's chest. She bounced off of him and landed face down on the asphalt. Gragas threw Ozzy out of the way and went to one knee, taking several shots at the culprit. A guard yelled in agony and tumbled down the mansion's roof and fell over the edge, disappearing behind several tall trees. Josie! Yelled Ozzy, rushing to her side. She was wheezing and holding her stomach. Her hands were covered in blood. Get her into the ship now, yelled Gragas. I'll stay out and cover. Ozzy picked her up. Her eyes were closed, her lips parted with blood oozing out of her mouth and down her cheek. She had saved his life. And for what? For him to find the cure. He raced to the ramp. Wapoo! A sharp pain dug into his back, scalding hot and numbing his arms and legs. He cried out in pain and went limp. He dropped to the ground and Josie rolled out of his arms. A wetness consumed his back and made its way down his spine. Just like Yazi, he was bleeding. "Gragas," he said in a cracked whisper. He reached his hand out, hoping it wasn't Gragas who had just pulled the trigger on him. "Help," he mumbled. "Get us." His mind drifted off, and his eyes shut. A gurgling sound came from his lungs, then total blackness overcame him. Chapter 25. Unknown Mars. It was warm and wet, and it was dark and uncomfortable. Ozzy's lungs were on fire, his back tingling, and his mind racing. He could barely assess the situation he was in, except that he was floating in space. It wasn't space, liquid. Why liquid? It was thick and chunky. He attempted to move but couldn't. His kinesthetic sensations were there, but his motor functions weren't responding. He went to talk, but something was in his mouth. It was thick and bulbous. A tube? A sharp, stabbing pain went through his chest. He lurched back uncontrollably. He took in a quick breath, hearing a suctioning sound. An image came to his mind. It was Lily. She was crying for him. Her face withered away, charred like coal. Her mother held her. Lily thrashed, pushing her mother away and reaching for Ozzy. "Daddy, Daddy!" Lily turned into ash, falling like black powder onto the floor. Ozzy flinched, and his heart beat faster. Did his daughter just pass away? An image of Robert Baldwin came next. Robert was laughing. He held up a syringe and poked it into a child's shoulder. The scene zoomed out. The child was Lily. Robert pushed the contents of the syringe inside his daughter. She cried and fell to the floor, screaming, "Daddy, Daddy, please help me!" She turned into ash again and spread across the ground like soil. A grave appeared. Vanessa, Lily's mother, was crouched down beside it, crying and cradling Lily's favorite blanket in her arms. She buried her face in it, sobbing more. Ozzy jerked away, and the image changed to blackness. His heart pumped harder, and a knot formed in his throat. Raw memories of her swirled in his mind. When she took her first steps and smiled as if she had done the greatest feat in human history. When she said "Daddy" for the first time. And when she held onto his leg after he and Vanessa's divorce, begging him to stay. He wanted to kiss Lily's cheek like he used to. He wanted to wrap his arms around her, but couldn't. A pressure built inside his chest. He wanted it to explode just to end it all. Lily was gone, and he couldn't breathe. He didn't want to. He wanted to die with her. A gush of air entered his lungs, coming through the tube and energizing him like a vacuum plug in an ionic engine. He unconsciously kicked and contorted in the liquid. He threw a punch, again not of his own accord. But if he could, he'd use that punch, and many more on Robert. Lily was dead by the hands of the high judge. Even if Ozzy found the cure, his daughter wouldn't benefit. She was ash now. Anger pierced Ozzy's insides, shooting out his veins and seething into his fingertips, the very fingertips that would soon strangle Robert to death. He would watch the evil man die. Ozzy's body spasmed. A sting shocked his upper back and went down his spine, tingling at his sacrum. He bobbed up and down in the liquid. "Ozzy, we are healing you." It was Gragas. Ozzy went to speak. Again, he couldn't. His body wouldn't cooperate. "We have turned off all motor functions in your brain. We have control now. Don't worry, you'll get it back when you are fully healed." There was a brief pause. "And that's now." Something metal slipped under his armpits and lifted him. He raised out of the liquid. His gut wrenched and his lungs burned. He lifted higher. A bright light stung his eyes and he squinted. A sharp, stabbing sensation erupted in his head, and he blinked several times. His motor functions were back. He noticed he was dangling over black liquid by a metallic two-pronged fork. The liquid was inside a giant glass cylinder. The goo sludged off his body and dripped back into the cylinder. A tube slipped out of his mouth. "Lower," said Gragas. "What did you do?" muttered Ozzy, moving his hands over his groin. The bastards took off all his clothes. He was naked. "We healed you." His feet touched the ground, and the metallic, two-pronged fork slipped out from under his armpits. His legs gave way, and he fell to the floor. More black liquid dripped off and puddled around him. "Where am I?" He glanced around, seeing he was inside the cabin of a ship. Gragas stepped beside him. He had a rifle strapped to his back and had his full armored, cape-wearing battlesuit on. As always, he covered his ugly-ass Dunrocky mug with an armored helmet and mask. "You're in my craft, a Martian Z-Ionic 5-cell Puma. It's fast and big." "Where is Josie?" He imagined she was dead. She jumped in front of him to save his life so he could save the entire population, except for Lily. He knew she didn't make it. High Judge Robert Baldwin's look over the hovercar's comm channel told him everything, and so did his visions while he was floating in the liquid. She was dead because of Robert. His beautiful little daughter was no more. He dropped his head and wiped the black tar-like substance off his forehead. He tossed a glob of it on the floor. He had to think of something else besides his only child. If he didn't, the knot in his throat would grow bigger and choke him to death. "Josie is being healed as we speak," answered Gragas, bending down and placing his hand on Ozzy's back. "She'll take a little more than an hour, unlike you." Ozzy lifted his head, staring at Gragas's masked face. "An hour?" "Yes, your cells replenished and healed your injuries in 48 minutes. Ozzy's mouth gaped open. "That's impossible. We are advanced." Ozzy glanced around. "I see that." Several other biped, human-like men and women aliens stood with their arms and hands folded in front of them, wearing different colored armor, helmets and masks, which were the same shape and style that Gragas wore. But who knew? Maybe they were all human, and Gragas was the only alien. "Where are we going?" inquired Ozzy. Gragas walked over to his cockpit and sat. He stared out at the red Martian landscape. They were moving, but very slowly. "We are en route to Moonshinka Rock. We'll need your stealth indigo rock hooked up soon." Ozzy dipped his head to the side. "How do you know about my indigo rock?" "It's one of a handful in the galaxy. The elders built them and wrote about them long ago. But yours is the only one we know that has ever been recovered. Where did you find it?" Ozzy spit more black liquid out of his mouth. "Yeah, I'm not that easy. You mind giving me my clothes now?" Gragas gestured toward one of his galactic knights. "Show him to the showers and his clothes. Then, Ozzy, you'll tell us where the passage is to the cure. My guys will sneak into the city of Dawes from there. We'll place detonation charges under Dawes and erase the Dunrocky off this planet's map. You have my briefcase with the ancient Coptic tablet, correct?" "Yes," replied Gragas. Ozzy stood. This was all strange, and the black gunk he had been floating in somehow showed him visions of what happened to his daughter. It was all he needed to know. She was dead, and he wasn't participating in this effort anymore. His mind was changed, and a storm was beginning to rise inside him. "You'll be going to the Moonshinka Rock yourselves. I'm going my own way from now on." Gragas hesitated. "What do you mean?" "You get the cure. You have everything you need to find it. You have the equipment, the manpower, and the energy. I have nothing, not anymore." Gragas folded his arms across his chest. "That's not why we're here. We are going to set Dawes on fire from beneath the city to end these Dunrocky terrorists, but only after you retrieve what you need. From there, we part ways." Ozzy paused. "You light them on fire, then you light the human population that has been captured at Dawes on fire. The Dunrocky terrorists have already done that. The only inhabitants left at Dawes are the Dunrocky." Ozzy flung his hand to his mouth, covering it. He was done with this shit. Death was everywhere, and he didn't want any more part in it. "Show me to the showers, Mr. Galactic Knight, and then take me to Josie." He'd give her a thank you and be on his way off the ship. Chapter 26. En route to Dawes, Mars. Ozzy dried himself off with a towel, happy to rid himself of the black gunk. He stared into a mirror, checking out his back the best he could. No scars and no indication that a photon blast ever hit him. How the hell did these galactic knights pull this off? The Martian doctors were good, but not this good or this fast. He dropped the towel and pulled on his jumpsuit, getting ready for his next mission, seeking revenge. Gragas walked in, holding the tablet. "You're coming along." Ozzy chuckled. "Yeah, right. He bent down and laced up his boots. You've decoded the tablet, correct? Ozzy took a few glances at it, but decoding the map and finding exactly where the entrance to the underground cure was. Well, he never made it that far. Nope, Gragas cocked his head. If you're not going to join us, then I ask you to please decode the tablet for us. Footsteps echoed into the room, and Josie rounded the corner, eyeing Ozzy like he was a demon in disguise. She spit at his feet. You disgust me. You won't finish this mission? You selfish piece of no good. Ozzy waved his hand in the air, cutting her off. Save it, sweetheart. I have bigger fish to fry. Josie crossed her arms. You have nothing to fry. You're broke and don't even have a shovel to dig your own grave. Ozzy scoffed. I've never needed a shovel. She walked up to him and poked his chest. I saved your ass to save the world. Her lip quivered with fury. And you repay me by running away? You're not only a shitty person, but you're also a shitty father. Ozzy curled his fingers and stood straighter. You spoiled little agent. Like I said before, you have no idea what it's like to be a parent, let alone one who has lost their only child. She is dead because of this mission and dead because of the High Judge. You don't know that, Josie yelled. She is. I saw it in the High Judge's eyes. I saw it in my own daughter's eyes. He'll pay dearly with his life. He cleared his throat, clearing a cry along with it. And that's where I'm headed, sister, to Robert Baldwin, wherever he may be. Josie grabbed his jumpsuit at the collar and twisted. She shoved him back against a wall, speaking quietly but confidently. You will finish this mission, and we will save these people. After that, you do as you wish. I hope you leave Mars and never come back, but until then, we are getting the cure. Ozzy went to push Josie away. She caught his arm, slid her hand down to his wrist, and torqued it. To avoid pain and a broken arm, Ozzy's body spun around as if on autopilot. The movement placed him face first into a wall, and Josie's body pushed into his back. Think of your daughter, Ozzy. Think about the pain you feel when you picture her. Now think of all the fathers that will have that pain as well if we do not get this cure. She let go of his arm and marched out of the room, yelling over her shoulder. Think with your heart, Ozzy. For one damn second, think with your heart. Ozzy turned around, watching her walk past Gragas and disappear around the corner. He shook his arm out, trying to get the circulation going again. Give me the ancient Coptic tablet. I'll decipher it for you, and then you can be on your way. Ozzy, replied Gragas, the black fluid you were floating in can bring out your worst fears. It acts like a shedding to repair your cells. It pulls as much negativity from your body as it can, and sometimes that can include your thoughts or imagination. Did you see something about your daughter while you were in the liquid? It wasn't what I saw, it was what I felt. I know that she has left this world. Gragas went to talk. Ozzy put his hand up, making sure he didn't speak. His mind was made up, and he knew what he felt. He knew it deep down in his bones. Again, give me the tablet, and I will give you the full translation. Under what condition? Inquired Gragas. How do you know there will be a condition? I've heard from Jonas Moon that there's always a condition with you. Ozzy cocked his head to the side. Why would Jonas tell him that? And for what? But right now, what was the use in asking? 20 million auric credits. Then you can drop me off at the nearest city that isn't named Oz, and I'll be on my way to finding the High Judge. Are you sure? Gragas leaned back against the wall, crossing one foot in front of the other. Positive. I only have a quarter of that. I'll take it. Chapter 27. Lanley Junction, Mars. The Martian Z-Ionic 5-cell Puma vibrated as it hovered and waited in one of Lanley's holding docks to enter the city through the underground tubes to drop Ozzy off. It was one of the few cities that were allowing people inside, being as it was so far away from the other cities being rampaged by the Martian plague. It was a commerce city, so they tended to like money more than they should. Money above health was inevitably going to kill them someday and probably soon. A high-pitched whine encapsulated the main cabin. You should get this thing in for a tune-up, Gragas, said Ozzy. Ozzy was sitting at a table across from Gragas. Ozzy checked his auric wallet. The funds were there. He motioned with his fingers to one of the galactic knights holding the briefcase. I'm ready. The knight set the briefcase on the table next to Ozzy. And about that stealth rock, reminded Gragas. When are you going to hook it up for us? We want to be ghost flying if you catch my drift. I don't know if we'll be as successful if we don't have it. Don't worry, I will return it. Ozzy's eyes widened. I didn't agree to that. Indigo remains with me. Gragas nodded, his voice low. Of course. He tapped the briefcase. Ozzy opened it, eyeing the shiny gold tablet before him. It was a beauty, and if he were just a little more of a selfish prick, he'd steal the sucker and sell it to the highest bidder on the black market. He ran his fingers over the engravings, feeling the pictographs. A hook-like character with the Phobos moon. An ancient Coptic lamp with a 5-pointed star inside. 9 greater-than-angle bracket signs pointing to the right, and 4 upside-down circumflexes. It was easy to decode. Not all of it is under Dawes. It spreads out east. He looked up. You want the good news or the bad news first? The bad, responded Gragas, leaning back in his chair. You'll need a shitload of oxygen for your battle suits, or whatever those uniforms you wear are called, because you'll be outside. You'll also need a diamond-tipped granite drill and an underground mole digger to tunnel yourselves to this cure. Gragas sighed. We can manage. The good news? How in Mars's plumber's hole could they manage that? He shrugged. It didn't matter to him at this point. The good news is that the entrance, which you'll have to blow apart, is half a click west of Dawes. You'll notice rocks. He paused, looking at the tablet's Coptic glyphs, nodding to himself, remembering the Moonshinka-shaped rock. Yes, the Moonshinka rock's mouth is the entrance. What does the Moonshinka rock actually look like? Asked Gragas. It was an ancient Mars wildcat before Mars's atmosphere was somehow blown off this planet. It was a ridiculously giant cat. Its jaws were wide, and its front upper fangs hung past its mouth. You'll see the fangs, the eyes, and the muzzle engraved into the rock. I've seen it before on many of my excursions in the outlawed zones in that area, so unless you're blind, you can't miss it. Gragas leaned forward, lacing his fingers together. I know that the ancient Coptic Martians made it easier to get inside places. Blowing it up or tunneling through isn't easy. It's not the way the ancients built structures. The entrances are built like a puzzle. Damn. Ozzy didn't want it to come to this, but unfortunately it did. He'd have to lie. He pursed his lips together, faking a frown as best he could. Not this one. Gragas gave him a long stare. We know you're lying, said Josie, walking into the room, her eyes narrowed. I know that if you were there, you could open the puzzle by following the glyphs that are probably all around that place, couldn't you? What she said was true. A beep sounded in the room, and a voice came over the comm line. You have permission to enter and land. Welcome to Lanley Junction. Ozzy pushed up from the table. I've given you everything you need. Now give me my rifle, my EVA, and Indigo. It's time for me to go. The Galactic Knights shifted uncomfortably in the room. They wanted his help, not his departure. Gragas stood as well and extended his hand for a human custom handshake. Ozzy took it. Okay, Ozzy, you can leave. Soon as you do, we'll be off and landing next to the Moonshinka rock. It shall take us 20 minutes to get there. I hope you wish us luck, and we wish you the same. In 20 minutes? That was faster than his old relic could fly. Hell, in his craft, it would take 40 minutes at top speed. Speaking of which, he'd have to buy another S4 jumper here at Lanley Junction. It wouldn't get him off this planet, but it would get him on his way to the High Judge. He planted his eyes on Josie. Did you call your scientist friend through the teleporter? I think Connie Willis was her name. She lowered her eyes, her anger dispersing a little. I did. His stomach fluttered, and it wasn't a good flutter. From her expression, she had learned something bad, and he didn't want to hear about his daughter's death from Josie's lips. His visions and feelings were right. Okay, that's all I need to know. She frantically shook her head and flared her nostrils. Her tone deepened. No, that's not it. Connie wasn't there when I turned on the teleporter. Well, who was? No. 1. The scientists were probably dead as well, along with all those who dwelled in Gale Crater City. Ozzy nodded. I'll wait in another room until we land. Ozzy walked across a Lanley Junction hovercar expressway intersection. He stepped onto the sidewalk on the other side heading to his destination, a craft dealership. He checked the time. It had been almost 20 minutes since Gregos had dropped him off. They should be at Moonshinka Rock by now. He shook his head. What the Galactic Knights and Ozzy were attempting to do was nothing short of a suicide run. Should the terrorists spot them, they outnumbered the Galactic Knights 100 to 1. He shouldn't have let them go. He should have convinced them to stay here in Landley Junction. But he got what he wanted. Money to buy a ship. They got what they wanted. The exact location to the cure, and a way under Dawes to blow the Dunrocky scum to Deimos and back. He held down the urge to fly after them and tow them back to safety. They didn't have Indigo, and Indigo would have kept them off all radar, especially off of the Dunrocky terrorists' tracking systems. If he hadn't been such an ass and downright depressed, he would have been in a better frame of mind and let them use Indigo. Yet it was one of his most prized possessions. It was probably better he kept it to himself. He let out a huff, pushing away those thoughts and keeping his mind on the Landley Junction inner city. He hadn't been here before, purposely avoiding it. It should be called the sex and suit your every need city, if anything. It was full of maid and butler robots, sex robots, love hotels, and artificial intelligence computers, debating the current political and medical landscapes. He walked by a hollow screen set against a building. The Ministry news was playing. Another city rampaged by the Martian plague, but the Ministry... Ozzy paid it no mind and continued walking. Any more of this would just remind him of Lily. He held his duffel bag over his shoulder, fully packed with his EVA Indigo and his rifle. He put his hand in his pocket, feeling his auric wallet. A craft dealership was up ahead, displaying ships of all types in its vast parking lot. A holoscreen was on the front of the building, blinking holographic advertisements to everyone walking or driving by, which weren't many. The Martian plague had everyone spooked, even a commerce sex city like this. Ozzy walked past another holoscreen displaying more news. This just in. A crash near Dawes has the Ministry blaming the Dunrocky for yet another terrorist attack. These are becoming more... He shook his head. Idiots. He strode by a fourth holoscreen. Yes, John, it was a Martian Z-ionic 5-cell Puma. Our satellites show energy signatures of life forms inside. It's in one of the outlawed zones. The Ministry's not sending anyone out for a rescue. Ozzy stopped and looked around. The breaking news was on all the building's walls. He walked closer to a nearby holoscreen and slumped. Son of a Mars. Really? He stepped forward. Now he knew, and without a doubt, that Josie and Gregos were in harm's way. He grunted and stopped at a crosswalk, waiting for a few hover cars to drive by so he could cross the road. Don't do it, Ozzy. Don't do it, he told himself. Your goal is now the High Judge. But he couldn't let Josie and the rest of those robot-faced weirdos die out there. They weren't his friends, but they were his responsibility, in a way. He dismissed his weak thoughts and stepped onto the sidewalk. He halted at another holoscreen. And a few are walking out of the craft right now. We're not sure if the Dunrocky shot them down or if it was just a malfunction. But we are getting reports that these aren't humans, so there will not be a rescue effort employed. There is one human, dumbass, said Ozzy through gritted teeth. Damn it, he growled. He nodded. His mind was set. Screw it. He was going after them. He walked into the craft dealership, gripping the duffel bag tightly. He was greeted by a lone man happy to be of assistance and to probably sell him the most expensive airboat he could find. That wasn't going to happen. How can I... Where is everyone? The rest of my crew is at home, more or less hiding from the Martian plague. He let out a curt laugh. It'll be cured before it gets here. They're being silly. You're the only one here? Yes, sir, indeed I am. All the better. The man grinned. Now, let me show you the S-19 Pan. No. And time, Ozzy blurted. I have 2 million auric credits to spend, and I want that S4 jumper. He pointed across the showroom floor where dozens of ships were displayed. Ozzy could see the top of an S4 looming over a smaller craft. That's not 2 million auric credits, sir. You're looking at double that. Ozzy didn't have time to negotiate. I'll put 2 million down now and 2 million later. The man smiled and strolled toward his office. Excellent. If you come this way, we'll get the paperwork ready. Ozzy dropped his duffel bag and unzipped it, pulling out his rifle. He switched the safety off and a loud click echoed in the building. The man spun on his heels at the sound. He gasped and put his hands up. His smile faded. Yeah, we're not signing anything until I get back. You have my word. He tapped his hand on his pants pocket. My auric credits are in my wallet. Take all the funds. You'll see an extra 500,000 for you if you keep your mouth shut. I can't do that, sir. I'm sorry. Please don't shoot. I'm an MMP agent from Gale Crater City. The man jumped back, most likely from not wanting to be plagued than from the weapon in Ozzy's hand. All right. Reach into my pocket, extract the money, and give me the access code to the S4 jumper over there. The man did what he said, tapped the wallet on the auric transaction machine, and handed the wallet back to Ozzy. He nodded. Done. The access code is OZZY14? Wait, that's my old... He gave a double take. It was easy to patch into any ship's old code if you had the equipment, but where did you get that jumper? It was built last year and has been... Ozzy pointed the rifle at the guy's head. I don't want to repeat myself. Tell me the truth. The salesman stepped back, panic in his eyes. We found it at a crash site in the Martian desert. We fixed it up quickly and put it up for sale. You little scoundrel. Then it's worth half of what I paid. He dropped his weapon. I'm impressed, though. He looked at the time on the wall. It had been 10 minutes since Josie went down. Gotta go. He dashed toward Relic, reaching into his duffel bag, glad to feel his lucky charm in his hands, Lily's picture. He pulled it out and kissed her lips, wiping a tear away from his eye. You'll always be with me, Lilybug. He held in a yell. She was gone, and there was nothing he could do about it. He had to man up and get over it. He reached Relic and threw open the outside ramp console cover and typed the code into the panel. The ramp hissed and steam pushed out of the airtight lining. It opened up nice and smooth. They had fixed Relic up well. He stepped inside and rushed to the ladder. He climbed to the upper deck and jimmied through the narrow entrance to his cockpit. He plopped into his chair. He slapped Lily's picture on the flight console and turned on the outside speakers. Open the building's doors. The man nodded from across the warehouse and pressed a button. The building's ceiling opened. Ozzy flipped a switch, pressed a few levers, and the ionic engines purred. It's nice to have you back. Relic lifted off the floor and rose through the warehouse opening, the lights of the city blaring at him like an over-illuminated circus. He pressed the throttle forward, and his boosters engaged. Time to get Josie. Chapter 28. Nearing Dawes, Mars. He blasted out of the launch tubes under Lanley Junction and headed for Josie and the Galactic Night Crew. He had the holoscreen on, channeled to the Lanley News Network, LNN. As you can see, the Dunrocky aren't attacking them, but the crash victims are wandering far away from their downed craft. They were heading in the direction of the Moonshinka rock. Movement is coming from the north of their position. We suspect it's the Dunrocky. We'll keep you posted if there will be any efforts to extract them. The channel switched to more sobering news. Deaths were on the rise. The Martian plague was infecting yet another city. He kissed Lily's picture. Ozzy turned off the screen and activated autopilot. He stood and hustled out of his cockpit, down the ramp, into his duffel bag. Indigo. He pulled it out of the bag and raced to his toolkit, digging for extra wires and stretchable bands. Perfect. He headed for the room, placed his hands on the door, and it slid open with an audible whooshing sound. On the inside of the room and sitting directly in the middle was a platform. He set Indigo on top and attached 3 wires in it. They automatically welded to Indigo, a technology Ozzy didn't understand and didn't question. Next, he connected the lines into the auxiliary wiring and placed the elastic bands around the rocket platform, securing it in place. He flipped a switch, turning the wires and cables from receive mode to send mode. His craft was now invisible to radar and any other detection arrays that the Dunrocky may have. He walked out of the room and climbed the ladder, the rungs cold against his fingers. He hurried into his cockpit. He turned on his comm line and dialed the comm channel registered to Josie's EVA. Josie, do you hear me? He heard heavy breathing on the other end. A sinking sensation filled his stomach. Josie, are you able to respond? More heavy breathing. Was she running? Josie, it's Ozzy. Silence. He made a fist and slammed it on his armrest. I shouldn't have left them. His cockpit beeped and a jolt of nerves ran up his spine. Relic had detected enemy craft, 2 of them. They were Dunraki, though far from his position. He pushed forward on his control stick, taking Relic into a dive. They can't detect me on their radar systems, but they can see my ship with their own eyes. I must be too high on the horizon. He wished Indigo could cloak his ship as well. A plume of smoke rose toward the sky. He adjusted his holovid display and zoomed in on the anomaly. Damn it! Gregas's ship wasn't like that on the news channel a few minutes ago. The craft was on fire. A hole ripped through its roof, an obvious ruptured oxygen tank feeding the flame. That wouldn't last for long when the tank emptied. The thin Mars atmosphere would quickly extinguish the fire. The hole in the ship must have happened recently. Ozzy, repeated Ozzy. Where are you located? No response. Ozzy? Nothing. He brought Relic lower and headed toward a large, cat-shaped rock in the distance. He didn't see any movement or any galactic knights racing toward the moon Shinka. They had either been picked up by the Dunraki or were hiding. But where? They couldn't have made it to the rock already, and there was no place to hide in this area other than there. He clicked Josie's comm channel again. Give me any hint or indication you are still alive. Static. He pushed the throttle up a notch, picking up speed and approaching the moon Shinka at a faster pace. I'm almost there, Ozzy. He put the bow boosters on full, which slowed him down, and activated the ionic hover thrusters, taking Relic in for a landing. He lowered Relic, bringing her closer to the rock, using it to hide his craft. He pressed a button, and Relic hummed as she extended her skids. A thump and a jostle told him he landed. Here goes nothing? He rushed out of the cockpit and slid down the ladder. He ran to his duffel bag and hastily threw his EVA on, switched the oxygen tanks to active, and strung his rifle over his shoulder. He slapped his hand on the open button. A hiss resonated and the ramp descended onto the red dirt, throwing up a puff of dust as it made contact with the ground. He took steps down the ramp onto the Martian soil. He turned. Moon Shinka rock was immense. The expression in the rock's eyes was ominous, as if they were alive and wanting to rip his arms apart. Even the fangs were realistic, along with its wide mouth, which was practically asking for dinner. It was a beast. He walked toward it, then stopped and eyed the ground. Boot prints in the red soil caught his attention. Ozzy and the Galactic Knights had been through here. The boot prints led to the rock. He followed the prints. They were multiplying in numbers, all leading to every facet of the rock. Clever, but the entrance was inside the moon Shinka's mouth. There was only one way in and one way out. He glanced at the sky, searching for the Dunraki craft he thought he noticed following him on his way to the moon Shinka rock, and turned on his outside audio sensors to hear them. The sky was silent and empty. Good. He stepped forward, walking cautiously toward the moon Shinka's mouth, its fangs almost touching the ground. He reached the long, sharp teeth. Ozzy, he said into his mic. Do you read me? No answer. He exhaled and walked past them into the shade of the mouth. He turned on his EVA external lights. More teeth. He eyed one. It had a symbol etched on it in ancient Coptic hieroglyphs, displaying an arched door with a strangely pointed petaled flower in the middle. A loud pounding sound came from outside, and Ozzy instinctively ducked. He turned off his lights and leaned against a rock wall, hiding in the shadows. A Dunraki ship shot overhead, heading in a wide circle back around where it had come from. Ozzy's craft was in stealth mode and nearly butted up against the rock. Yet if the Dunraki pilot had half a brain, it no doubt saw Ozzy's S4 jumper. Another boom shook the earth. A Dunraki craft buzzed lower this time, again making a U-turn. Ozzy remained still for several minutes until quiet filled the sky. He turned, flipping his lights back on, and read symbols engraved on the wall next to a tooth. It was an instruction manual. Left, 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 right, up, 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 down. His brows drew together. What the hell does that mean? Footsteps crunched against the ground and echoed inside the moon Shinka's mouth. He went for his rifle. A shadowed figure came around a rock formation. Ozzy pulled the trigger. Wapoo! The butt of his rifle sunk into the crease between his shoulder and chest. A photon blast expelled, and the muzzle flashed a bright blue, highlighting the entire entrance. The figure fell and bounced off of the red dirt next to one of the moon Shinka fangs. Ozzy lowered his rifle a few inches, fingering the trigger, ready to poke another hole in the Dunrocky bastard. Chapter 29. Moonshinka, rock near Dawes, Mars. Quick as a flash, a thin metallic cord stretched into the shadows, twisted around Ozzy's rifle barrel, and pulled, flinging the rifle out of his hands and into the daylight beyond the Moonshinka's sharp teeth. It spun on the dust, making a complete circle in the crimson sand. A Dunrocky walked into view, the cord dangling from his hands. "You bubble-headed slime bucket," growled Ozzy, crouching and leaping at the culprit. The Dunrocky sidestepped and put out his leg, simultaneously coming down with an elbow on Ozzy's back. Ozzy grunted, tripped, and fell hard to the ground. He went to push up, then felt half a dozen boots pressing down on him and a rifle muzzle poking into his shoulder. Ozzy put his hands out the best he could. "You got me. Take me to your leader. I'll be happy to be the one to take the stick out of his ass." He knew he was a goner, so why give the Dunrocky the pleasure of his groveling? "I would appreciate it if your race stopped calling us bubbleheads. It's unevolved." Was that Gragas? A slow smile crept on Ozzy's face. "It's because you are ugly assholes that have taken over Earth and won't give my race a shred of peace." The boot stepped off of him, and a hand grabbed his shoulder, pulling him to a standing position. Josie stood in front of him. Her EVA was half covered in red dirt. She had her backpack strapped to her shoulders. "You showed up. How gracious of you." Her sarcasm wasn't lost on him. "Where are the Dunrocky?" He glanced at Gragas, then corrected himself. "Where are the bad Dunrocky?" "Combing the sky, looking for us. My guess is they have inbound vehicles with foot soldiers heading our way right now. They no doubt have spotted your ship." Gragas gestured with his hand toward the back of Moonshinka's mouth. "Lead the way, Archaeologist." Ozzy shook his head. "No. Number. Wait a minute. We won't survive if we don't leave now. They'll have a small army on us if we don't get in my IS-4 jumper and fly our asses out of here." "We have a much higher calling than that," responded Gragas. "If we die, then so be it." He patted Josie's backpack. "We have the teleporter, and we'll send the cure over to your scientists as soon as you find it." Ozzy looked around at the Galactic Knights and to Josie. He put his hands on his hips. "You tricked me. You didn't crash because of a malfunction or from an attack. You faked it. You knew it would get me here." "Correct. We also send an emergency beacon to a few of Josie's news anchor friends," replied Gragas. "Listen, Ozzy," Josie chimed in. "Lily—" Ozzy grit his teeth, loudly interrupting Josie. "I'm not here to help you retrieve the cure. I'm here to get you to safety." He pointed to Relic. "We have to leave right away. The Dunrocky are on their way and will kill us before we even find the cure." Josie waved her hands in the air. "No, listen, you bull-headed buffoon. I was able to use the teleporter again and got in contact with Connie and—" "See?" Ozzy looked up. "What's that sound?" "Get down," yelled Josie, sending a forearm across Ozzy's chest, flinging him on his back. She jumped on the ground beside him, covering the back of her helmet with her hands and going into a fetal position. Kakroom! A blast rocked the earth, sending rock and debris onto Ozzy, pelting him like bullets from a machine gun. It died down and Ozzy lifted his head. A thin stream of fire licked toward the sky. "No!" Relic was now a hulk of twisted metal and flames. He reached his hand toward his ship. "Lily, my lily bug!" Her picture was burning inside his ship, turning into the same smoke that filled his view. "Get up!" demanded Josie, grabbing Ozzy's EVA and thrusting him toward the back of the mouth. "Just listen to me. Connie said—" A photon blast zipped into the stone cat's mouth, slamming into the rock and sending scorched chunks to the ground. Gragas and his Galactic Knights flew into action, pulling out their weapons and leaning against the inner rock walls. Ozzy gulped. A mass of Dunrocky grunts was heading their way. They were running with their weapons drawn, ready to end every single person standing in the Moonshinka rock's mouth. He dove for his weapon and pulled it into his chest. He went to a knee and aimed, pressing on the trigger more than a dozen times and sending photon volleys at the Dunrocky soldiers. Wapoo! Wapoo! The knights fired at the oncoming Dunrocky horde as well, though with much more precision and expertise. Several Dunraki jerked back and forth before falling to the ground, most likely dying before they knew what hit them. Gragas looked over his shoulder and continued to fire. He eyed Ozzy. "Get the cure. We'll hold them off while we can." He cocked his head toward another galactic knight. "Dizzy, follow Ozzy and Josie. Find a way inside Dawes from underneath and set up the charges. We'll torch this city nice and pretty." A large galactic knight wearing a bulky pack and a strapped, thick photon cannon hanging down at his hip hurried toward Ozzy. Josie rushed over to Ozzy and pinned him against a rock wall, her forearm against his chest. "For the last time, listen to what I have to say. Your daughter is alive, but there isn't much time. She is alive, but not well." "What?" She was lying. She had to be. She was trying to get Ozzy to find the cure. Hell, he'd do the same if he were in her position. "She's alive. I'm dead serious." Josie didn't blink. Her eyes didn't dilate. She didn't even look away. Ozzy's mouth slackened. She was telling the truth. His hands went numb in shock, and he dropped his weapon. His daughter still had time. How much time? Was she breathing and hanging on for dear life? Everything went silent. He looked around. Beams were blasting against the Moonshinka rock, and galactic knights were blowing divots in Dunraki grunts. A loud slap smacked against his helmet. It was Josie. "Ozzy, we have to get the cure." He looked at her blankly, then nodded. "Yes, the cure." He picked up his rifle and turned around, repeating the instructions he read not too long ago. Left, 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 right, up, 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 down. Josie rushed to the back of the mouth, pressing her hand on a dead-end wall. It wasn't evident that there was an opening here, but according to the hieroglyphs, there was. Ozzy approached, turning on his EVA lights. The wall lit up. It was made out of granite, something completely different from the red rock all around. He slid his hands over the granite, not seeing any indentations or lines that might indicate a way inside. A door. A blast rocked the ground and Ozzy lost his balance. He fell on his side. Several galactic knights were on the ground and not moving. The others, including Gragas, continued to fire. He jumped back up and studied the wall. There wasn't anything on it. No Coptic writing or markings of any kind. What the hell? He shook his head, panic setting in. If this cure was real, and if it was inside this rock, then he had to get it to Lily. Inside this rock? A concussion blast shook the Moonshinka, but Ozzy managed to stay upright. Inside the rock? He repeated in his mind. "Wait," he blurted out. "The ancient Coptic tablet said it was underground. We're looking in the wrong place." Josie glanced over her shoulder at the waging battle. "We can't get out, Ozzy. We can't go to another place." Ozzy slid his foot across the ground, pushing away dirt, exposing an etched symbol at his feet. "We don't have to leave. The entrance is beneath us, not in front of us." He began pushing more dirt away with his boots. Dizzy and Yossi joined in. A small dust cloud formed. Ozzy waved his hands in the air, clearing as much of the red fog away as possible. But it was too much. He had to go by feel. He got onto his hands and knees. Kakroom. More rocks slammed against him, and the clouds stirred up more debris. He did his best to pay it no mind and ran his fingers over the etched stone. "That's the up glyph, and that's the down." He wiped his hands together. "We have up, down, left, and right Coptic writings, all in their own square dolomite rock." A muffled scream filled his helmet. He turned, and through the dust he could see Dunraki soldiers at the mouth's entrance. Gragas was bent over, holding his stomach. A Dunraki was next to him, coming down hard with a long knife. Chapter 30. Moonshinka Rock near Dawes, Mars. Ozzy held out his rifle. Before he could pull the trigger, Dizzy let off round after round, sending photon cannon projectiles at the knife-wielding Dunraki soldier. The soldier lifted off of his feet, jerking left and right at each photon hit. He landed on his back, skidding across the crimson surface. Dizzy continued to pound shot after shot, the cannon slicing through the Dunraki troops beyond. Ozzy didn't have time or the desire to watch. He pressed on the left glyph with all his strength. The engraved rock dipped and rose. Much like a key on a piano, he pushed on it again with all he had. The same results. Wapoo, wapoo! More photon blasts rocked the moon's Shinka. A blood-curdling yell went through his helmet. It was another galactic knight meeting his maker. Crap. He wanted to look up to see if he had more time, but he couldn't. He had to concentrate, and under these conditions, it was like trying to save someone from a fire while he was on fire. He pushed the left glyph again, right, up, 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 down. He pressed on them in rhythm, the way the Coptic hieroglyph instructions described. The ground under Ozzy shuddered, and more dust drifted upward and floated in the air. "Get back," warned Ozzy, moving back and pushing Josie away. A square portion of the earth opened up before them, exposing stairs. Dizzy stopped firing. He pointed to the staircase, abruptly shaking his arm, obviously trying to get them to rush down the steps and fast. Ozzy nodded and used his EVA light to illuminate the area. He pounded down the concrete steps while Josie followed. Dizzy was close behind, breathing heavily. The entrance closed, taking with it the sounds of the outside explosions and photon blasts. He took step after step, his gloved fingers pressing on the wide walls that bordered each side of the staircase. He had no idea where he was going or what was down here, or even how plants could survive in such darkness, if they survived at all. It all seemed so impossible, and in truth, it was. "Are we almost there?" asked Josie, her breath hurried. "I don't know," replied Ozzy. "Whoa!" He halted, flinging his hands out in front of him. Too late. He grunted when he hit a wall. He bounced off of it, his helmet clacking loudly on the ground, and he rolled to the side. Josie tripped over him, slamming into the wall as well. Dizzy laughed and lifted Ozzy to his feet. He made an odd sound, a dialect Ozzy wasn't familiar with, and pointed at the wall the same way he'd pointed at the open staircase moments ago. "I got it," said Ozzy. He stepped over Josie, holding his hand in front of him, using the wristband light to highlight more glyphs. These were hand-painted in calligraphy, something he'd never observed from the ancient Martians before. Josie pushed herself up. "Thanks for the help, gentlemen." "Oh yeah, sorry." Ozzy touched the calligraphy. "I don't know what it says." He paused, looking at his gloves, and then back at the calligraphy. Black ink was on his fingertips, and the calligraphy was now smudged on the wall. "It's fresh?" "What do you mean?" Josie said. He showed her his fingertips. "The ink, or paint, or whatever was used to draw on the wall, is fresh." He narrowed his eyes. "In Mars's atmosphere, any liquid would evaporate." He shook his head. "This isn't evaporating." He shifted on his feet, testing his weight compared to his weight on the surface. "I'm heavier." "What do the glyphs say?" Josie looked behind her and over Dizzy's shoulder. "We have to hurry." Ozzy ignored her question. "The gravity is denser down here and getting denser by the second." He checked his EVA's gauge on his forearm and gasped. "Gravity levels are optimal. Oxygen levels are rising." He glanced around, wondering where the oxygen tanks were that were feeding this underground corridor. He didn't see a thing. His EVA beeped. Oxygen levels were now ideal. He unclipped his helmet. "What are you doing?" Josie asked, tilting her head to the side in disbelief. She reached forward to press his helmet back in place. "Don't," said Ozzy, batting her hand away. He lifted his helmet off and took a big, deep breath. Oxygen, and lots of it. The reason the ink had lifted and liquidized was that oxygen left this stairwell when we opened the door to get inside. But how did the oxygen get in here in the first place? Josie unclipped her helmet, took it off, and swiped her black hair out of her eyes. She inhaled. "Did the Dunrocky set this up after they took over Dawes?" Ozzy shrugged. "I doubt it." He went back to the calligraphy. He began wiping it off. Josie leaped forward, pushing his arm down. "No!" "What are you doing?" He folded his arms, facing Josie. "You don't see it? Whoever put this calligraphy here knew that by opening the door, the oxygen would escape and the calligraphy would fail." "But you're erasing it," she pleaded, her mouth drawn open in surprise. "They want us to." He smudged away more, revealing a narrow strip of glass. He continued to wipe the ink away, and more glass came into view. A rainbow of lights zipped from left to right inside the glass, doing so over and over again. He took off his glove and put his hand over the glass. It gave off heat. The ground shook and rocks screeching against rocks sounded all around. Ozzy spun, looking the place up and down. There wasn't much to this small area, other than the staircase, so the source of the screeching rock shouldn't be too hard to spot. He stopped and reached for Dizzy. "Move!" He pulled him out of the way. A circle inside a circle was etched on the step Dizzy was on. Ozzy pressed on it. Nothing happened. Ozzy nodded, understanding why it didn't work. "I hate it when the ancients do this." He took off his other glove and rested both his hands on the inscription. Ozzy stood back. The step in front of him moved upward and vibrated. Soot fell from above. The stair went flush against the ceiling and clicked. Another loud click, and the steps and the landing they stood on jostled, then began to descend. "An elevator," said Josie, her eyes wide. "You're earning your weight in auric credits by pointing out the obvious, you sweetheart." A swift kick with her foot to his groin, and Ozzy crumbled to the floor, holding his gonads. Dizzy laughed. Josie stared down at Ozzy. "You call me that name again, and by God, it will be my knee next time." Ozzy rolled on the floor, the pain heading to his stomach. If he had any food in him to vomit up, he would. "Bad timing, Josie. We're in the middle of finding the cure." The landing shuddered, hitting rock, and then came to a sudden halt. Ozzy slowly stood, rubbing his stomach, trying to get the shitty kicked-in-the-balls sensation to go away. He winced in pain, his eyes watering. The wall, which was once filled with calligraphy, quivered and slowly slid upward. A light poked through the opening. A bird chirped. Then more. Ozzy backed up, taking his hands off of his stomach. "What the—" A bee flew from under the opening door to where Ozzy, Josie, and Dizzy stood. One of the many problems invading Ozzy's head at this moment was that Mars didn't have bees. Chapter 31. Moonshinka Rock near Dawes, Mars. "What's that?" Josie scurried closer to Ozzy. Dizzy laughed again, then spoke even more incoherent phrases and clicks, and finally a long buzzing sound, mimicking the bee. "It's a bumblebee." Ozzy got to one knee and watched it fly around, almost as if it was sniffing for flowers. He'd never seen one in person, and if he weren't in the time crunch of his life, he'd watch the thing for hours on end and study it until he couldn't keep his eyes open any longer. It landed on his stomach and crawled up his EVA. Ozzy flinched and the bee flew away, going under the ever-opening wall. More light streamed in. Ozzy bent down and peeked under. "You've got to be kidding me." Josie got on her hands and knees, eyeing what Ozzy was seeing. Wildlife. Her mouth gaped open. Ozzy crawled forward, slipping under the opening. He stood in awe. Massive trees with green leaves and hanging fruits grew in the middle of a giant complex. The ceiling glowed a whitish yellow, very much like the sun. Plants surrounded the place like a jungle. Birds many Ozzy had never seen before, not even in the university's historical archives, flew from limb to limb. Everything was vibrant. Green, leafy herbs grew in abundance, coupled with bright yellow and orange flowers, and trees with emerald-colored leaves and fruits were everywhere. "Were those apples?" Ozzy nodded, wanting to smile. "Apple trees," he mumbled. Ozzy glanced around more, his body frozen in place. Orange trees, fig trees, and plum trees were like magnificent trophies rising to the ceiling. Purple flowers were littered on the ground, accompanied by small white flowers. "Daisies," he said. The colors were endless, and the aroma was a rich mixture of citrus and fresh soil. It was warm and extremely humid in here. He took a step over a large fern, another plant he'd seen in the archives, and placed his boot on soft, squishy moss. "What is this place?" asked Josie, also eyeing everything around her. "You mentioned that the ancients kept some of their artifacts in excellent condition by keeping them in capsules. Well, this may be the solar system's largest time capsule. It's kept these plants alive for—" He couldn't imagine how long this had been around. Thousands and thousands of years. He moved through a throng of wildflowers. Butterflies and bees took to the air. He lurched back, batting his arms. They flew the opposite direction. He turned, seeing Josie doing the same thing. Those insects weren't known to kill according to the records. But who knew? He put his helmet back on just in case, followed by his gloves. He paused, glancing around. "Where's Dizzy?" Josie looked around, then pointed. "Where is he going?" Dizzy was walking away from them, going north in the never-ending jungle of plants. "Dizzy!" yelled Ozzy. Dizzy put his hand up and waved without looking back. He held tightly to his pack of bombs, carrying them to the underbelly of Dawes. He was probably going to light them on fire from the bottom up. Ozzy grunted. He didn't like that idea, not because it would kill the terrorists, but because it would kill every plant in here. In a matter of 10 to 20 minutes, however long it took Dizzy to make it under Dawes, an explosion would send a growing wildfire south, wiping out all of these plants plus bringing in more carbon dioxide. He couldn't let that happen. This place was a treasure, and it had to be saved. Dizzy, hold on. He ran after him, passing several trees. Dizzy was speeding up, jogging faster. Dizzy laughed again, then stopped and turned. He put his hands up for Ozzy to halt. Ain't no way I'm letting you. Ozzy ran into a translucent wall and bounced off of it, falling on his butt. He pushed off the ground and stood, seeing a device attached to a rock in the soil, sending a shield across the breadth of the gigantic room. Dizzy must have just planted it. Was this to protect the wildlife? Most likely. Ozzy held up his thumb to Dizzy and turned, rushing over to Josie. Ozzy! Josie yelled. Over here! She was staring at something beneath a large tree. Its branches hung over like an umbrella full of leaves. What is it? Ozzy asked. Stones with writing on them. They surround the base of this tree. He walked over to her, pushing away the branches, and stopped in mid-stride. More ancient Coptic writing. He unclipped his helmet and set it down next to hers. He read the stone's ancient script. This is what's left after a war between two worlds. The ancients saved this place, created it for austerity and future races. And cures. He itched his chin. Why cures? He nodded to himself. Because the Martian plague has been around before, even during their time. This time around, however, the Dunraki terrorists started it by releasing diseased rats and mice into the cities. The ministry tried to blame it on made-up carbon dioxide ticks and fleas. But they knew all along who started the Martian plague. There was no doubt in Ozzy's mind. Ozzy shook his head. The High Judge didn't want the population to know they couldn't handle the terrorist threat. They created a story only to save face. Josie wrinkled her nose in confusion. What? I wouldn't be surprised if the High Judge knew the terrorists were spreading the disease. They couldn't stop them and didn't want the population to know that they couldn't stop them. Josie shook her head. The High Judge. The capsule shuddered. Ozzy looked up. I don't think they're doing well up there. He hoped Gorgas was still alive, but he doubted it. He read another stone. The atmosphere was erased when they destroyed another planet. That's great information, but he wanted to find the plants that gave the cure. He kept reading, hoping this would take him in the right direction. The problem, however, was that he didn't know what some of the plants actually looked like. They say that they destroyed a planet named Maldek. Some of Maldek's remains comprise the asteroid belt. He grunted. Again, this shit was important and amazing, but what about the cure? Where was it? And were there any pictures? Another explosion shook the capsule. It was coming from atop. The battle was still raging between the Galactic Knights and the Dunraka Slime. Set your teleporter up. We'll have to push in every plant we can grab. He began to run off toward the wildflowers, then stopped. A rock with glyphs caught his eye. Could these be instructions? Josie gasped. Where? Look, Ozzy pointed. When the cure is taken, it must go through our mouths first, not through our skin. It has to go through all immune processes the most natural way. That's what it says? That's it. Ozzy pushed away a hanging branch and rushed out into a field of ground cover. Set up the teleporter. I am. Good. He pulled a purple plant with a green stem. A loud pop filled the capsule. He hesitated, glancing at the plant in his hand, and then back at Josie. Is the teleporter okay? Yes, but did you hear that pop? I did. He looked around but couldn't pinpoint the exact location of the noise. He hurried over to a yellow-leafed vine and pulled it up by the roots. Another loud pop. He pursed his lips and reached for a red flower hanging from a stem with thorns. Another pop. The ground rumbled and the grass parted, splitting open and creating a chasm. Ozzy stepped back, not at all liking what was happening. Josie came running out from under the tree and stood beside Ozzy. Ozzy's mouth gaped open. A 12-foot-long sarcophagus with a transparent cover connected to a metallic lift rose from the ground. Ozzy put his arm out, pushing Josie away. "Get back under." The top fizzed and popped, opened up, and fell to the ground. Steam rose from inside the sarcophagus. "Who goes there?" boomed a loud voice. "Shit!" Ozzy moved back some more. "Answer me." A large man, almost the size and width of the sarcophagus, sat up, his red hair matching his red, curly beard. The man put his hands on the sarcophagus's stone edges and pushed himself out of his makeshift bed, or whatever the hell it was. A large golden sword the length of Ozzy was sheathed to his side, and gold armor covered him from chest to toe and clanked when he took a hefty step forward. A gun with 2 barrels was holstered to his other hip. Was Ozzy looking at one of the ancients? The giant unsheathed his sword. He took a deep breath and plunged the sword into the ground, pushing it several feet in, and went to one knee, bowing his head. He pressed a device on his chest. It beeped. He brought his eyes to Ozzy and Josie. "I am Garen from the land of Costin, the once lush and mighty, now the red and barren." His words didn't match his mouth's movement. Ozzy figured the device on his chest must be a translator of some type. "I have been in suspended animation stasis for some time. You have awoken me." "How?" Another blast rocked the capsule. Garen pulled his sword out of the ground and stood. "What is the manner of this?" Ozzy stepped forward. He touched his own chest. "I'm Ozzy." He looked around. "Ozzy of Gale Crater City." Garen gave Ozzy an odd look and furrowed his brow. He calmed, then smiled. "I've never heard of such a place. Tell me all about it." He sat with his legs crossed like a child, ready to hear a story, and rested his sword on his thighs. Josie spoke up. "We are in a hurry. We have followed a map to this location to find a cure for a deadly disease rampaging our world right now. If we don't find it, all of our race will be lost." Garen's eyes softened, compassion drawn on every crease in his face. "What disease, child?" "There is one that hits Mars every few hundred years. It comes from insects and spreads through the animals and finally to my race. It can kill in a week's time." He shook his head. "My race is no longer. I am the last from a long war, here to help any race who wishes to use my planet as their home." He cleared his throat. "Is that the disease you speak of?" Ozzy didn't know if it was the exact disease, but it had to be. "It is," responded Ozzy. The capsule quaked. Garen turned. "Is there a war waging, young sir?" Ozzy nodded. "A race doesn't want us to survive. They have forced us off our planet into this one. Now they fight us here." "You are from Earth, no?" replied Garen. "Yes." Ozzy didn't want to be a dick, but he had to get this thing moving. "Can you point us to the cure?" Garen pushed himself up. Yes, I apologize. I come out of stasis once in a while to care for this garden, but I haven't spoken to anyone in a long time." He walked over to a horde of plants and sat. "I'm afraid only a few of your race will survive. There aren't enough plants to cure the whole lot of you." Josie dipped her head. "We have a way to replicate the plants and quickly. We naturally clone millions in a matter of minutes and can turn them into the mixed oils we need to give to those who are deceased." "Easy enough," responded Garen, as if he'd known such technology his entire existence. He picked a woody plant with evergreen-colored, needle-like leaves accompanied with pink flowers. "Rosemary," he blurted out and handed it to Ozzy. He pointed to a tree. "Young lady, please grab me one of those yellow-hanging fruits. That's lemon and part of the cure." Josie walked over to the tree. A hefty cracking sound erupted, and the plants vibrated. A soft, beeping sound pulsed on Garen's chest plate. He gave Ozzy an ominous look. "Someone has entered the upper stairwell." He pushed a button on his forearm armor. The open wall they had entered quickly shut. "Is the teleporter on?" Ozzy asked, his voice hasty, his mind in panic mode. If the Dunraki had gotten into the stairwell, there wasn't telling how long they had until they broke into the capsule. Ozzy picked the yellow fruit. "Yes, it's set up and ready." Garen stood and walked over to several different types of trees. Ozzy followed him, wanting to hurry things up. This man, although generous and probably a kind individual, was a little too nonchalant about things. During his long sleep, he must have forgotten about death and that it could be lurking in the form of photon blasts at any minute. "Here," Garen said, picking a long green leaf. "Eucalyptus." He moved to the next tree and raised his sword. He scraped off the woody bark and cut into the inner bark, handing a piece to Ozzy. "Cinnamon." A loud concussion reverberated against the walls and jungle. The Dunraki were now at the wall, trying to get in. Ozzy looked over his shoulder at Yosi. "Get under the tree and next to the teleporter. Tell Connie we'll be throwing in a few plants. And get your helmet on. When the Dunraki get through, all oxygen will be sucked out." "I'm on it," replied Yosi, running toward the willowing tree. "And clove." Garen dropped a green bud from an evergreen tree into his hand. "You best get to your friend and put on your helmet as well." Ozzy shook his head. "But there is one more ingredient. One you're not allowed to see." He shifted his gaze to the tree Josie ran under. "Get yourself over there, and I'll hand you the last ingredient." Ozzy rushed over to the tree, brushed the hanging limbs out of the way, and slid to Josie. She was speaking with Connie while pushing a lemon through the teleporter. The lemon landed on Connie's table. Ozzy leaned forward, tossing the rest of the plant material through. "Thank you, guys. I'll get right on it." Connie went to turn off the teleporter. "Hold on. One more's coming," said Ozzy, nearly pushing himself through the teleporter to get her to stop. Connie jerked back. "Okay, standing fast." She looked at Josie, sadness in her eyes. "Are you going to make it?" Josie put on her helmet. "I doubt it. So do me a favor. Get that cure working, okay? Do it for me." "I'll do my best." Josie pushed off the ground. "There is no doing your best. You're going to do it. Do you understand?" Connie nodded sadly. "Understood." Garen's heavy steps echoed across the capsule. "Ozzy of Gale Crater City, I have your last plant. May the Great Spirit guide you to the curing of your race." His large hand parted the branches and leaves. He held a stem with a large purple and bulbous fruit hanging from it. "This will guarantee that the cure works." Ozzy reached for it just as a tremble rippled across the ground. "Krrrr-a-cow!" A shockwave threw Ozzy on his back, tumbling him head over heels and against the base of the tree. He pushed himself up. The giant was on his side, the fruit still in his hand. "No!" cried Josie, sitting up. "The teleporter!" Ozzy turned. The teleporter was torn apart and smashed against a rock. A stream of smoke fled off of it and rose toward the branches. The damn teleporter was out of commission. Chapter 32. Moonshinka Rock near Dawes, Mars. Ozzy rushed to his helmet and slid it over his head. He clamped it shut onto the collar of his jumpsuit. "Can you set that teleporter back up and get it working?" "I can try." Ozzy could hear the doubt in her voice. Josie snatched pieces of the teleporter into her gloved hands and began putting it together. Ozzy pulled his photon rifle off his shoulder and held it out, pointing from where the concussion sound came. He walked toward Garen. Ozzy's body was becoming lighter and lighter with each step. The gravity and oxygen were being sucked out of the capsule. That meant Garen wouldn't be able to breathe. Ozzy's eyes were alert and his body tense. He picked up his pace. Garen was on his side, sucking in air. He held out his hand, reaching for Ozzy. Garen was mouthing something, but Ozzy couldn't make out what. "Garen, hold your breath." He reached for his oxygen tank on his back and grabbed an oxygen tube. "I can get." Garen's eyes rolled back, and his eyelids shut. His arm dropped to the ground and his skin faded to ashen blue. The giant was dead. "Oh my Mars," said Ozzy, bending down and grabbing the bulbous fruit out of Garen's hand. The fruit was intact, but wouldn't be for long. Soon the plants would freeze, and the soil's moisture would evaporate from the growing carbon dioxide currently getting inside the capsule. "Wapoo!" Ozzy ducked and somersaulted to the side. A blast punched a divot in the ground next to him, and dirt splattered all around. He went to his stomach and aimed. "You almost have it put together, Jossie." "Yes, almost got it." "Good. I'll be your cover fire." He scooted over to a rock, using it for his own cover. He couldn't see any Dunraki, but he knew which direction they were coming. He set the fruit next to him, gathered himself, and pulled the trigger. The rifle butt pushed into his shoulder, and a photon blast ejected out of the muzzle. He pressed the trigger, again and again, sending shots through dense brush. Maybe he'd tag a few Dunraki legs and feet. "It's fixed," Josie shouted. "I just need the last plant. Do you have it?" Ozzy shot another burst. "Over here!" A photon beam flew over the top of him. He pulled the trigger. A small eruption lifted a Dunrocky soldier into the air and against the wall. The grunt fell limply to the ground. Ozzy figured he must have hit the energy charge on the Dunrocky's weapon. What else would send the bastard flying? A photon bolt zipped by Ozzy. "I'm pinned down." "Where are you?" He looked around. "Just past the tree's branch line." "Okay, I see you." She dove through the leaves, parting them, and landed next to Ozzy. She pulled the fruit into her, cradled it, and twisted around. She crawled away, then screamed. "I've been hit." Ozzy turned. Josie had a gash on the back of her EVA pants. The shot cut right through her jumper to her skin, leaving a black mark. "Is it bleeding?" "I can't tell." Josie lay on her side. She poked her finger through the hole and pulled it out. She looked at her finger. "Damn, it's bleeding. It feels like a major cramp." "Hold your finger over the injury. Don't move it," yelled Ozzy. If she did, there was no telling what damage would occur throughout her body from the deoxygenated blood. In 2 minutes, she'd be dead. He took shot after shot, riddling the area in front of him, making sure the Dunrocky ducked back for cover. He dropped his rifle and raced over to Garen. He searched frantically for something he could rip off and tie around her leg, hopefully making her suit airtight again. He touched the sword sheath. His eyes widened when he saw it. A belt made from something that resembled hemp or cotton. He pulled the wide and thick belt off the giant's waist. "Wapoo! Wapoo!" He leaped out of the way with the belt in hand, avoiding several photon blasts. He hustled over to Josie and crouched low. "Take your hand off," he ordered. When she did, he wrapped the belt around her injured leg as fast as he could, pulling tightly and slipping the buckle's prong through one of the many holes. It worked almost too well. "Go, go!" She grabbed the fruit and crawled off, grunting loudly. Ozzy moved forward on his hands and knees, making it to his rifle. Dirt from a photon blast kicked up and tagged him in the visor. He picked up his rifle and rolled. He took shot after shot, shooting blindly, but it was better than not shooting at all. A Dunrocky's helmet lifted above a throng of bushes. "See ya?" blurted Ozzy, shooting just wide. He gritted his teeth. He needed more target practice. A thud next to him startled Ozzy. It was Josie. She was on her stomach, aiming her rifle. "This damn wound stings like hell," she complained while blasting photon bolts in the direction of the oncoming troops. "Did you get the fruit through?" She nodded. "I did." A weight lifted off of Ozzy's shoulders. Maybe his daughter might survive. He squeezed his trigger as hard as he could, riddling the plant jungle in front of him. "Can we slip through that teleporter?" asked Ozzy, knowing the answer. "I told you, our weight is too heavy. We'd be sliced in half." She didn't tell him that, not in those details, but now he knew. A Dunrocky jumped behind a nearby tree, hiding. "I'm a crack shot." Josie targeted the area. "Keep firing, I'll take this guy." Ozzy sent blasts all around, doing his best to keep the pricks at bay. Josie took a shot. Dead. Ozzy glanced out of the corner of his eye. The Dunrocky was slouched face first over a rock. He wasn't moving. She was good. Several soldiers jumped into view and quickly ducked down for cover. They would be overrun soon. There was no doubt about it. But Ozzy was going to fight until his last breath, and he knew Josie would as well. "Did you see those soldiers?" Josie said. Ozzy nodded. "Well, they keep coming. Let's hold them off as long as possible." He didn't know how long that would be. Where they saw dozens of enemies, Ozzy guaranteed there were a dozen more they hadn't seen. "It was nice knowing you," said Josie. "I guess you could say that," Ozzy blurted, being a sarcastic ass. "Yeah, we didn't know each other too long, but what I do know is that you're still an a-hole, even till the end." "I am what I am," responded Ozzy, taking another shot. "But let's just hope they get the cure to the people." He flinched with the thought of never seeing his daughter again. "And I hope to Mars that my daughter is saved. I have faith in Connie Willis. She'll get it done. But we don't have much time, Ozzy. You make your peace with your maker yet?" Ozzy pulled the trigger, ignoring her question. He only wanted to see his beautiful daughter again, not any maker. A rash of soldiers popped up, shooting wildly. They rushed Ozzy's and Josie's position. "Here it comes." Ozzy went to stand, to poke holes in as many of these bubbleheads as he could. knowing he'd only have seconds before they did the same to him. He jumped to his feet, squeezing the trigger, slamming photon bolt after photon bolt into as many oncoming troops as possible. Their arms flailed and they jerked back and forth. A loud concussion vibrated across the capsule, shaking it to its core. It knocked Ozzy off balance, and he fell to his back. Another blast rocked the capsule, then a third cracked the ceiling. White debris fell, and the ceiling's inner glow blinked off. Darkness. Then another blow rattled the area. More debris fell. "What the hell is happening, Josie?" No response. "Shit." Chapter 33. Moonshinka Rock near Dawes, Mars. A hand grabbed Ozzy's shirt, pulling him to his feet. "They can't see us. Move back as far as you can." It was Josie. She pushed him in the opposite direction of the Dunrocky. He tripped over a stone and landed on his chest. He stood and blindly ran, not being able to see an inch in front of him. He smashed into a gang of plants, then face-planted into a tree. He bounced off of it, pushed himself up, and continued forward. Josie's heaving breaths pounded against his ear. "Are you still with me?" she asked. "I'm still running, but I'm not sure I'm still with you. I can hear you, but I don't know where the hell you are." Photon blasts echoed in the capsule, and Ozzy looked over his shoulder, intently listening as he furrowed his brow and was able to see silhouettes from the blaster fire. The Dunrocky weren't firing at Ozzy or Josie. They were shooting at something else, and a bit of light was coming from the blasts. "You see that?" Josie asked. "I do." "It must be dizzy," she said, but there wasn't just one weapon returning fire on the Dunrocky. There was a handful. Ozzy's comm line crackled. "We have blown a large portion of Dawes City to dust. The graviton shields surrounding the city have failed. We don't think any of them will survive, and the Dunrocky still in here surely won't either." Was that Gragas? If it was, how did he and the rest of the Galactic Knights survive? Ozzy slid to a stop and ducked, holding his rifle close to his chest. "Gragas?" "Yes, it's us, Ozzy. We're sorry we let the troops in, but we needed you to be a distraction while we set Dawes ablaze. My apologies." "They let them in. Bastards." He shrugged, but the tactic had worked. "Gragas," said Josie. "Keep firing. It gives us light. We'll flank them and end the Dunrocky where they stand." "You took the words right out of my mouth," replied Gragas. Ozzy went to his feet and slowly rounded the Dunrocky. From the brief flashes, he could see Gragas pinned behind several trees. Ozzy stopped. "Whoa!" A Galactic Knight, one he hadn't observed while flanking the enemy, dropped from a tree, his arms out, large swords in both hands. He disappeared into the foliage. There was a pause in the fire, and Ozzy cocked his head to the side like a curious cat. The Galactic Knight emerged and leaped from the fight. He rolled to the side, pulling out two sidearm photon guns and ran backward, sending bolt after bolt at the Dunrocky. Ozzy kept moving, jumping over a plant and sidestepping a skinny, spindly tree. He aimed and pulled the trigger, sending photons of death toward the bubbleheads. Josie walked beside him and slowly trekked forward, lighting up the enemy with her photon beams. A Dunrocky lurched forward, his back arching away from Ozzy, and fell. A true hit by Josie, and then another and another. "Hold your fire," yelled Gragas. "Don't pull your triggers." A few Dunrocky ran out of the capsule via the wall they blew open. The rest were dead. They had to be. If they weren't, the Mars atmosphere would soon get them through their open wounds, pulling out their oxygen and pumping them full of carbon dioxide. Ozzy turned on his EVA lights and walked forward, his breath coming fast. He strode past Garen and leaned down, doing his best to calm himself. He eased his breathing and closed his eyes, focusing on his heart. "Slow down," he repeated out loud. "Slow down." "What?" Josie said, taking careful steps behind him. "Nothing." He straightened and made his way to Graga. He looked over his shoulder at Josie. She was kneeling next to Garen and touching her heart. She then touched Garen's shoulder. "You were sent by the angels, and now you are flying high with them. I'm eternally grateful." She bowed her head and stood. "Gragas," said Ozzy, "how are we going to get over to the next city?" Ozzy wanted out of this place as fast as possible. There was no telling when any surviving Dunraki would find their way in here and start another battle. Good question. Do you have any ideas? No. Ozzy put his foot on a dead soldier. Dunraki were everywhere. He would count them, but what was the point? 2 dozen? 3 dozen? They were all the same, just evil people trying to steal another human home. We walk. Ozzy glanced up, watching Gragas leave the capsule. Say what? Jazzy nodded. Yeah, what Ozzy said. Their last attempt of walking from one city to the next almost killed them. Gragas turned and put his hands on his hips. Do you have any better ideas? Yeah, like living, replied Ozzy. We barely made it out of this, and I don't want to push my luck. Excellent. While you stay alive in here, we'll stay alive while walking to Lanley Junction, the closest city to this location. Gragas pointed to the ground, indicating where this location was. Ozzy gave a thumbs up. Sweet plan. He rolled his eyes and gestured for Josie to follow. Let's go. Josie sighed. Does he know we barely survived the last one? No. Complaining, demanded Gragas. We'll huddle together and warm each other during the walk. I have a feeling we'll be fine. He threw his own thumbs up, mimicking Ozzy. The rest of the Galactic Knights did the same. Partake in your thumb ritual again, Ozzy? Came Gragas, still holding his thumb up. Ozzy extended his arm, giving him a thumbs up, but then lifted his middle finger and thrust it at the ground. What's that? Asked Gragas. Just a memento to this planet if I don't survive the walk to Lanley Junction. And if Lily didn't survive either. Gragas lifted his middle finger, and the rest of the Galactic Knights joined in. A memento to Mars, may she let us live and flourish. Yeah, that too, said Ozzy. Chapter 34. Moonshinka Rock near Dawes, Mars. The cold was getting to Josie. Perhaps it was the makeshift bandage, Garen's belt, around her leg letting in more freezing air, but she was shivering. Ozzy put his arm around her, wiggling her back and forth, rubbing his hands up and down her shoulder and arms. The sun had departed the sky more than an hour ago, and it was pitch black. The cold was getting to all of them. He couldn't get Lily out of his mind. Did she make it? Was she healthy again? He didn't know when he'd get answers to these questions. In the meantime, the wondering was killing him. If she didn't live, then what was the point of his living anyway? He checked his EVA as he walked on the red sand. Besides the stars in the sky and the domed city 20 miles ahead, the EVA suits they wore were the only things lighting the way. The Galactic Knights were practically shadows. Ozzy halted and pointed up at the sky. A ship is coming. It was a small dot heading their way. It split off into 3 more dots, separating from a line formation into a V. Gragas and the Knights tilted their heads back, following Ozzy's finger. Gragas turned and walked in the opposite direction. That's our cue. Where are you going? Josie asked, her voice trembling. We will see you another time. Gragas and the Knights jogged away. Communication off. Gragas's comm line went to static and their silhouettes faded into the darkness. Wait, that's it? You're leaving just like that? Ozzy said. No response. Ozzy shrugged and continued walking to Lanley Junction. It was probably best the Knights left anyway. They may not be welcomed by the incoming ships. Ozzy held Josie tightly to warm her. He didn't know if it worked, but even the chance that Josie thought it worked may act as a placebo effect and at least give her mind the impression she was warmer. A light beamed around Ozzy and his helmet's comm line beeped on. This is the Mars Ministry Police. Put your hands up where we can see them. This is Ozzy Mack. I'm with MMP Agent Josie Ryan. The S9 Mars Ministry Police ships flew closer. We've just come back from the Cure's location. Josie and Mr. Ozzy Mack, came a voice. We're fully aware of who you are. Ozzy would know that squirrely, screeching, terrible sound from anywhere. It was the High Judge, Robert Baldwin. Did the Cure work, Robert? Did they cure our children? Ozzy held his breath, his hopes high. Mr. Mack, you know quite well that I'm not to be referred to as Robert. Call me High Judge. Okay, High Judge, did the Cure work? The S9s were now overhead, their white lights glowing from their underbellies, nearly blinding Ozzy. Their ionic boosters rotated and pointed toward the surface. They went into a hover and descended. The dust whipped in the wind, clouding Ozzy and Josie like a mini sandstorm. "We can discuss this another time, Mr. Mack." "Out," replied Robert. The line went to static. More sand blasted across Ozzy and Josie in the soft wind. Josie put her hand up and covered her visor. Her hand and arm were shaking, either from weakness or the Mars freeze. Or both. "Just cooperate and everything will be fine, Ozzy. The ministry won't tag you as a hero, but many of the MMP agents and their families throughout Mars will. That's if the cure was working. Ozzy couldn't care less who tagged him as anything, as long as his lilybug was alive. That's all that mattered." The ground shuddered as the crafts landed and surrounded them. Ozzy puffed out his lips. "This doesn't look good." "No, it doesn't. They've landed in a triangle formation. That's our formation when we're attempting to secure a criminal." The S9's ramps opened. "Definitely put your hands up. Don't give them any reason to shoot." Ozzy let go of Josie and lifted his hands in the air. All in a day's work from High Judge Robert Baldwin. He let out a quick breath through the gaps in his teeth. He couldn't wait to get his hands around that man's neck. "Do me a favor, Josie." He dropped his hands by his side, punching in information on his wristband. "What are you doing?" she complained. "Hold on." He grabbed Josie's wrist and touched his band onto hers. "There you go." He put his hands back up. "What did you do?" "I've downloaded all the locations where I've hidden holodocs, holo images, and holovids of Robert's illegal dealings with me. He won't like what he sees. If anything happens to me, and if Lily is—" His voice cracked. "If she's not of this world anymore, then please expose Robert for the fraud that he is." Josie shook her head. "Ozzy, I know you think he's a terrible person, but I don't think those docs will be much of anything. You dislike him, so you see them much worse than they really are. He may be a jerk, but I'm not going to expose someone in my family. He did everything he could to cure the Martian plague. He did everything he could to cure his son. Curing the population was a mere side effect and nothing more, and we don't even know if the cure worked, so please stop putting him on a pedestal." "I don't put him on a pedestal. He's just not as bad as you wish him to be." Ozzy swallowed. Even after all they went through to get the cure, she was still on Robert's side. Once an MMP agent, always an MMP agent. They are not your family. They are. It was most likely true. They were probably her only real family, so Josie giving that up wasn't going to happen easily. Several men in EVAs, thick military-grade suits with blue-colored MMP patches on the front, rushed down the ramps with their rifles held out in front of them. Bright flashlights were attached to the barrels. "Keep your hands up where we can see them," ordered an MMP agent. Josie lifted her hands as well. "Not you, Special Agent Ryan." It was Robert's voice, and Ozzy almost laughed. The guy was the smallest of the bunch. He was holding a photon rifle with his legs bent in a defensive posture, as if readying for Ozzy to pounce on him at any moment. Josie dropped her hands as the agents cautiously approached Ozzy. "What are you arresting Ozzy for?" she inquired. "Aiding and abetting a crime lord during a mission under ministry guidance," said Robert. Ozzy cringed, and his stomach tightened into a ball of fury. "You piece of Mars scum! You had no intention of setting me free." Josie took a step in front of Ozzy and put her hand up for him to stop talking. "He did no such thing, Robert. As you know, I'm a High Judge MMP agent. So under Law 28, Section 2, I hereby take this man under my own custody. That is something I can do until we figure out a proper and fair resolution for the man who may have saved Mars." "Josie, don't," said Ozzy. "You don't have enough strength. It would mean they would have to walk the rest of the way to Lanley Junction, something Ozzy wasn't positive she'd live through. "I do have the strength. Trust me." "Overruled, Miss Ryan," said Robert. He motioned to Ozzy with his rifle. "Take that man into custody." The MMP agents surrounded Ozzy. They grabbed his arms and put them behind his back. He felt tight cuffs clasp around his gloved wrists. "You are now prisoner 113884 of the Gale Crater City prison system," shouted an MMP agent. Ozzy nodded. "Of course." He stared at Josie, who stood dumbfounded and shaking. "He's not your family. He's not your brother. He's not anything to you other than an asshole." They escorted him toward an S9's ramp. He dug in his heels and looked over his shoulder. Josie was being helped to another S9. Josie, if Lily made it, can you please make sure she has a good life? A tear fell from his eye. It was the first tear Ozzy had shed since his last farewell hug he gave to her. Lily had said, "Why are you crying, Daddy?" He touched her chin and kissed her cheek. "It's because I love you so much." A hard shove to his side brought him back to the present. He craned his neck, catching a glimpse of Josie. She stopped and nodded. "I'll do my best, Ozzy." "Quiet," demanded Robert. Ozzy was pushed forward. "I hope you enjoy prison. You'll be there for a long time." There was an air of delight in Robert's tone. Robert was beside him, walking along with several MMP agents. Ozzy inhaled. "Why don't you just kill me and get it over with? I'm obviously the bane of your existence." For a moment, Robert hesitated. He'd no doubt thought of killing Ozzy many times, and probably attempted to on several occasions. But Ozzy was good at hiding, at being a ghost. And until Jazzy came along and pretty much infiltrated his business and his life, Robert was always a step behind. "MMP agents, turn comm lines off. I'm going private," ordered Robert. They did and guided Ozzy up the ramp and onto a seat. Robert sat across from him, his hands folded over the rifle in his lap. "You're a good asset. I need you around. As I said, no one can translate glyphs and find artifacts as you can. You'll be my guy when I need you." A flash of rage rushed through Ozzy. Be his guy? He'd rather eat knives. He curled his fingers, making a fist. "You're taking me to prison, so how can you use me? I have my ways. You'll enjoy your time away from your cell bars every now and again. It's a win-win, really." "My daughter," growled Ozzy through gritted teeth. "Is she alive?" An MMP agent slapped the close button, and the ramp hissed as it shut. "She's not important anymore," responded Robert in a monotone voice. Ozzy tilted his head to the side and narrowed his eyes. "What does that mean?" "You know what it means." Robert used Ozzy's daughter to get what he wanted, for Ozzy to find the cure. Now that Ozzy did, Robert no longer needed her. Did she survive, Robert? That's all I need to know. Robert stared coldly into Ozzy's eyes, refusing to answer. Ozzy did his best to hold down the anger that wanted to burst out of his veins. He couldn't. He stood and rushed Robert, slamming his shoulder into Robert's chest. Robert yelped. Ozzy stepped back, readying to kick the high judge in the helmet. In seconds, MMP agents were on top of Ozzy and pinning him to the floor. He thrashed, kicked, and screamed. A knee came down on his stomach and knocked the wind out of him. He curled into a fetal position, clenching his stomach with his cuffed hands. Something sharp touched his shoulder. Ozzy turned his head. The tip of an electric rod was pressing into his EVA. The agent holding the device pressed a button on the rod's handle, and hot electricity shot through Ozzy. His body shook back and forth, and every synapse in his brain felt like it was frying on a burning grill. His legs and arms jerked back and forth, and he let out a low-pitched, gurgling bellow from deep inside his gut. He scrunched his eyes shut, and his mind became hazy. Everything around him spun, and his body continued to shake uncontrollably from the electricity zapping every cell in his body. He let out a loud yell and flexed every muscle he had. "Just end me, Robert." An instant later, darkness overtook Ozzy, and he lost consciousness. Chapter 35. Gale Crater City Prison. Gale Crater City, Mars. A guard gripped Ozzy's arm and pulled him out of his cell. Ozzy's hands were chained and bound together. The guard lifted a device and pressed a button. The cell door clanked shut. He brought the device to his mouth. "Prisoner 113884 is out of his cell. I'm taking him to Block 5, Hospital Wing. Open up." Ozzy stepped in stride with the bulky guard, his eyes on the door ahead of him. There was a loud bang, and Ozzy glanced away, eyeing a prisoner clanging an iron mug against the bars of his cell. Ozzy tightened his lips and glanced ahead. He had no idea where he was going or why. He'd been here half a night and hadn't gotten a wink of sleep or food. It was probably better that way. It made him numb and emotionless. Now he was being forced to go somewhere, hopefully a firing squad to end his miserable life. But he knew it wouldn't happen. Robert was probably going to attempt to send him on another mission, not over Ozzy's dead body. Robert had ruined his life and was continuing to do so. The door buzzed and automatically opened. They walked through the doorway and turned down a hall labeled Gale Crater City Prison Emergency Hospital. A stench wafted to his nose. Was that the smell of death? Hold your breath. 113,884. The city hospitals were overrun. They used the prison system for more rooms. They haven't carted the children out yet. What children? He held his breath, not from the guard's advice, but from the chance that his daughter had survived. The ones that died. The wind was sucked out of him. He let out a breath and he moved his eyes forward. He should have known. They passed a room with its door open. A grieving woman was by her son's side, holding his lifeless hand. His skin was ashen, and his lips were blue. Death had grabbed him not too long ago. Ozzy's stomach sank. The cure must not have worked. He looked away as they walked past. They were heading for another door at the end of the hall. The decaying stench grew stronger, and he coughed, trying to force the rotting odor out of his lungs. He walked by another doorway where a little girl was dead, lying alone in a bed. Her eyes were open. No family was around her. Ozzy squeezed his eyes shut, not wanting to see anymore. Thank the Mars gods it wasn't Lily, but if it were his lily bug, he wouldn't be able to bear it. It'd be a dagger in his heart, and he wasn't ready for that. He wasn't prepared for what was most likely the inevitable. How many children made it? He asked. Keep your mouth shut. Ozzy continued, keeping in line with the guard's pace, only 10 steps to the door at the end of the hall. His legs were tired. His heart felt like a zombie's. He just wanted to pass out and die. The guard brought the device to his lips. Open up. A buzz sounded and the door squeaked open. The guard escorted Ozzy through it and turned down another hall. They stopped at yet another door where the guard pressed a keypad attached to a panel on the wall. Prisoner 113884 is here. Let him in. It was the voice of the high judge. The guard opened the door and shoved Ozzy inside, then slammed the door the moment Ozzy was clear of the doorway. Have a seat, Mr. Mack, said Robert, sitting at a table, motioning for Ozzy to take the chair in front of him. Ozzy remained standing, his chains clanging against one another, refusing the gesture. I prefer to stand. He eyed 2 guards on either side of Robert, their hands behind their backs, being good little soldiers. Do you know why I called you in here? Ozzy shifted on his feet. I don't care. He just wanted the prick dead. This is your sentence hearing. The door flew open, and Ozzy turned. It was Josie Ryan. She shot Ozzy a look, then focused on Robert. Sir, I deeply apologize for my intrusion. I think there was a mistake, though. I read from the judiciary reports that Ozzy Mack will be sentenced to 105 years. Again, forgive me, but I think the reward for saving humanity should be freedom, not prison time. Ozzy tilted his head. Did she just say saving humanity? Can you repeat that? Robert stood and pressed his palms on the table, leaning forward. His chin was low and he glared at Josie. You have no right barging in here. He threw a finger at Ozzy. We have him on holocam attempting to abandon the mission and attempting to make a deal with a crime syndicate while on that mission. He's getting fewer years than what is required. Ozzy stomped his foot to get their attention. I have a question. Josie nodded her head. I'm sorry, Ozzy, but it's true. She shifted her gaze onto Robert, her emotions getting to her. That's not what I was expecting from a well-heeled high judge, one who claims to be fair and just. But what about my daughter? You said I saved humanity. Does that mean I saved Lily? A glimpse of hope engulfed Ozzy. From the moment he'd been thrown in prison to now, he hadn't any clue if the ingredients to the cure actually did anything. From the sounds of it, the plants may have done their job. It didn't save everyone. Those in the last stages didn't make it, she replied. Ozzy dropped his chin to his chest, the light inside him fading. Lily was in her last stage. She was, responded Robert, sitting back down. Now can we get back to business? I have a sentence I'm supposed to record in front of 2 witnesses, hence these guards and the defendant. He pulled out a hollow recorder. Can I see my daughter? It took Ozzy everything he could muster to say those words, but he had to see her body. He had to give her one last kiss before he was locked away. He needed to touch her one more time, to hold her, even if she wasn't inside her body. Robert paused. You can't, Ozzy. He shook his head. I know that's tough to hear, but understand, you're one of hundreds of thousands of parents across Mars with the same weight on their shoulders. Ozzy blinked his eyes several times, not wanting to ask, but maybe this was why Robert wasn't lenient on him at the moment. Did your son make it? Robert smiled. Yes, he did. Thank you for asking. Now let's get... Then why are you sentencing me? I saved your son. He was alone. It was quiet. Too quiet. He took a step forward, hearing his boots tap on the floor. A drape separated him from his daughter. He walked over to turn the lights on, then dropped his hand by his side. The shadows were probably for the better. The small light streaming through a curtained window was all the light he needed. His chains jangled when he took another step forward. He reached up and slowly pulled the drape open. He gasped and flung his hands to his mouth. Lilybug, his little 7-year-old, was lying under the covers. Her mouth open, her eyes shut, and a shadow was laying over her. She wasn't breathing, not that he could tell. He couldn't move. She was dead. His heart grew heavy, and a knot filled his throat. He took a few steps around her bed. He leaned down by her side, lifting a portion of the blanket away from her hand, and touched her fingers. They were warm. He pressed his forehead against them and went to talk, to say some last words to his daughter, but a deep, guttural sob came instead. He cried more than ever, crying for all the times he hadn't seen her, and all the times he wanted nothing more than to hold her, to comfort her, and to be the daddy she never had. He lifted his head. Were her fingers truly warm? That didn't make any sense. Was it the covers? He sniffed and wiped the tears from his eyes. He looked at her beautiful little face and bit the inside of his cheek, holding in another, deeper wail. Her hand moved. He jerked his head back, and his mouth shot open. Daddy? A shock ran through his body, and he looked up. Through the shadows, he could see her blinking. Lilybug? Daddy? She smiled. I missed you. He pulled her into his arms and squeezed tightly, crying, holding on with all he had. He hoped this was real. It had to be. I'm okay, Daddy. No, the doctors did. You found the ingredients to save my son, and there's a big difference. Josie squeezed her arms into her body. Ozzy could tell she was holding back rage like a dam about to burst. Sir, please, can Ozzy see his daughter? Not all children who have died have been carted out of this hospital. She twisted on her heels and headed for the door, forcing a smile. I'm going to check the main registration desk, and if they say she's here, then we can authorize his parental rights to see his child one last time before he's placed behind bars. Wait, demanded Robert. Don't. It was too late. Josie had stepped out of the room. For a few minutes, silence filled the room. Ozzy's eyes darted around, doing everything he could to hold in the tears that wanted to fall. His throat was in a knot, and his heart was burning in pain. Lily was dead, but he didn't want Robert to see any emotion coming from him. If Robert did, then Robert won. Robert leaned back. Well, I don't have to agree to anything. He brought his attention back to Ozzy. Now, if you would please listen up, I have some brief statements and a sentence to introduce to the High Council who will be listening when I turn the... The door flew open again, and Josie was panting as if she had run a marathon. She held up a piece of paper. She's still here, Robert. Room 212. She drew a big smile, most likely masking the fact that she stepped way over Robert's head. I can escort him if you'd like. Ozzy's eyes went wide, and his heart palpitated. He bit his lip, keeping his chin from quivering, and let out a few shallow breaths, wanting to see her, but not wanting to see her. Yet it was his duty as a father, as a decent father, to be by her side even if she wasn't alive. And that kiss, that last kiss. He swallowed, pushing a cry to the bottom of his stomach. He lifted his eyebrows, knowing there wasn't any hope he'd get his way. Please. Robert sighed and rubbed his hands over his face. He eyed Ozzy for several seconds, then sighed a second time. I can't allow it at this time, Mr. Mack. Then when can you allow it? He asked. Never. Ozzy lowered his eyes. That's what I thought. Josie placed her hands on the table and leaned forward. According to Article 7, Section 6 in the prison bylaws, a prisoner may be accompanied under heavy security to visit a dead or dying relative for up to 2 hours and up to 4 hours for funerals. "This isn't a funeral," replied Robert, his lips straight and his eyes deadpanned on Josie. "It doesn't matter if this is a funeral, but he gets one visit, and he can choose, according to law, when that visit begins." Robert sat straighter and more uncomfortable. He let out an exasperated breath. "The law is the law." He gestured toward Ozzy, his eyes rolling. "I assume you wish to invoke your rights now?" Ozzy closed his eyes, imagining what his dead daughter might look like. He pushed the thought out of his mind. He had to see her. It didn't matter what she looked like. He was her father, and this would be his last wish. "Yes." "Then according to the High Judge, the ministry, and the prison bylaws, you are granted one last visit with your daughter." He slapped his hand on the table in place of a gavel. "Thank you, Robert." Ozzy put his hands together and gave a quick bow. "Let's go, Ozzy," said Josie, grasping his forearm. "Guards," ordered Robert. "Escort him to room 212 under Article 7, Section 6 of the prison bylaws. Josie, you may not accompany him." Josie folded her arms across her chest. I understand, High Judge. That's probably for the best, and I thank you for being fair and just." "And Mr. Mack," said Robert, "you will be surprised at what you see." Ozzy didn't know what that meant, but didn't want to ask a question that could get him suddenly barred from seeing Lily. Josie brought her hands behind her back, intertwining her thumbs together. "High Judge, if I may stay, I have something important to discuss with you." The numbers 212 were embossed on the door. Ozzy stared, blinking his eyes at it, doing everything he could to push the door open. He could hear his breathing and his heart beating loudly. He'd seen plenty of dead bodies, but none were going to be as heartbreaking and terrifying as this one. Maybe he should turn away and run back to his cell and await his dying days until he saw her in the afterlife. If there was one, and if there was, he'd have words with the Creator. Many words. Who would kill so many and so many innocent children? A guard became impatient from waiting and opened the door. "You may enter. Prisoner 113884. Ozzy stood, eyeing the doorway. The lights were off and shadows loomed everywhere. "Proceed," ordered the other guard. Ozzy didn't budge. They shoved him inside and closed the door. He glanced up, the tears clouding his eyes, and nodded good and hard. "Yes, and I'm glad. I'm so, so glad." She was alive. He had saved her. He had done something right for her. Yet he couldn't believe it. She was breathing and talking. She was cured. He let out a long cry. "Daddy, are you okay?" He couldn't talk and instead nodded his head. Finally he managed, "I'm so grateful. Are you going to live with me again?" He pulled back and closed his eyes. "I want to." She was blurred behind his tears. She smiled. "Me too." Yet he couldn't. "I want to see you every day for the rest of my life. But I'm sorry, Lilybug. I won't be able to." He wiped another tear with his forearm. "I'm going someplace for a long time." Her lips downturned. "But why? I just want to be with you. Why can't I be with you?" She held on to him, squeezing her little fingers around his hand and pressing her cheek against his arm. A tear fell from her eye. "I know I will do everything that I possibly can to see you." He wiped her cheek, feeling the wetness on his skin. He hadn't felt that in years. "Don't leave again, Daddy. I missed you so much. Please stay with me." She rubbed her cheek back and forth on his arm. "Mommy will let you live with us again." "I know she will. You don't have to go away. You can sleep with me in my bed." "I don't mind." He stroked her hair, the heavy pit in his stomach falling farther and farther toward the ground. "I would love that more than anything, Lilybug. More than anything." "But why can't you? One day you'll understand. Just know that I helped save a lot of people, and at the same time I was saving them, I helped save you." She didn't respond, most likely trying to compute everything he said and not understanding. A guard walked in. "Time's up." Ozzy pressed himself closer to Lily. "Just a few more minutes. No, a day. Can I at least have a day with her? I won't move from this spot. I promise." A guard spoke into a radio device. "The prisoner is not cooperating." Both guards stepped forward and walked toward Ozzy at a quick pace. They threw their hands on him. Ozzy held his ground, grasping the bed frame and holding on to Lily. "Don't, please." They ignored him. "Daddy!" screamed Lily. Ozzy let go and pushed off the floor with his legs, thrusting his shoulders into the men and slamming them into the wall. A loud grunt, and one man fell, holding his stomach. A fist popped Ozzy on the side of the head. He fell down, covering his face. He quickly jumped to his feet, his eyes narrow and his legs ready to kick. The guard unholstered a gun and pointed it at Ozzy. "You want to see your daughter ever again? Then I suggest you calm the hell down." A knock sounded and the door opened. "Excuse?" It was Josie. She put her hand to her throat when she saw Lily alive, and then thrust her hands out when she saw the gun. "Put your gun away." "We are ordered." She flung her hand in the air, waving a paper back and forth. "You are ordered to set this man free by the law and the high judge." A guard walked over, clearly perturbed. "Let me see that." He swiped the paper out of her hands. He read it and gave it back. "Uncuff him." "You're shitting me," replied the other guard. "Do it," responded Josie. She held out her badge. "I'm an MMP agent if you haven't figured that out yet." A guard walked over to Ozzy and looked him up and down. Ozzy stared back, dumbfounded. Right now, he wasn't going to question a damn thing. He held out his hands. The guard pulled out a key and shoved it in the cuffs. He twisted until he heard a click, and the cuffs fell off. Josie walked further into the room, and the guards walked out. Ozzy rubbed his wrists. "How?" He walked backward, not truly trusting this was real. This couldn't be. This was Ozzy's life, and life was callous and unfair. "I took your advice and found those documents. There was incriminating evidence that would put Robert away much longer than he tried putting you away." She grinned. "Let's just say we came to an agreement." Ozzy walked over and sat next to Lily. "Why didn't you just turn him in?" "Because he is family, and family is more important." "I know you can understand that, Ozzy. You're free now." Lily gazed up at him with confusion all over her face. "Daddy, does that mean you can sleep at my house tonight?" Ozzy shrugged. "That will be up to your mom, but I'm sure she'd let me stay with you for a few nights a week." He rested his hand on her heart. "Does that sound good, Lily?" She nodded emphatically. "Where is Mommy? We can ask her." Another knock and Ozzy looked up. Lily's mother, Vanessa, was in the doorway. She smiled at Lily. "Hi, sweetie pie." She walked in. "Can Daddy live with us again?" She halted, her lips straightening. That's something we'll have to discuss later." Josie extended her hand. "Lily's father has just saved humanity, and he did it for her." She gestured toward Lily. Vanessa shook her head, giving Ozzy an odd stare. She hadn't been notified that Ozzy had saved the world, and the rest of the people on Mars most likely hadn't been told either. Ozzy was sure that the news feed would read that the ministry had found the cure and saved the people. Not that a criminal had. Josie took several strides over to Ozzy. She put her hand on his heart. "Remember something, please, Ozzy. You are a great man. Do you understand? A great man. Don't ever forget that." She gently thumped him a few times on the chest and walked out of the room, taking one last look at Ozzy before disappearing around the corner. "Are you ready?" asked Vanessa. Ozzy glanced at his ex-wife. "For what?" "Well, you're here, and Lily wants you around. So I'm asking you, are you ready to be a father again?" He nodded. "Can Lily leave yet?" Vanessa grinned. "Yes. I've just been given the orders." "Good." Ozzy threw off Lily's covers and picked her up in his arms. "You and Lily have a lot of catching up to do," reminded Vanessa. She pointed her finger, her face turning serious. "You leave her again like you did, and that will be your last chance." Ozzy nodded. "I won't. I promise." If this were a dream, then for the first time in a long time, he didn't want to wake up. He gave Lily a kiss on the cheek and she hugged his face, kissing him back. He took his first steps out of the room and his first steps toward freedom. A type of freedom he hadn't felt in years. Epilogue. 2 months later, Kettler asteroid. "Almost 2 months ago," said the news reporter, "the ministry killed all the Dothraki terrorists at Dawes in a massive secret campaign, but it came at a cost. They destroyed an entire city, along with its terraforming capabilities." Ozzy turned the hollow screen off. The ministry had been taking credit for everything, including the cure, destroying the Dunraki terrorist stronghold at the city of Dawes, and making everyone feel safe again. Safe was a strong word. There were already reports that more Dunraki terrorists were inbound and heading for Mars. "Daddy," said Lily, interrupting Ozzy's thoughts. "Why do you live here?" Lily sat on Ozzy's lap. They stared out of Relic's cockpit window at Mars's red and yellow aura that shined like a beacon of false hope, a hope of security and a hope of peace. But it was all a sham the Dunraki would one day expose. Ozzy leaned back in his cockpit chair, which folded out like the lazy boy seats of old Earth. After a month and a half fixing Relic, he finally set out to his favorite place, Kettler Asteroid, where he could live and watch Mars from afar and not participate in anything. He stared into the blackness of space. "Why do I live here?" He didn't want to say he didn't have a dime to his name, so he had no place to really go other than to squat on some asteroid. He didn't want to say he wanted to be as far away from people as he possibly could, so he went with his other truth. "It's a place that I can be with you, by myself for a couple of days a week, thanks to your mother." "Can we stay another day?" She was soaking up every ounce of time she could get with Ozzy, and he loved it. Ozzy shook his head. "I gotta get you back to your mom's house by morning, and then you'll be back up here in a couple of days." "Oh, okay." She soured for a moment, then brightened. "Can you tell me another Earth history lesson?" Ozzy pushed out his lower lip. I suppose so." He eyed the levers and buttons on the cockpit ceiling. "Have you ever heard of King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table?" Her eyes widened and her mouth opened in excitement. "No, what's that?" His comm line buzzed. "The caller ID," said Jonas Moon. Ozzy blinked several times. He thought the guy was dead. He scrunched his eyebrows closer together. He leaned up and put his arms around Lily's hips. He lifted her off of his lap and set her on the grated floor. "Lily, Daddy has an important call. Go downstairs and play with your toys, okay?" She lowered her eyes, disappointment washing over her. "Don't worry, after this call, I'll be down to tell you all about King Arthur." She put her arms in the air. "Yay!" She scurried out of the cockpit and down the ladder. Ozzy answered the call. "Well, long time no talk, Jonas. What can I do for you?" "I have a job for—" Ozzy put up his finger. "No." "More jobs." Jonas rubbed his hands together. "You know the Dunraki are coming back, don't you?" "Yep. And you're still hell-bent on getting you and your daughter over to a make-believe secret colony on Europa, correct?" "It's not make-believe." Jonas spit out a laugh. "Yeah, right." Ozzy sighed. "Look, it doesn't matter. If I get caught doing another dig, then I'm gone forever. I can't do that to Lily." Jonas pulled up his holopad, and a holovid jumped up from it. Several ships were leaving Earth's exosphere. "That's not just a terrorist group. That's an armada." It wasn't an armada, but a dozen ships, mostly small cruisers and a large star carrier, wasn't something to dismiss. "Those can't sneak past our defenses, Jonas. Not like the small Dunraki terrorists who came and destroyed Dawes." "That's not all I wanted you to see." He pulled up another ship. It was a colony ship. "They are looking to start a colony, and their trajectory is Mars." "Shit."